Hello. You are listening to Help! I got abducted by aliens and fell in love on an intergalactic reality show. By Trevor Shelby. Copyright 2025. Trevor Shelby. Please remember to like, subscribe, and share this book. It helps me more than you know. This book is dedicated to anyone who said to not start a book with the main character waking up. Fuck you. I do what I want. Trevor.
Chapter 1. System Error. Beep, beep, beep. My phone screamed at me from the nightstand. 6:30 a.m. again. I slapped at it like it personally offended me, which, honestly, it had. 5 more minutes, I mumbled to nobody. I lived alone, had for 2 years now, ever since Derek decided I was emotionally constipated and needed someone who could actually feel things. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, Jesus. I grabbed my phone and squinted at the screen. 2 notifications from Swipe Right, that stupid dating app my coworker Sarah made me download. 3 messages from Mom, all before 7 a.m. The universe really had it out for me today. I rolled out of bed and shuffled toward the bathroom, catching a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Yep. Still looked like a troll who got electrocuted. My black hair stuck up in 12 different directions, and there was definitely dried drool on my cheek. Sexy, I told my reflection. No wonder you're single. The shower handle turned easier than usual. Maybe the super finally fixed that squeaky thing I'd been complaining about for 6 months? The water hit my skin at the perfect temperature. Not too hot, not too cold. Like Goldilocks' shower or something. I grabbed my shampoo and started working it through my hair, mentally running through my presentation for today. Why Love is a Marketing Scam. How to Monetize Human Stupidity. Okay, so the real title was Emotional Engagement in Digital Marketing, but my version was more honest. Love is just your brain getting high on its own supply, I thought, scrubbing harder than necessary. Nature's way of tricking us into making babies and sharing Netflix passwords. The hot water ran down my back and I closed my eyes. God, it felt good. Really good. Too good. My mind wandered to other things that felt good. Things in my nightstand drawer that never asked me to meet their mother or complained when I worked late. Nope. I opened my eyes. Not happening. You have a presentation in 2 hours, Maya. Get it together. But damn, when was the last time I'd actually... 2 weeks? 3? My vibrator was way more reliable than any man I'd ever dated. It showed up when I needed it, did its job without complaining, and never told me I thought too much during intimate moments. I turned off the water with maybe more force than necessary. Wrapping a towel around myself, I padded to the kitchen. The smell hit me first. Coffee. Fresh coffee. The expensive kind I only bought when I got my quarterly bonus. What the... My coffee maker sat there, innocently brewing away. The little timer light glowed green. Did I set that last night? I must have. Though I couldn't remember doing it. I'd been pretty wiped after staying late to finish the Henderson account. Whatever. Gift horse, mouth, all that. I grabbed a mug, the one that said, "I'm not always sarcastic. Sometimes I'm asleep," and poured myself a cup. The first sip was heaven. Actual heaven. When did my coffee start tasting this good? Back in my bedroom, I stood in front of my closet in my towel, having the same crisis I had every morning. What says I'm a professional who totally has her life together, but also, I'm not trying too hard, and maybe a tiny bit of, but I still look good though? I reached for my usual black blazer, then paused. Something was different. The closet seemed brighter, like someone had installed better lighting. My clothes looked more colorful, more inviting. Even that yellow dress I'd bought on sale and never worn looked kind of... "You're losing it, Chen," I muttered, grabbing the black blazer anyway. Safe, professional, boring. You analyze everything, Maya. Can't you just feel something for once? Derek's voice echoed in my head, uninvited as always. I could still see his face, all scrunched up with frustration during our last fight. He'd been holding my hand, trying to be romantic or whatever, and I'd ruined it by mentioning that hand-holding was just an evolutionary behavior meant to... Shut up, brain! I yanked on my pencil skirt with unnecessary aggression. My phone buzzed. Mom, of course. Mom. Good morning, sweetie. Did you get my messages about David? I scrolled up. 3 messages about some lawyer from her firm. Single, Jewish. Has his own condo. Mom. He's very nice. Went to Cornell. Mom. I showed him your picture. He thinks you're pretty. Mom. He likes hiking. You like hiking? I did not like hiking. I liked walking to get coffee. There was a difference. Me. Mom, I'm fine. Really. Mom. You're 28, Maya. When I was your age, I already had you. Me. And look how that turned out. Mom. Angry face. I tossed my phone on the bed and finished getting dressed. Black blazer, white blouse, pencil skirt, my armor against the world. Back in the kitchen, I shoved some bread in the toaster and pulled out my phone again. Against my better judgment, I opened Swipe Right. 3 matches. Brad, 32, investment banker. Chad, 30, entrepreneur, which meant unemployed. And Marcus, 29, fluent in sarcasm. Wow, so original, I said to my toast as it popped up. A guy who's fluent in sarcasm. Never seen that before. I spread some peanut butter on my toast and scrolled through their profiles. Brad had a picture of himself on a yacht he definitely didn't own. Chad's entire personality seemed to be CrossFit and protein shakes. Marcus had written, "Looking for my Pam," in his bio. I'm nobody's Pam, I informed my phone, taking an aggressive bite of toast. But even as I said it, a tiny voice in my head whispered, maybe that's the problem. I shook my head. Number. The problem was that love was a construct designed to sell Valentine's Day cards and diamond rings. It was just chemicals. Dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. I'd literally made a PowerPoint about it. Something caught my eye as I grabbed my work bag. The living room looked different. Warmer, somehow. The morning light streaming through the windows seemed softer, more golden. Had my plants always been that green? When did I even get plants? Okay, that's weird. I walked over to the window. Same view of downtown, same building across the street, but everything looked like someone had put an Instagram filter over reality. I checked the time. 7:42. Shit! I was supposed to leave by 7:30. My perfectly planned morning routine, was officially screwed. I scrambled for my keys, grabbed my coffee, and made for the door. My neighbor, Mrs. Patterson, was in the hallway, wrestling with her ancient poodle. Morning, Maya. You look nice today. New haircut? Same hair, Mrs. P, just running late. Oh, did you see those maintenance men yesterday? They were doing something with the building's electrical system. Very polite young men, hummed while they worked. Maintenance men? I paused with my key in the lock. What maintenance men? The ones in the silver jumpsuits. Very futuristic looking. I assumed you called them. They spent quite a while on your floor. A chill ran down my spine. I didn't call anyone. Mrs. Patterson frowned. Oh, well, they had badges and everything. Said they were upgrading the building's, what did they call it? Ambiance systems? Ambiance systems? That's what I said. But they seemed to know what they were doing. Even fixed that flickering light by the elevator. I wanted to ask more questions, but my phone buzzed. 7:45. Sarah would kill me if I was late to the presentation. Gotta run, Mrs. P. I sprinted for the elevator, my mind racing. Maintenance men I didn't call. Coffee that made itself. My apartment looking like it got a happiness makeover. You're being paranoid, I told myself as the elevator doors closed. You're stressed about the presentation. You probably just forgot about the maintenance request, and the coffee timer, and buying plants. The elevator hummed softly as it descended. Was it just me, or did that hum sound almost musical? I need a vacation, I muttered to my reflection in the elevator doors. Or therapy or a boyfriend. I caught myself on that last thought. Where the hell did that come from? No, I said firmly to nobody. You need coffee and to nail this presentation. That's it. The elevator dinged at the lobby, and I rushed out into the morning chaos of downtown. But even as I joined the stream of commuters, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. Something was changing, and I had no idea if that was a good thing or not. Probably not, I decided, speed walking toward the subway. In my experience, change usually meant someone was about to try to sell me something. I just didn't know yet that what they were selling was love, and that the salespeople weren't exactly from around here. I made it to the office with exactly 3 minutes to spare. The elevator ride up to the 40th floor gave me just enough time to check my lipstick and practice my opening line. Love isn't magic, I muttered to my reflection in the elevator doors. It's just brain chemistry we can exploit for profit. Perfect. Richard would eat that up with a spoon. The doors opened to reveal Pinnacle Marketing Associates in all its glass and chrome glory. Everything here screamed, we're successful and soulless about it. My kind of place. Usually. Maya, there you are. Sarah bounded over like an excited golden retriever. Her blonde curls bounced with each step, and she was practically glowing. Oh my God, you're not going to believe what happened. Let me guess, I said, heading for the conference room. Brad from accounting finally noticed you exist? Better. She grabbed my arm, her perfectly manicured nails digging in slightly. Remember that guy I met at the wine bar last week? Tom? He sent flowers to my apartment this morning, just because. I stopped walking. Just because? Just because. She actually squealed, like a teenager. Sarah was 32. For no reason? Please, I thought. He's investing in future sexual encounters. It's basic economics. That's nice, I managed. Very romantic. I know, right? And look. She thrust her phone in my face. The flowers were admittedly gorgeous. Red roses mixed with white lilies. Classic, expensive, calculated. Those probably cost him $80, I said without thinking. Sarah's face fell slightly. Maya. What? I'm just saying that's a significant investment for someone he's known a week. He's clearly expecting a return on. Can you just be happy for me for 5 seconds? I looked at her hopeful face and felt that familiar twist of guilt. Sarah was my only actual friend at work. Hell, my only actual friend, period. And here I was, peeing all over her parade. You're right. I'm sorry. I forced a smile. They're beautiful. Tom seems invested. She laughed. You're hopeless. Come on, everyone's waiting. The conference room was already full when we walked in. Richard sat at the head of the table, his silver hair gleaming under the fluorescence. He looked like a shark in a $5,000 suit, which, basically, he was. Chen, there's our star. He gestured to the front of the room. Ready to dazzle us? I plugged in my laptop and pulled up my presentation. The title slide filled the screen. Emotional engagement in digital marketing. But in my head, it would always be Love Actually, How to Monetize Human Vulnerability. Good morning, everyone. I clicked to the first slide. Today I'm going to show you how to turn loneliness into dollars. A few chuckles around the table. Richard leaned forward, interested. The dating app market is worth $8.4 billion globally, I continued. That's billion with a B. And you know what we're really selling? Hope. False hope, mostly, but hope nonetheless. I clicked through my slides, warming to my topic. This was my element. Data, statistics, manipulation strategies dressed up as user engagement. We've identified 3 key emotional triggers that drive user behavior, I said. Fear of being alone, fear of missing out, and my personal favorite, the gamification of human connection. What do you mean by that? Asked Bradley from Creative. He was new, Still had that hopeful look in his eyes. Simple. We turned dating into a game. Swipe right, get a match, receive a dopamine hit. It's basically a slot machine for lonely people. I pulled up a graph. Users spend an average of 90 minutes a day on dating apps. That's 90 minutes of ad revenue, premium feature upsells, and data collection opportunities. Brilliant, Richard said. Well, what's our hook? Limited time algorithmic boosts, I said. We tell users that for the next hour, their profile will be shown to highly compatible matches. Create urgency, drive engagement. We're basically drug dealers, but legal and with better dental insurance. Richard burst out laughing. I love it. Chen, you're a genius. A soulless, profit-driven genius. He meant it as a compliment. I took it as one. The best part? I clicked to my final slide. We market it as helping people find love. We're not exploiting loneliness, we're creating connections. We're not manipulating brain chemistry, we're optimizing compatibility. The room erupted in approval. Richard was already talking implementation, Bradley was taking notes, and I should have felt proud. This was a slam dunk. But something felt off. I looked around the conference room and blinked hard. Was it just me, or did everyone look different? Better? Bradley's acne scars seemed softer. Richard's shark smile seemed almost charming. Even Margaret from HR, who usually looked like she sucked on lemons for fun, had this weird glow about her. Must be new lighting, I thought, or I need more coffee. Excellent work, Maya, Richard was saying. Let's break for 15 and then dive into implementation strategies. People filed out, chattering excitedly about my presentation. I started packing up my laptop when I noticed them through the glass wall. Maintenance workers in the hallway, silver jumpsuits, just like Mrs. Patterson had described. And they were humming? I moved closer to the window, 3 of them, working on what looked like the air conditioning vents, but their movements were too synchronized, too smooth. And that humming, it was in perfect harmony. Since when did maintenance workers harmonize? Creepy, right? I jumped. Sarah stood beside me, watching the workers. When did they start working on this floor? I asked. This morning. They said something about upgrading the environmental systems. I tried to ask more, but they just kept humming. She shuddered. It's like a really boring episode of Black Mirror. One of the workers looked up and made eye contact with me through the glass. He smiled. At least, I think it was a smile. His face moved in the right way, but something about it was wrong, like an AI trying to approximate human expressions. I looked away quickly. Come on, Sarah said, tugging my arm. Let's get lunch. I want to tell you more about Tom. Can't we just eat at our desks? I have the Henderson report to... Nope. She was already dragging me toward the elevator. You're coming with me to that new place on 5th, and we're going to talk about something other than work. But I like talking about work. Work makes sense. That's exactly the problem. 20 minutes later, we were sitting in a trendy bistro that served $15 salads. Sarah was describing, in excruciating detail, every text message Tom had sent her. And then he used the heart eyes emoji, she said. Not the regular heart, the heart eyes. That means something, right? I stabbed a piece of overpriced lettuce. It means he knows how to use emojis. Maya. What? I'm trying here. No, you're not. You're judging. She pointed her fork at me. When's the last time you went on an actual date? I went on 3 last month, I said defensively. Statistically, one should have worked out, but the data was flawed. Sarah stared at me. The data was flawed? Well, yeah. Marcus said he was 6 feet tall. He was 5 feet 8 inches. That's a 6.67% discrepancy. And Tyler claimed to love hiking but got winded walking to the restaurant. False advertising. Oh my God. Sarah put her head in her hands. You can't calculate love, Maya. Sure you can. Shared interests plus physical attraction plus compatible life goals equals you eating lunch with me instead of a boyfriend. She looked up. I'm worried about you. Don't be. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're almost 30 and you treat dating like a spreadsheet. 28 is not almost 30, I protested. It's 6.67% away from 30. You just proved my point. I opened my mouth to argue, then closed it. She wasn't wrong, but she wasn't right either. Love wasn't magical. It was just chemicals, hormones, evolutionary tricks to make us reproduce. Look, Sarah said, her voice softer. I know Derek messed you up. Derek didn't mess me up. Derek opened my eyes. To what? To the fact that love is just another word for control. He said he loved me, but what he really loved was trying to fix me, make me feel more, analyze less, be someone I'm not. Sarah reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Not everyone is Derek. No, I agreed. Some of them are worse at hiding it. She sighed. You're impossible. I prefer realistic. We finished lunch in relative silence. Walking back to the office, I noticed more of those maintenance workers. They were everywhere, adjusting streetlights, fiddling with traffic signals, doing something to the subway entrance, all humming that same eerie harmony. Is it just me? Sarah said, or is the city looking prettier today? I looked around. She was right. The buildings seemed to gleam more. The sky looked bluer. Even the hot dog vendor on the corner looked like he'd had a makeover. Maybe we're having a shared stroke, I suggested. Sarah laughed. Only you would find a medical explanation for a beautiful day. We made it back to the office, and I threw myself into the Henderson report. Numbers, data, things that made sense, things that didn't suddenly look more attractive or hum in harmony. But even as I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was changing. The city, the office, maybe even me. No, I told myself firmly. Not me. Never me. Love was still just chemicals. Romance was still just marketing. And whatever those maintenance workers were doing, it had nothing to do with me. The daily grind was my sanctuary, my church, my dealer. Whatever you wanted to call it, this coffee shop had been keeping me functional for the past 3 years. It was a 15-minute walk from the office, which Sarah said defeated the purpose of a coffee run, but I needed those 15 minutes. Needed to walk off the moral flexibility of my job before I drowned in caffeine and self-loathing. The bell above the door chimed as I pushed inside, and instantly, I felt my shoulders drop. Same scratched wooden floors, same mismatched chairs that looked like they'd been stolen from 6 different grandmothers. Same smell of roasted beans and broken dreams. Maya, Trevor, my favorite barista, called from behind the counter. He was 23, covered in tattoos of literary quotes and way too cheerful for someone who worked retail. The usual? Just coffee, I said, approaching the counter. Black, like my soul. He laughed, already reaching for a cup. One soulless special coming up. How's the corporate world treating you? Like a cheap date. All take, no give. Poetic. He turned to work the massive espresso machine that looked like it could launch satellites. You know, one of these days you're going to order something fun, like a unicorn frappuccino. The day I order a unicorn, anything is the day you should call an ambulance. I've clearly had a stroke. The bell chimed again behind me. I shifted to the side, pulling out my phone to check emails while Trevor worked his coffee magic. Richard had already sent 3 follow-ups about my presentation. The man had the patience of a toddler on, "Hi, could I get a large honey lavender latte with oat milk? And could you make the heart extra foamy?" I looked up from my phone. The voice was warm, male, and had just ordered the most ridiculous drink I'd ever heard. Standing beside me was a guy about my age, maybe a little older, with dark curly hair that looked like he'd run his hands through it about 12 times this morning. He wore a soft-looking green Henley and jeans that had actual wear marks, not the fake ones you paid extra for. But it was his eyes that made me stare. A beat too long. They were this impossible shade of brown, like expensive chocolate or good coffee or... Stop it, Maya. Eyes are just eyes. Genetic variations in melanin concentration. Sure thing, Trevor said, writing on a cup. Name, Alex. Of course his name was Alex. It probably meant defender of mankind or some other romantic nonsense. That's quite a drink order, I heard myself say. What was I doing? I didn't talk to strangers in coffee shops. That's how you ended up in someone's basement. Alex turned those ridiculous eyes on me and smiled. Not a smirk or a leer, but an actual, genuine smile. Yeah, I know. I'm basically a walking millennial stereotype. I also eat avocado toast and can't afford a house. Against my will, I felt my mouth twitch. Let me guess. You also believe in astrology and that everything happens for a reason? His smile widened. Actually, yeah, and that cynics are just disappointed romantics. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Is it, though? He tilted his head, studying me like I was an interesting book he'd found in a used store. When's the last time you believed in something without proof? I believe in coffee. There's proof it contains caffeine. Maya, black coffee, Trevor called out, sliding a cup across the counter. That's you, right? Alex said. Black coffee, Maya? Just Maya is fine. I reached for my cup at the same moment he reached for his wallet. Our hands collided, and his fingers brushed against mine. Elevated pulse, my brain cataloged automatically, dilated pupils, sudden spike in skin temperature, inability to form sarcastic comeback. Damn it. Sorry, we both said at the same time. I jerked my hand back like his skin was electric, which was ridiculous. Skin couldn't be electric. It was just skin. Warm skin with nice hands, strong-looking fingers that probably turned pages in books, and Alex, honey lavender oat milk latte with extra foam heart. That's me. He grabbed his drink, then paused. Wait, this is black coffee, I said, looking at my cup, which had his name on it. You have mine. Oh. He looked at the cup in his hand, then at me. Well, that's annoying? I was going to say serendipitous. Of course you were. We swapped cups and our fingers brushed again. This time I was ready for it. Didn't mean I liked the way my nerve endings lit up like Times Square, but at least I didn't flinch. Trevor, I called. You had one job. Sorry. Trevor was already remaking our drinks. Machine's been weird all day. New girl mixed up the queue, 5 minutes tops. I sighed and moved to the side to wait. Alex followed, because of course he did. So, he said, taking a sip of his ridiculous drink. Black coffee. Very serious. Very adult. What do you do, Maya, who drinks black coffee? FBI, Secret Service, professional dream crusher? Close. Marketing. His eyebrows rose. Ah, so you sell things to people they don't need. Actually, I help people find things they didn't know they wanted. It's totally different. Is it, though? I narrowed my eyes. What do you do that's so noble? Save puppies? Teach orphans to read? I run a bookstore. I couldn't help it. I laughed. You run a bookstore? In this economy? That's adorable. Between the lines, he said, and I could hear the pride in his voice. Been open for 12 years. Survived Amazon, the pandemic, and 3 Starbucks opening within a block radius. Let me guess. You have a shop cat and host poetry readings. 2 cats, actually, Fitzgerald and Hemingway, and poetry readings are third Thursdays. He grinned at my expression. What? You asked. I was being sarcastic. I know. I chose to ignore it. So you work in marketing. He said it like he was tasting something questionable. That's morally flexible? Excuse me. Well, you just admitted you trick people into wanting things. I don't trick anyone. I present products in appealing ways. It's psychology. It's manipulation. Says the guy who probably arranges his store to make people buy more books. That's different. Is it, though? I threw his words back at him, and he laughed. It was a good laugh. Warm and genuine and... Stop analyzing his laugh, Maya. It's just air being expelled from lungs. Touché, he said. Though I'd argue books make the world better. Can you say the same about, what do you market? Dating apps, mostly. His eyes lit up. Really? Which ones? Why? Looking for love? The words came out more bitter than I intended. Aren't we all? No, I said flatly. Some of us have evolved past fairy tales. That's sad. That's realistic. The background music changed, and I noticed it for the first time. Some indie song with acoustic guitar and a voice like honey. When had the daily grind gotten such good speakers? The afternoon light slanted through the windows, hitting Alex's face in a way that made those already ridiculous eyes look like they contained entire galaxies. It's just the angle of the light, I told myself. Basic physics. Nothing special. Maya, Alex, drinks are ready. We both reached for our cups at the same time. Again. This time, our hands didn't just brush, they collided properly. His fingers wrapped around mine for a second, steadying the cup, and I felt that touch all the way up my arm. We have to stop meeting like this, he said softly. We've known each other for 5 minutes. Best 5 minutes of my day. That's either really sweet or really sad. Can it be both? I pulled my hand back, gripping my coffee like a lifeline. Thanks for the whatever this was. Conversation, he suggested. Human interaction. Meet cute. It's not a meet cute. Feels like a meet cute. Confused coffee orders, witty banter, obvious chemistry. There's no chemistry, I said quickly. Chemistry would require attraction, and I'm not attracted to men who order drinks that sound like perfume. What about men who run failing bookstores and believe in magic? Especially not them. He smiled like I'd said something wonderful instead of insulting. You know what? I don't believe you. Good thing I don't need you to. Behind him, I caught sight of one of those maintenance workers through the window. Same silver jumpsuit. Same unsettling synchronization. This one was doing something to a streetlight, and was he swaying? Like he was dancing to music only he could hear? The worker fumbled with something in his hands, a tool that looked like a cross between a wrench and a TV remote. It slipped from his fingers and hit the ground with an electronic beep that was audible even through the window. The streetlight flickered, and for a second, everything in the coffee shop seemed to pulse with a warm, golden glow. Did you see? I started. See what? Alex turned to look, but the worker had already picked up his weird tool and moved on. Nothing. I should go. Already? But we were just getting to the good part. What good part? The part where I ask for your number and you pretend you don't want to give it to me. I don't want to give it to you. See? You're already so good at this. I rolled my eyes, but I could feel my mouth trying to smile. Traitor mouth. Goodbye, Alex, who runs a failing bookstore. See you around. Maya, who drinks black coffee. Statistically unlikely. I prefer romantically inevitable. Of course you do. I headed for the door, very deliberately not looking back, not noticing how he was still standing there watching me go, not thinking about how the light had made his eyes look like autumn mornings or his laugh sound like home or... Stop it. I pushed out onto the street, gripping my coffee cup hard enough to dent the cardboard. The city looked different somehow, warmer, more inviting. Couples seemed to be everywhere, holding hands and laughing and looking stupidly in love. Great, I thought, walking faster. Now I'm going to think about his stupid, pretty eyes during my 2:00 meeting, and his smile, and the way he'd said my name like it was something worth remembering, and how his fingers had felt warm and sure around mine. It's just coffee, I muttered to myself. Just a random encounter, means nothing. But even as I said it, I knew I was calculating the odds of running into him again. The daily grind was his coffee shop too, apparently. Same neighborhood, same coffee schedule, probably. No, I told myself firmly. You're not going to become one of those women who changes her routine for a man. You're not going to start timing your coffee runs to maybe possibly run into him again. You're absolutely not going to Google Between the Lines bookstore the second you get back to your desk. I made it 3 blocks before I gave in and pulled out my phone, just to see where the bookstore was, for informational purposes, market research. It was 4 blocks from my apartment. Damn it, I said to no one in particular. A maintenance worker looked up from whatever he was doing to a fire hydrant. He smiled that too wide smile and hummed a few bars of something that sounded suspiciously like a love song. I walked faster. I had a presentation to refine, numbers to crunch, reality to maintain. I did not have time to think about honey lavender lattes or bookstore owners who believed in magic or the way someone's laugh could make your chest feel too small for your heart. Love was still just chemicals, even if those chemicals were currently staging a revolt in my bloodstream. The key stuck in my lock like always, requiring that special jiggle-turn-curse combination I'd perfected over 2 years. At least, some things hadn't changed. Home sweet overpriced box, I announced to my empty apartment, immediately kicking off my heels. They flew in opposite directions, one landing by the coat rack, the other disappearing somewhere near the kitchen. Why do I wear these torture devices? They're like tiny prisons for feet. I patted across the hardwood in my stockings, already unbuttoning my blazer when I stopped dead. There was a plant on my coffee table. Not just any plant. A gorgeous fiddle-leaf fig in a ceramic planter that looked suspiciously like the one I'd admired at West Elm last month, but refused to buy because $40 for a plant was insane. What the hell? I circled it slowly like it might attack. The leaves were glossy, perfect, so green they almost glowed. A small card stuck out of the soil. I plucked it free with 2 fingers. Care instructions. Water when soil feels dry. Thrives with attention and love. Plants don't need love, I informed the fig. They need water and sunlight and CO2. That's basic biology. The plant, predictably, said nothing. I looked around my apartment, really looked, and felt my chest tighten. Everything was wrong. Not bad wrong, just wrong. The throw pillows on my couch were fluffier. The usually dim corner by the window now had a reading lamp I'd never seen before. And was that a vanilla candle on my bookshelf? Okay, either I'm having a stroke or... I trailed off. Or what? Aliens were redecorating my apartment? Sure, Maya, that's totally the logical explanation. I needed wine or vodka or therapy. Definitely therapy. My laptop sat on the kitchen counter where I'd left it this morning. I poured myself a generous glass of the red blend I'd been saving for emergencies. And unexplained home makeovers definitely qualified. Then settled onto my suspiciously comfortable couch. Focus, I told myself, opening my laptop. Henderson report, quarterly projections, things that make sense. I opened Excel, stared at the cells, closed Excel, opened a new browser tab. Just checking my email, I lied to myself as my fingers typed Between the Lines bookstore into the search bar. The results loaded instantly. There it was, complete with a charmingly outdated website that looked like someone's book-loving grandmother had designed it in 2003. Between the Lines, where every book finds its reader, the header proclaimed in what I was pretty sure was Comic Sans. Oh my God, I whispered. He uses Comic Sans? That should be illegal. But I kept scrolling. Photos of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, cozy reading nooks with mishmatched armchairs. Those 2 cats he'd mentioned curled up in a sunny window display. The events calendar showed poetry readings, 3rd Thursdays just like he'd said, book clubs, something called Wine and Wine Wednesday where people drank and complained about bad books. It's market research, I told myself as I clicked on the About page. Know your enemy. Enemy? When did cute bookstore guys become the enemy? When they started ordering lavender lattes and having nice hands, I answered myself out loud, then immediately felt insane. The About page loaded, and there he was. A photo of Alex surrounded by books, one of the cats draped over his shoulder like a literary scarf. He was laughing at something off camera, and even in the grainy photo, those eyes were... Nope. I slammed the laptop shut. Absolutely not. I lasted exactly 43 seconds before opening it again. The Henderson report stared at me accusingly from another tab. I clicked over to it, determined to focus. Numbers. Beautiful, logical numbers that didn't have autumn-colored eyes or laugh like, "Stop it, Maya." I tried. I really did. But every time I looked at the revenue projections, I thought about Alex saying bookstores were failing. Every time I typed market analysis, I remembered him calling my job morally flexible, which was rude and accurate, but mostly rude. After an hour of producing exactly 3 cells of useful data, I gave up. Bath, I decided. I need a bath and to stop thinking about random men who probably read poetry to their houseplants. My bathroom had always been the apartment's saving grace, a clawfoot tub that almost made the ridiculous rent worthwhile. I turned the taps, expecting the usual weak dribble that took forever to fill. Water gushed out like a waterfall. What the... I tested the temperature. Perfect. Not too hot, not too cold, but that exact temperature that makes your whole body sigh with relief. Even the water pressure in my sink was better, I realized as I washed off my makeup. Okay. Universe, I said to my reflection. If you're trying to tell me something, could you be less subtle? I'm bad at hints. My reflection offered no answers, just slightly flushed cheeks that I chose to blame on the steam. The bath was heaven. I sank in up to my chin, letting the heat dissolve the day's tension. My playlist shuffled through its usual mix of angry woman music and podcasts about serial killers. But tonight, even Courtney Love sounded romantic. It's just been a weird day, I rationalized. Weird presentation, weird maintenance guys, weird coffee shop encounter with a weird guy who has weird eyes that aren't actually that weird. They're more like, stop! 20 minutes later, wrapped in my ratty college sweatshirt and pajama shorts, I shuffled to my bedroom. That's when I saw it. A book on my nightstand. A paperback with a cover featuring a shirtless man with improbable abs embracing a woman whose dress was clearly defying several laws of physics. Love's Burning Passion by Veronica Steele. I did not buy this. I picked it up like it might explode. The back cover promised a sizzling tale of desire between a cynical businesswoman and the charming bookstore owner who awakens her heart. Are you kidding me? I stormed to my front door and yanked it open. Jenny from next door was just getting home, wrestling with her work bag and what looked like 3 different takeout containers. Jenny, thank God. Did you see anyone go in my apartment today? She paused. Chinese food container balanced precariously. Oh, hey, Maya. Yeah, those maintenance guys were here. Same ones from yesterday. Why? Maintenance guys, I repeated. Silver jumpsuits? Weird humming? That's them. They were in your place for maybe an hour. I asked if they needed a resident present, but they said they had clearance from management. I didn't request any maintenance. Jenny shrugged. Maybe the landlord finally decided to fix things? Though the humming was super weird. It was like synchronized. Kind of pretty, actually. Reminded me of those Gregorian chant CDs my mom plays. Gregorian chants? I said flatly. But electronic? I don't know. I'm not good at describing music. Anyway, they seemed harmless, very polite. One of them complimented my aura. Your aura? I know, right? Weird, but sweet. You okay? You look a little... I'm fine, I said quickly. Just long day. Thanks, Jenny. I retreated back into my apartment, locking the door and adding the chain for good measure. Not that a chain would stop maintenance workers who apparently had clearance I didn't give them. Logical explanation, I muttered, pacing my bedroom. There's a logical explanation for all of this. But I couldn't think of one. Not for the plant, or the lamp, or the romance novel that was basically my life if I'd made different choices. Not for the water pressure or the candle or the way my apartment felt like someone had dialed up the cozy to 11. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. The sheets smelled like lavender. Since when did my sheets smell like lavender? Since when do I notice what my sheets smell like? Sleep wasn't happening. My brain kept replaying the coffee shop, improving the dialogue, imagining different outcomes. What if I'd given him my number? What if I'd been less sarcastic? What if I'd admitted that, yes, there was chemistry, and yes, his eyes were ridiculous, and yes, I'd already memorized the address of his bookstore? 4 blocks, I whispered to the ceiling. He works 4 blocks from my apartment. I grabbed my phone, thumb hovering over the dating app. Maybe I just needed to remind myself that there were plenty of other guys out there. Guys who didn't believe in magic or run doomed bookstores or make me calculate the statistical probability of accidentally running into them again. The app loaded. Brad, the investment banker's face, filled my screen. Boring, I whispered, swiping left. Chad, the entrepreneur. Boring. Marcus, fluent in sarcasm. Boring and unoriginal. Tom, who looked like a young George Clooney. Boring and probably lying about his age. Every face looked flat, lifeless, like cardboard cutouts compared to, number nope, not going there. I threw my phone across the bed. He probably reads poetry to his houseplants. He definitely has philosophical conversations with his cats. He owns a bookstore in 2024, for God's sake. He's clearly delusional. But even as I listed his flaws, I kept seeing that smile, the way he'd said my name, how he'd turned my sarcasm into flirtation like some kind of emotional aikido. One interaction, I told my ceiling. One random coffee shop encounter. It means nothing. My ceiling offered no argument. I closed my eyes, determined to think about anything else. The Henderson report, tomorrow's meeting, the weird maintenance workers who were definitely up to something. Instead, I thought about honey and lavender and the way his laugh had made the daily grind feel less like a coffee shop and more like the first page of a story I didn't know I wanted to read. Despite everything, the weird day, the inexplicable apartment changes, the fact that my entire worldview was apparently under assault, I felt my mouth curve into a smile. Damn it, I whispered. But I was still smiling when I finally fell asleep.
Chapter 2. Stuck in the middle with you. Meow! I jolted awake to find 20 pounds of gray tabby sitting on my chest, yellow eyes staring into my soul like furry Judgment Day. Hemingway, we've talked about this. I wheezed, trying to breathe through the weight of cat. Personal space. Boundaries. Basic respect for human respiratory systems. Crash. And good morning to you too, Fitzgerald. I turned my head to see my other cat, an orange terrorist batting my alarm clock under the bed where all lost things go to die. Real helpful, buddy. Hemingway kneaded his paws into my chest, purring like a broken motor. His breath smelled like whatever discount cat food was on sale this week. Living the dream, Alex. Living the dream. Okay. I'm up. I gently relocated Hemingway to the warm spot I was vacating. He gave me a look that suggested I'd betrayed our entire species. Don't give me that face. You're the one who decided my ribcage was a yoga mat. I shuffled to the tiny kitchen in my apartment above the bookstore, stepping over the obstacles my cats had thoughtfully arranged during the night. A knocked-over water bowl here, a strategically placed toy mouse there. Interior Design by Chaos. So, I said, scooping coffee grounds into my ancient machine that wheezed worse than I did with Hemingway on my chest. I met someone yesterday. Fitzgerald jumped onto the counter, tail swishing with what I chose to interpret as interest. Yes, I know I always meet someone. I hit the brew button and leaned against the counter. But this was different. She was... I paused, trying to find the words. She ordered black coffee. Just black coffee. Like she was too busy being brilliant to bother with flavor. Hemingway patted in, probably hoping my emotional vulnerability came with treats. Her name's Maya. Just saying it made my chest do something weird. Flutter? Was that a flutter? She works in marketing. She basically told me she manipulates people for a living and somehow made it sound like a challenge. The coffee maker gurgled its death rattle, but coffee appeared, so I counted it as a win. She called my bookstore adorable. I poured coffee into my least chipped mug, and financially doomed in the same sentence. Who does that? Fitzgerald meowed. It sounded suspiciously like agreement. I'm not taking her criticism personally, I lied to my cat. I'm just saying, maybe some of us believe in things besides profit margins and market analysis. I took a sip of coffee and immediately thought about how she'd wrapped her hands around her cup yesterday, like she was protecting it, or maybe holding on to something solid while the rest of her stayed carefully untethered. And her eyes, I told the cats, who were now both staring at their empty food bowls with Oscar-worthy performances of starvation. They did this thing where she'd almost smile, then catch herself, like being happy might be used against her in court. I filled their bowls, earning purrs that suggested I might be forgiven for the whole waking up incident. I headed down the narrow stairs to the bookstore, flipping switches that brought Between the Lines to life. The morning light streaming through the windows seemed different today. Warmer, more golden, like the universe had upgraded somehow. I stood in a patch of sunlight that definitely hadn't been there yesterday. Did the building across the street get shorter? The register drawer stuck like always, requiring my special blend of gentle coaxing and mild violence. Inside, yesterday's sales report waited like a passive-aggressive note from reality. $47.50, I read out loud. Well, it's not $46.50, so progress? I did the math I'd been avoiding. At this rate, I'd make rent in approximately never. The smart thing would be to close. Sell the space to someone who'd turn it into a juice bar or a CrossFit studio or whatever people actually spent money on these days. Sorry, Grandma, I muttered to the picture behind the counter. She smiled back, frozen in time, surrounded by books and possibility. Still trying to keep the magic alive. Some days it's just harder than others. I walked the aisles, straightening spines and checking for gaps. That's when I noticed them. New books. Books I definitely hadn't ordered, mostly because I couldn't afford to order new books. What the... I pulled one out. The Cynic's Heart, by someone named Victoria Passion. The cover showed a woman in a business suit being dipped by a man holding... Was that a book? Another one. Love in the Time of Algorithms. The tagline read, "She calculated everything except him." Okay, that's a little on the nose, I told the book. More appeared as I searched. Marketing Love. The Bookstore Bachelor. Enemies to Lovers in the Digital Age. An entire shelf of romance novels I'd never seen before, all with suspiciously relevant themes. Did I drunk order these? I tried to remember if I'd had wine last night. Is that a thing? Sleep shopping? The bell above the door chimed. Mrs. Chen, my first regular of the day, usually came in for her weekly mystery novel. Except today she practically floated in. And was that... humming? Good morning, Alex. She beamed at me like I'd personally invented sunshine. Isn't it a beautiful day for love? I blinked. Sure? Your usual section is... Oh, I'm not here for mysteries today. She giggled, actually giggled. Mrs. Chen was 73 and hadn't giggled in the 5 years I'd known her. I want something romantic. Something that makes the heart race. Okay? I led her to the romance section, which had somehow expanded overnight. Any particular subgenre? Historical? Contemporary? Paranormal? Surprise me. She grabbed 3 books without looking at them. My husband and I are rekindling our spark. 50 years married, and suddenly we're like teenagers again. She practically skipped to the register. I rang her up, trying not to look as confused as I felt. That'll be $32.50. She handed me a 50. Keep the change, dear. Buy yourself something nice. Maybe a new shirt for that special someone? She winked and left before I could respond. I looked down at my shirt. It had a small coffee stain and a larger existential crisis. The morning continued like that. Regular customers acting like they'd been hit by Cupid's semi-truck. Books selling at 3 times the normal rate. Everyone glowing like they'd discovered the secret to eternal happiness. And it was somehow connected to paperback novels. And through it all, I couldn't stop thinking about Maya. The way she'd tilted her head when I'd said cynics were disappointed romantics. Like I'd solved a puzzle she didn't know she was. The way her fingers had brushed mine when we'd swapped coffee cups. Brief, accidental, electric. The way she'd laughed, actually laughed, when I'd admitted to the poetry readings. Not mocking, just surprised, like she'd forgotten laughing was an option. Get it together, Rivera, I told myself, checking the delivery schedule. You've known her for exactly 1 day. 1 coffee shop interaction. That's not enough to... I stopped. There, on today's list, Hamilton and Associates. 40-book order for their corporate library. It was odd because I just read about this building last night. The Hamilton and Associates building stabbed into the sky like a 40-story middle finger to everything I believed in. Glass and steel and probably powered by crushed dreams. I stood on the sidewalk with my delivery cart, feeling like a kid who'd wandered into the wrong movie. You can do this, I muttered, gripping the cart handle tighter. It's just a building, full of corporate drones, who probably hate their lives. And fun. And puppies. A woman in a power suit brushed past me, talking into her phone about synergy and action items. I'm pretty sure those weren't real words, just sounds business people made to seem important. Okay, Rivera. Stop stalling. I took a deep breath that tasted like exhaust fumes and broken dreams. In and out. 20 minutes tops. You probably won't even see her. That's when I noticed them. 3 maintenance workers by the entrance, all in matching silver jumpsuits that looked like they'd been ordered from creepy uniforms R Us. They were cleaning the windows, but their movements were all wrong. Too smooth. Too synchronized, like someone had choreographed window washing and forgot to make it look human. And they were humming, not different songs that happened to blend. The same tune, in perfect harmony, like a barbershop quartet that only knew one deeply unsettling song. That's normal, I lied to myself, pushing my cart toward the entrance. Probably a team-building thing. Corporate people love team building. One of them turned as I passed. His smile stretched too wide, showing too many teeth. I looked away quickly, suddenly very interested in my delivery invoice. 40 books for the corporate library. Level 35. Ask for Margaret. Not level 40. Maya worked on level 40. I'd absolutely not memorized that from my completely casual Google search last night. Get it together, I whispered, pushing through the revolving door. You're here for work, not for whatever this is. The lobby hit me like a happiness grenade. Everything gleamed. Everything sparkled. It was like someone had turned the brightness up to 11 and then added extra bright for good measure. My eyes actually hurt. Welcome to Hamilton and Associates. The security guard beamed at me like I'd just told him he'd won the lottery. Beautiful day for delivering knowledge, isn't it? I blinked. Sure? Sign in here, please. He pushed a tablet toward me with the enthusiasm of a golden retriever. And don't forget to smile. Smiling increases productivity by 37%. That's specific. I know, right? He laughed like I'd told the world's best joke. Someone told me that this morning and I just can't stop thinking about it. Numbers are amazing. I signed my name, trying not to make eye contact. His happiness felt contagious, and not in a good way. More like in a patient zero of an emotional pandemic way. Elevators are to your right, he practically sang. Have a wonderful day. I pushed my cart toward the elevators, passing more suspiciously cheerful people. A man whistled while texting. A woman giggled at her laptop screen. 2 guys high-fived over what looked like a spreadsheet. What is happening? I muttered. Ding. The elevator doors opened, releasing a small crowd of people who all looked like they'd discovered the secret to eternal joy. I maneuvered my cart inside, reaching for the button for 35. "Hold the door!" I knew that voice. My hand froze halfway to the button panel as Maya burst through the stairwell door, slightly out of breath, hair a little messy, looking like she'd personally fought every one of those 40 floors. She saw me and stopped dead. "You have got to be kidding me." "I'm not stalking you," I said quickly, holding up my delivery invoice like a shield. "I have a legitimate business reason for being here, see? Books, delivery, very professional." She narrowed her eyes, stepping into the elevator like it might be a trap. Which, considering how today was going, wasn't the worst instinct. "You just happen to be delivering books to my building?" "Your company ordered them. I just happen to be the guy who delivers them." I tried for casual and probably achieved mildly deranged. "It's my job. I deliver books to buildings where people work. Completely normal." "Uh-huh." She jabbed the button for 40 with unnecessary force, then jabbed it 3 more times for good measure. "And it's completely normal that you're here the day after we met? Time is a social construct?" She almost smiled. "Almost. Did you just try to use philosophy to justify possible stalking? Is it working?" "No." But her mouth twitched again. "Why were you taking the stairs?" "Elevator was acting weird this morning. Kept stopping on floors nobody pressed." She shifted her weight, not quite looking at me. "Plus exercise. Very important. Cardiovascular health and stuff." "You hate exercise," I said without thinking. She turned those sharp eyes on me. "How could you possibly know that?" "Lucky guess." I backpedaled. "You just seem more like a exercise is a capitalist conspiracy type than a I love endorphins type." "Exercise is a capitalist conspiracy. They convince us we need special clothes and expensive memberships to do something humans have done for free since we learned to walk upright." She paused. "But my doctor says I need more cardio, so here we are." The elevator started moving. We stood on opposite sides like it was a boxing ring and we were waiting for the bell. My cart of books between us like the world's most literary barrier. "So," I said, because apparently I hated silence more than humiliation. "How's the whole crushing people's dreams business?" "Profitable." She glanced at me. "How's the whole selling 5 books a day thing?" "Hey, yesterday was 10 books. That's a 100% increase." "From 5. Still an increase." The elevator hummed along, counting floors with electronic enthusiasm. 7, 8, 9. "Your hair's different," I said, immediately wanting to stuff the words back in my mouth. She touched it self-consciously. "It's called humidity, and running up 20 flights of stairs because the elevator was being weird." 20 flights? I may have given up at 20 and waited for a less weird elevator. She glared at the numbers like they personally offended her. "This building has too many floors. It's showing off." 15, 16, 17. "Those are nice books," she said suddenly, gesturing at my cart. "What kind?" "Business stuff, mostly. Some self-help. A few copies of Who Moved My Cheese, because apparently that's mandatory for all corporate libraries. God, I hate that book. A mouse loses his cheese, and instead of forming a union or demanding better working conditions, he just accepts that change is inevitable and goes looking for new cheese like a good little capitalist." I laughed. That's actually a brilliant analysis. I minored in crushing the dreams of anthropomorphized animals. 22? 23? The lights flickered. "That's not good," Maya said. The elevator lurched. Stopped. The lights went out completely for 3 terrifying seconds before emergency lighting kicked in, bathing us in horror movie red. "That's really not good," I agreed. Maya jabbed at the 40 button. Nothing. She tried 35th. 30. Open doors. Closed doors. The entire panel like she was playing the world's worst piano. "Come on, you stupid piece of..." The elevator made a grinding noise that definitely wasn't in the manufacturer's specifications. "Okay." Maya took a deep breath. "Okay. This is fine. We're fine. It's just a minor malfunction. Happens all the time in buildings this tall. Statistics show elevator accidents are extremely rare. We're more likely to die in a..." Maybe don't finish that sentence? She pressed the emergency call button. Static crackled through the speaker, mixed with what sounded like humming. Hello? Maya leaned closer to the speaker. We're stuck between floors 23 and 24. 2 passengers. Please, send help. The humming got louder. That same creepy harmony I'd heard from the maintenance workers. Then, clear as day, a voice that sounded like someone had learned English from a game show host. Please stand by for technical difficulties. Your patience is delicious. The speaker cut out. Maya and I looked at each other. Did that just say our patience was delicious? I asked. I'm choosing to believe it said, appreciated. She backed away from the panel. This is fine. Everything is fine. We're just stuck in a metal box suspended by cables over a terrifying drop in an intercom system that's apparently possessed. You're spiraling. I'm being realistic. Her voice pitched higher. This is what I get for taking the elevator. Should have stuck with the stairs. Stairs don't trap you. Stairs don't talk about eating your patience. Stairs are honest. Hey, I moved around the cart, careful not to crowd her. We're going to be okay. Look, the emergency lights are working. That means the backup power is on. Someone will notice the elevator's stopped. They'll send help. When? Soon. How soon? I don't know, but probably before we resort to cannibalism. She laughed, sharp and surprised. That's a really low bar for rescue time. I'm an optimist with realistic expectations. She slid down the wall to sit on the floor, pulling her knees up. This is karma. The universe is punishing me for avoiding you. You were avoiding me? I tried not to sound pleased. Number maybe. Shut up. She buried her face in her knees. I just didn't expect to see you again so soon. I needed time to process, to analyze, to figure out why you're so devastatingly handsome, mysteriously charming, inexplicably magnetic. Annoying, she finished. You're supposed to be annoying, with your bookstore and your cats and your belief that everything happens for a reason. But I'm not. She looked up at me, and even in the creepy emergency lighting, her eyes did something to my chest. You're really not. And that's very inconvenient for my worldview. The elevator made another grinding noise. We both froze. Still fine, I said, sitting down across from her. Just settling. Elevators don't settle. Houses settle. Elevators either work or they plummet. You have a very binary view of elevators. I have a very binary view of everything. She rested her chin on her knees. It's simpler that way. Things either work or they don't. People are either lying or they're not. Love is either real or it's just chemicals. What about things that are both? There is no both. Both is just what people say when they can't make up their minds. The humming started again, this time from somewhere above us. Or maybe below. In the weird acoustics of the elevator shaft, it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Do you hear that? I asked. I'm choosing not to. Maya closed her eyes. If I don't acknowledge the creepy humming, it's not happening. That's not how reality works, says the man who thinks a bookstore can survive on hope and good intentions. It's survived this long. That's not survival. That's just prolonged dying. Wow, you're really bad at pep talks. She opened one eye. You want a pep talk? Fine. We're stuck in an elevator that's making sounds like it's digesting us. After an intercom demon said our patience was delicious, while mysterious humming suggests we're about to be sacrificed to the elevator gods. But hey, at least your hair looks nice in emergency lighting. Very apocalypse chic. See? That wasn't so hard. She laughed again, softer this time. You're impossible. I prefer romantically optimistic. Same thing. We sat there, 2 feet apart, 40 feet of books between us, suspended between floors in more ways than one. The humming continued, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, always unsettling. But somehow, with Maya there being brilliantly pessimistic and absolutely not avoiding looking at me, it didn't seem so bad. For what it's worth, I said quietly, I'm glad it's you I'm stuck with. She studied me for a long moment. That's either really sweet or really sad. Can it be both? There you go again with the both. But she was almost smiling. Fine. It's both. You're both annoying and not annoying. This is both terrifying and not completely awful. And I both regret and don't regret taking the elevator. Progress, I said. Shut up. The lights flickered again. The humming grew louder. And somewhere between floors, 23 and 24, suspended in a metal box that was definitely not supposed to make those sounds, I realized I was in trouble. The kind of trouble that came with sharp tongues and defensive walls and eyes that saw too much and believed too little. The kind of trouble that made you deliver books you could have shipped. The kind of trouble that made being trapped in a possibly haunted elevator feel like the universe's way of saying, "You're welcome." Hey, Maya? What? Our patience really might be delicious. She threw her shoe at me. Her shoe bounced off my shoulder with surprising accuracy. Ow! I rubbed the spot, trying not to laugh. Violence? Really? That's your response to emotional vulnerability? I have another shoe, Maya warned, but her breathing was doing this stuttery thing that made her threat less intimidating. She was pressing her back against the elevator wall like she could phase through it if she just tried hard enough. Hey, I said softly, noticing how her hands were shaking. We're okay. We're safe. Safe is a relative concept when you're dangling in a metal death trap. Her voice came out higher than normal. She took a breath, held it, let it out slow. I just need to breathe. In for 4. Hold for 4. Out for 4. I watched her count on her fingers, lips moving silently. 1, 2, 3, 4. Her chest rose and fell like she was following an instruction manual for human respiration. That's good, I said, shifting closer, but not too close. Does that help? It's supposed to activate the parasympathetic nervous system. Another breath. Reduce cortisol, lower heart rate. Stop me from clawing through elevator doors like a feral cat. All good goals. She opened one eye. You're humoring me. I'm supporting you. There's a difference. Is there, though? But some color was coming back to her face. I pulled out my phone. Look, I'll call for help. No signal. Not even one pathetic bar. Okay. That's weird. Let me try. Maya grabbed her phone, shaking it like that might summon cellular towers. Nothing. How is there no signal? We're not in the wilderness. We're in a building in the middle of the city. The emergency button mocked us with its silence. I pressed it again, held it. The speaker crackled, and that humming leaked through like audio pollution. Maybe it's elevator music, I suggested weakly. Maya gave me a look that could have curdled milk. Elevator music doesn't sound like a cult warming up for sacrifice. She had a point. The humming was getting more complex now, harmonies layering over each other in ways that made my teeth ache. So, I said, aiming for casual and probably hitting desperate. Come here often? Maya stared at me. Then, against all odds and possibly against her will, she laughed. Not a polite laugh or a sarcastic snort, but an actual genuine burst of sound that transformed her whole face. Did you seriously just use the world's worst pickup line while we're trapped in an elevator? Would you prefer, what's your sign? Or maybe, heaven must be missing an angel. Please stop. But she was still smiling, some of that panicked tension leaving her shoulders. You're terrible at this. At pickup lines or at being trapped in elevators? Yes. She slid down to actually sit on the floor instead of perching like she might need to spring into action. I took that as progress and grabbed a book from my cart. Here, I tossed it to her. If we're going to be here a while, might as well read. She caught it, checking the cover. 7 Habits of Highly Effective People? Seriously? Would you prefer Who Moved My Cheese? I'd prefer a rescue squad and a working elevator, but apparently we're not doing reasonable requests today. She set the book aside and pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. How are you so calm about this? I.e., years of practice with things not going according to plan. I sat down across from her, our feet almost touching in the small space. Bookstore ownership is basically an extended lesson in rolling with chaos. That's depressing. That's perspective. I leaned back against the wall. The emergency lighting had shifted somehow. Less horror movie red and more candlelight. Was that possible? My grandmother used to say that the best stories come from the worst situations. Your grandmother sounds like she never got stuck in an elevator. No, but she did survive the Depression, 2 wars, and 50 years of marriage to my grandfather, who thought cooking meant adding hot sauce to everything. Maya's mouth twitched. Everything? Everything. Ice cream, cereal, wedding cake. He said life was too short for bland food. That's either romantic or gastrointestinal terrorism. Both, I said, and she rolled her eyes, but in a fond way. They were happy, though. Weird and happy. She ran the bookstore. He fixed cars and set food on fire. Somehow it worked. How long have they been gone? The question was soft, careful, not probing, just interested. Grandpa died 10 years ago. Grandma 5 years after that. I picked at a loose thread on my jeans. She left me the bookstore. Said I was the only one in the family who understood that books were more than just paper and ink. What are they then? Possibilities. Every book is a door to somewhere else. Someone else. Something else. I met her eyes. She believed every book had a destined reader, that they found each other when the time was right. That's magical thinking. That's pattern recognition. How many times have you picked up exactly the book you needed, exactly when you needed it? Maya was quiet for a moment. When I was 15, I found a copy of The Bell Jar in a bus station, right after my parents told me I was too emotional and needed to be more logical. And it helped, knowing someone else had felt too much and survived it. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture I was starting to recognize as her tell for vulnerability. But that's just confirmation bias. I would have found meaning in any book at that moment. Maybe. Or maybe the book found you. Books don't have agency, Alex. They're objects. So are we if you reduce everything to atoms and energy. Now, who's being depressing? The humming changed pitch, cycling through harmonies that shouldn't exist. The lighting definitely shifted this time, dimming, then brightening like the elevator was breathing. How long have we been in here? Maya asked. I checked my phone. The clock read 2:47. About 20 minutes. That's not right. She showed me her phone. 3:32. We've been here over an hour. My phone says... I looked again. Now it said 4:15. What the hell? Time distortion, Maya said, but she sounded less sure than usual. Probably just stress affecting perception. Or our phones are broken, or we're in a pocket dimension where time has no meaning. One of those things is not like the others. I'm covering all bases. She shifted, and suddenly our knees were touching. Just barely. Just enough to send electricity up my leg. This is weird, right? This whole day? The maintenance people, the humming, the elevator that apparently exists outside normal space-time? Extremely weird, I agreed. But also, what? Kind of nice? Being stuck here with you? She studied me, and I could practically see her brain cataloging my words, filing them under pickup attempt or genuine sentiment or maybe something new entirely. I hate being trapped, she said quietly. Hate not being in control. It's why I analyze everything. If I can understand it, predict it, quantify it, then it can't surprise me, can't hurt me. What hurt you? Besides this elevator? She tried for sarcasm but missed. People. Life. The usual suspects. My ex used to say I was like a computer trying to process feelings, that I couldn't just be in the moment. Always had to understand why the moment was happening. Sounds like he was an ass. He wasn't wrong, though. I do that. I'm doing it right now. Analyzing why I'm telling you this. Calculating the probability that vulnerability in a crisis situation leads to emotional bonding that won't translate to real-world conditions. What's the probability? High. Stockholm Syndrome is a documented phenomenon. This isn't Stockholm Syndrome. I'm not holding you hostage. The elevator is. Then we're both hostages. That's Helsinki Syndrome? Oslo? I don't actually know European capitals. She laughed again. And God, I could get addicted to that sound. You're ridiculous. But in a good way? Jury's out. She tilted her head, studying me. Why aren't you running away from the emotionally stunted woman with trust issues? Because you're not emotionally stunted. You're emotionally careful. There's a difference. Is there, though? You feel everything. You just process it through logic first. Like emotional peer review. Her eyes widened slightly. That's actually very accurate. I have my moments. The space between us had shrunk somehow. Or maybe I'd moved closer. Or maybe she had. Our knees were definitely touching now, and I could smell her perfume. Vanilla and something sharp, like lemons or reality checks. This is probably just the situation, Maya said softly. Stress bonding, proximity effect. There's probably a study about attraction in confined spaces. Probably, I agreed, not moving away. And you're objectively attractive, which triggers a biochemical response. Elevated heart rate, dilated pupils, increased skin conductance. You think I'm attractive? Objectively. It's just an observation, like noting that the emergency lighting makes everything look softer, more intimate, which is probably why people make bad decisions in elevators. What kind of bad decisions? She was looking at my mouth now. The kind that complicate things, that don't make logical sense, that can't be explained by algorithms or spreadsheets or... I leaned in, just a little, just enough. Maya? Yeah? Stop analyzing. I can't. Try. The humming got louder, resonating through the walls like the whole building was singing. Maya's hand found mine, fingers interlacing like they'd done it 1,000 times before. Her eyes fluttered closed. This is a terrible idea, she whispered. The worst, I agreed, closing the distance between us. Our lips were an inch apart. Half an inch. The humming reached a crescendo, and I could feel her breath on my face, could see the way her eyelashes made shadows on her cheeks. The elevator lurched. We flew apart like opposing magnets, Maya's head smacking against the wall, my elbow hitting the book cart. The lights flashed from dim to blazing bright. The floor shuddered under us. Oh my God! Maya scrambled to her feet. We're falling! We're actually falling! But we weren't. The elevator was moving. Smoothly. Normally. Like the last hour or 2 or 3 who knew anymore hadn't happened. The floor counter blinked to life. 25, 26, 27. It's working, I said, stunned. We're moving. Maya grabbed her shoe, the one she'd thrown at me, and shoved it back on. Her hands were shaking again, but for different reasons now. The elevator hummed along like nothing had happened, like we hadn't just been suspended in time and space and almost... So, I said, because apparently my mouth had no connection to my brain. That was a stress response. Maya smoothed down her skirt with hands that weren't quite steady. Completely normal given the circumstances. Fight, flight, or, make out with the nearest book delivery guy? I wasn't going to make out with you. She tucked that runaway strand of hair behind her ear again, then untucked it, then retucked it. It was just proximity, and your face was there being all face-like. Face-like? Shut up. She was building her walls back up brick by brick, and I could actually see it happening. Her shoulders squaring. Her expression smoothing into that professional mask. Her eyes going from soft to sharp, like someone had flipped a switch marked, feelings off. Maya. I have a meeting. She checked her phone, which now helpfully displayed 3 different times. Or, I had a meeting. Or, I will have a meeting. God, what am I going to tell Richard? Sorry I missed the quarterly projections. I was trapped in a temporal anomaly with a bookstore owner. You could just say the elevator broke. Right, normal, good. The elevator broke and nothing else happened. She looked at me then, and for a second, I saw something flicker across her face. Regret? Disappointment? Nothing else happened. The words sat between us like a challenge, or maybe a prayer. Say something, I told myself. Anything. Tell her it did happen. Tell her it meant something. Tell her you've been thinking about her all day and your cats are probably sick of hearing about it. Right, I said instead, because I was a coward. Nothing happened. The floor counter kept climbing. 35, 36, 37. Your books, Maya said suddenly, gesturing at my cart. You missed your delivery. They can wait. Very professional, says the woman who just spent an hour analyzing our non-kiss. I wasn't analyzing. She stopped, took a breath. This is exactly why I don't do this, whatever this is. Was, isn't. You don't do elevators? I don't do complicated. 38, 39. The humming was back, but different now. Louder, more insistent, like a swarm of electric bees had taken up residence in the walls. The lights flickered, bright, dim, in a rhythm that made my skin crawl. Do you hear that? I asked. Maya pressed closer to me, probably without realizing it. I'm choosing to believe it's the building's HVAC system having a nervous breakdown. The building's HVAC system sounds like it's about to achieve sentience. It's been a weird day. The elevator slowed. Maya straightened, stepping toward the doors like a woman walking to her execution, or away from something that scared her more than malfunctioning machinery. Say something. Now, before it's too late. Maya, wait! The humming reached a crescendo that made my teeth ache. The lights went full disco, strobing through colors that definitely weren't standard in commercial elevators. Purple, green, something that might have been ultraviolet if human eyes could process existential dread as a color. Ding! The door started to open. Maya was already moving forward, ready to escape into the corporate safety of the 40th floor. Thank God, she muttered. I need coffee and a spreadsheet and something that makes sense. She stopped so abruptly I almost ran into her. Maya? What's... Then I saw it. Him. It. The thing waiting for us wasn't the 40th floor. It wasn't any floor that should exist in a building bound by the laws of physics and architectural sanity. Oh, Maya breathed, backing up so fast she slammed into me. Oh no, no. Standing in what should have been a corporate hallway was... How do I even describe it? Imagine if a praying mantis had a baby with a disco ball and that baby went to Vegas and developed a game show host personality disorder. 8 feet tall, minimum. Covered in what looked like sequins but moved like scales. Too many joints in all the wrong places. And wearing, I kid you not, a jacket that Prince would have called a bit much. Congratulations, Alex Rivera and Maya Chen. Its voice hit us like a physical force. Not loud exactly, but present in a way that bypassed eardrums and went straight to the spine. It threw what I think were meant to be arms wide, revealing that it had at least 3 elbows per limb. What the... I started. Please, Alex, save your human profanities for the show. The thing smiled. At least, I think it smiled. Its face rearranged in a way that suggested happiness, but guaranteed nightmares. I am Clethvor 9. Your host for this season of love is a universal language. Lights exploded around us. Camera lights, stage lights, lights that shouldn't exist in any sane universe. The space beyond the elevator doors wasn't a hallway at all. It was a studio. A vast, impossible studio that definitely didn't fit inside a 40-story building. Cameras actually hovered, in the air, their lenses trained on us like mechanical eyes. Things that might have been crew members if crew members had tentacles and existed in too many dimensions, scurried around adjusting equipment that looked like it was designed by H.R. Geiger, having a bad trip. This isn't happening, Maya said against my chest. When had she pressed against me? When had my arm gone around her? This is a stress hallucination. We're still stuck in the elevator and our brains are manufacturing a shared psychotic break. A very specific shared psychotic break, I managed. After 47.3 hours of observation and algorithmic matching, Cleth continued, apparently unaware that his audience was having a complete mental breakdown. You've been selected for the greatest romantic experience in the galaxy. 47 hours? Maya's voice pitched toward hysteria. We met yesterday. Cleth's head tilted at an angle that Nex shouldn't allow. Human time is so adorably linear. We've been watching much longer. Your probability matrices are perfect. Your pheromone compatibility is off the charts. Your resistance to attraction creates maximum narrative tension. More creatures poured in from the sides, all applauding with various appendages. Some had too many hands. Some had no hands but were clapping anyway. One appeared to be applauding by changing colors rapidly. I'm going to be sick, Maya whispered. Your chemistry scores are extraordinary. Cleth gestured to a floating screen that materialized out of nowhere, showing graphs and charts and what looked like security footage of our coffee shop meeting. Our elevator conversation. The almost kiss from 30 seconds ago. The audience is already invested. Betting pools are forming across 17 galaxies. Betting pools? I croaked. This is sick, Maya said louder now. Her analyst brain was kicking in despite the terror. You've been watching us? Manipulating us? The maintenance workers, the elevator, the meet-cute optimization was particularly elegant, Cleth beamed with pride. Though you humans required more intervention than anticipated. So stubborn, SO resistant to obvious compatibility. The elevator dinged behind us. We both turned, desperate for escape, but the doors started closing. I lunged for the button panel. A hand, or something hand-adjacent with too many fingers, caught the door. Cleth leaned in, his face inches from ours, that game show host grin stretching wider than physics should allow. Welcome to love is a universal language. His breath smelled like ozone and broken promises. Where your chemistry becomes our entertainment. The doors slid shut, trapping us in the impossible studio with our impossible host and our impossible situation. Maya was shaking against me. Or maybe I was shaking. Or maybe reality itself was shaking, trying to reassert itself against whatever madness we'd stumbled into. I changed my mind, Maya said faintly. I'd like to go back to the broken elevator now. Me too, I agreed. Cleth's laughter sounded like a universe learning to feel joy and getting it horribly, horribly wrong.
Chapter 3. Orientation Day. No. I backed away from the 8-foot-tall disco-mantis game show host thing, my brain doing that fun thing where it just refuses to process reality. You know, like when you see your credit card bill after a wine-fueled Amazon spree, except instead of regretting buying 17 throw pillows, I was regretting existing. This isn't real, I told Alex, who was still frozen next to me like someone had hit his pause button. This is a stress dream. I fell asleep at my desk, and this is punishment for skipping lunch. Maya Chen, Cleth's voice boomed like someone had given a foghorn consciousness and cocaine. Your denial is adorable but inefficient. We have so much to show you. I spun around, looking for exits. Door, window, portal to sanity. I wasn't picky. The studio stretched out in impossible directions, like someone had taken a regular TV set and fed it growth hormones and bad decisions. Cameras floated around us like mechanical vultures, and the crew... Oh God, the crew. Picture the weirdest thing you've ever seen. Now make it weirder. Now give it tentacles. Now make those tentacles hold clipboards. That was just one of the things scurrying around, adjusting lights and checking what I really hoped weren't alien smartphones. Exit, I said, proud that my voice only shook a little. Where's the exit? Cleth tilted his head and kept tilting it, like a dog that had learned yoga from a pretzel. Exit? Oh, you mean the dramatic escape attempt. Yes, contestants always try that. Very entertaining. He clapped his too-many-jointed hands, and suddenly spotlights blazed to life, following me as I stumbled toward what looked like a door. No, not entertaining. I yanked on the handle. Locked. Of course. Actually leaving? As in goodbye, thanks for the trauma, never calling you again. But, Maya, Alex said softly behind me. And how was his voice still working when mine was doing that embarrassing, squeaky thing? I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. We were never in Kansas. We were in Chicago. I spun to face him. And that's not the point. The point is Dash. The point, Cleth interrupted, suddenly right beside us because personal space wasn't a universal concept, is the tour. Come, you must see your accommodations. He grabbed my arm with a hand that had too many fingers. I counted 7 before my brain just gave up, and started pulling me deeper into the studio. His grip wasn't painful, but it was like being held by a very enthusiastic squid that had gone to business school. Let go. I tried to dig my heels in, but my sensible office pumps weren't made for resisting alien abduction. This is kidnapping. I know lawyers, like so many lawyers. My mom is a lawyer. Kidnapping? Cleth laughed, and it sounded like someone teaching a xylophone to feel joy. No. You signed the terms and conditions. What terms and conditions? The ones nobody reads. He beamed like this was perfectly reasonable. Subsection 47B of the coffee shop Wi-Fi agreement very clearly states that by connecting, you consent to participate in intergalactic entertainment. I stopped struggling. The coffee shop Wi-Fi? Also the elevator music EULA, the crosswalk button implied consent form, and that cookies pop-up you clicked accept all on last Tuesday. Those aren't legally binding. They are in space. Alex made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. He's got us there. Space law is probably different. Don't take his side. But I let Cleth drag us along because what else was I going to do? My shoes were already ruined from all the struggling, and I was starting to suspect that even my best presentation skills weren't going to logic us out of this one. The studio gave way to a corridor that looked like someone had designed it based on a drunk description of Star Trek. Everything was slightly off. Walls that curved when they should be straight. Lights that hummed that creepy harmony I was really starting to hate, and windows that showed. Oh, God. I pressed my face against the glass. Oh, God. Space. Actual space with stars and everything, and Earth. Beautiful, blue, definitely not close enough to reach Earth. Floating in the distance, like the world's most depressing screensaver. We're not on Earth anymore, Cleth announced, like he was revealing the prize on a game show instead of, casually mentioning we'd been kidnapped to space. Welcome to Production Ship 7, currently orbiting your adorable little planet. My knees decided this was a great time to stop working. I would have hit the floor if Alex hadn't caught me, his arms surprisingly steady for someone who'd just learned we were in space. Hey, he said softly. Breathe. Remember, in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. That's for anxiety, I gasped. Not for being abducted by aliens. There's no breathing exercise for this. Sure there is. It's called not passing out. He kept his arm around me, warm and solid and real in a situation that was none of those things. Come on, in and out. We'll figure this out. Figure what out? We're on a spaceship. In space. Space, Alex. I know. No, I don't think you do. Space is where there's no air, no Wi-Fi, no way to call an Uber. Cleth watched us with what I think was concern, though his face made expressions like a kaleidoscope having emotions. Is the female malfunctioning? Should I call medical? She's not malfunctioning, Alex said, still holding me up. She's processing. Processing is inefficient. We have a schedule. Cleth checked what looked like a watch but had tentacles instead of hands. Other contestants are waiting? Other contestants. Right, because being abducted wasn't special. We were just the Tuesday 2 o'clock appointment in their alien day planner. I can walk, I lied, pushing away from Alex and immediately missing the warmth. My legs held, barely. Show us whatever you're going to show us. The sooner we see it, the sooner I can find a way to sue you for emotional distress." "Lawsuits!" Cleth clapped again, delighted. "So human! The audience loves your litigious nature." He led us down more impossible corridors, past windows showing more reminders that we were definitely not in Chicago anymore. Other aliens passed us in the halls, some nodding politely, others ignoring us completely. One that looked like a walking geometry problem gave us a thumbs up, which was weird since it didn't have thumbs, or hands, or any recognizable anatomy. "Here." Cleth stopped at a door that looked almost normal, if you ignored the way it dilated open instead of swinging. "Your Earth habitat." We stepped through, and I forgot how to breathe again. It was my apartment. No, that's not right. It was a fever dream version of my apartment. Like someone had described it over a bad phone connection to an alien set designer who'd only seen Earth through Instagram filters. The layout was right. Living room, kitchen, the hallway that led to the bedroom. But everything was slightly wrong. The couch was the right color, but the wrong texture, looking like what would happen if pleather and good intentions had a baby. The coffee table was octagonal instead of rectangular. The plants, those stupid new plants that had appeared yesterday, were here but glowing faintly, like someone had decided regular photosynthesis wasn't dramatic enough. What the hell? I touched the wall and it felt almost right. Almost. Like when you buy generic cereal and your mouth knows it's lying to you. Perfect recreation. Cleth beamed. We scanned your living spaces and reproduced them. Some creative liberties were taken for aesthetic purposes. Creative liberties? I picked up a throw pillow that definitely hadn't existed in my real apartment. It had my face on it, embroidered, surrounded by hearts. This is insane. This is comfort. Familiar surroundings reduce stress by 23.7%. I'm way more stressed now. I threw the creepy pillow at him. It bounced off harmlessly. This is like if my apartment had an evil twin that went to art school. Alex was examining the bookshelf, which was full of books I'd never owned with titles that made me want to scream. Love Finds a Way, A Cynic's Journey, The Heart Wants What the Brain Denies. Are you kidding me? Subliminal messaging, Cleth said proudly. Very effective, though you humans are surprisingly resistant. I stormed to the kitchen and yanked open the fridge. It was full of food I didn't recognize, labeled in languages that hurt to look at, plus one sad container of what might have been Chinese takeout if Chinese food had evolved on a planet where everything was purple. This isn't sustainable, I said, my voice doing that calm thing it did when I was about to completely lose it. You can't just keep us here. People will notice we're missing. I have a job, a life, a very expensive coffee maker that needs descaling. Cleth made a sound like a laugh being translated through a tornado. Oh, Maya Chen, so practical, so human. This is why the algorithm chose you. What algorithm? Alex asked. The love algorithm, of course. Cleth gestured grandly at nothing. 17 billion calculations to find perfect matches. You two scored 94.7% compatibility. That's impossible, I said flatly. We just met yesterday. Linear time again. So limiting. Cleth's eyes, all 6 of them, rolled in different directions. We've been observing for months, adjusting variables, creating opportunities. The coffee shop, Alex said slowly. You made us meet at the coffee shop? Made is such a strong word. We encouraged. A little behavioral modification here, a small environmental adjustment there. You manipulated us. The calm was cracking now, anger seeping through like water through a dam made of my remaining sanity. You played with our lives like we're dolls. Action figures, Kleth corrected. Much more valuable, and look how well it worked. The chemistry, the banter, the almost kiss in the elevator. That was private. I felt my face burn. Nothing is private on reality TV. He pulled out what looked like a tablet made of solid light and started swiping. Oh, the audience loved that scene, rating spike of 47%. The betting pools went crazy. Betting pools? Alex's voice was dangerously quiet. Of course, well, they won't they? First kiss timing, probability of successful mating. Mating? I shrieked. Eventually, season finale, usually, very romantic. Though human mating is disappointingly brief, we may need to edit for time. I was going to throw up, or faint, or throw up and then faint. My body hadn't decided yet. But first, Cleth continued, oblivious to my impending breakdown, you must meet your competition. Before we could protest, not that our protests were doing much good, he herded us back into the corridor and down another series of passages that shouldn't have fit inside any ship that obeyed physics. We passed more fake Earth settings. A Starbucks where the barista had tentacles. A subway car where the advertisements were in languages that made my eyes water. A park where the trees were definitely plotting something. This is sick, I muttered. This whole thing is sick. Think of it as method acting, Alex suggested, though his jaw was clenched tight enough to crack teeth. We're just playing ourselves in space for aliens. That doesn't help? I know, I'm trying things. Cleth stopped at massive doors that looked like they belonged on a cathedral designed by someone who'd only heard descriptions of churches and Gothic architecture and had decided spikes were probably important. The holding area, he announced, where contestants gather before challenges. The doors opened, sliding up and sideways and possibly through dimensions I didn't want to think about, revealing a space that made the studio look cozy. It was like a food court designed by Salvador Dali. Different sections for different types of beings, each tailored to their specific needs, but all wrong in that special way that made my teeth itch. And everywhere, couples, alien couples of every description, all looking as confused and unhappy as I felt. Oh, good, I said faintly. We're not special. We're just part of the floor show. Cleth pushed us inside, where immediately every eye, or eye equivalent, turned to stare at us. New contestants. A blob of purple gelatin bounced over, leaving a trail of sparkles. Its partner, another blob but more of a disappointed green color, oozed along behind. Humans! How exotic! Exotic? I backed up and hit Alex. We're exotic. Oh, yes! The purple blob quivered with what might have been excitement. So bipedal, so solid, and you only have one consciousness each. Is that unusual? Alex asked. The green blob made a sound like Jell-O being sad. We are collective. 17 minds, one body, makes arguments very complicated. But intimate moments, very interesting, Purple added, and I immediately wished I could delete that mental image. More couples approached, crystalline beings that chimed when they moved, their faces fracturing and reforming as they spoke. A pair of what looked like sentient gas clouds contained in vaguely humanoid shapes. Two creatures that were definitely octopi if octopi had evolved to wear business casual and have anxiety. How long have you been here? I asked the octopi couple, latching onto the most normal-looking beings in the room, which showed how low my bar had gotten. 3 cycles, one said, its voice like bubbles in a fish tank. Or 5? Time is strange here? They keep changing the clocks, its partner added. Part of the psychological manipulation. Very effective. You just accept it? I couldn't keep the outrage out of my voice. They kidnap you and you just go along with it? The first octopus shrugged, which was disturbing when you had that many shoulders. What choice? The contracts are binding. The chips ensure compliance. Chips, Alex and I said together. Oh, they haven't told you. Purple blob bounced higher. Showtime. This is always fun. Fun? I started to back away, but there was nowhere to go. What chips? What are you talking about? Kleth appeared beside us like a sequined nightmare. Ah, yes, security measures, almost forgot. He pulled out something that looked like a price gun had a baby with a disco ball. Standard tracking and compliance chips. Very painless. Mostly, no. I held up my hands. Absolutely not. You're not chipping us like pets. Not pets, Kleth laughed. Valuable entertainment assets. That's worse. Oh, don't fight it. One of the gas clouds sighed, its voice like wind through an anxiety attack. They'll just chip you anyway. Might as well keep your dignity. This is my dignity, I gestured wildly. Refusing to be chipped is literally all the dignity I have left. Kleth tilted his head. Would it help if I told you the chips explode if you try to escape? What? Kidding. He laughed that xylophone laugh again. Human humor. Sodark. He aimed the chip gun at me, and I tried to dodge, but alien reflexes were apparently faster than human panic. There was a brief sting on my shoulder, like the world's smallest bee had decided to be a jerk. OW. All done, Kleth beamed. Now you. Alex didn't even try to fight it, just stood there and took it like a man who'd accepted that his life had become too weird to process. Great, I said, rubbing my shoulder. We're tagged like migrating geese. What's next? You gonna measure our wingspans? Later, Kleth said, and I really hoped he was joking. Now, explanation time. Gather round. The other couples formed a loose circle, and we had no choice but to join them. Kleth stood in the center like the world's worst summer camp counselor. Welcome to Love is a Universal Language, Season 847. He threw his arms wide, creating a holographic display that hurt to look at. You have been chosen from across the galaxy to compete for the greatest prize. The hologram shifted, showing a planet that looked like someone had asked AI to create paradise and then kept clicking Enhance until it achieved enlightenment. Alpha Prime, Kleth announced. The most beautiful planet in the known universe. Perfect climate, unlimited resources, automatic citizenship for competition winners. The video showed previous winners, or what I assumed were winners since alien body language was hard to read, lounging on beaches that defied physics, living in houses that looked like architecture had given up and decided to be jazz instead. They look, Alex paused, happy, ecstatic, Kleth agreed. Alpha Prime is paradise. Everyone wants to live there. Everyone except them, Green Blob muttered, but Purple shushed it. And if you lose. The hologram shifted to something considerably less paradise-like. A planet that looked like it was permanently on fire, or maybe the fire was on fire. It was hard to tell. Elimination station. Hot, unpleasant, and the Wi-Fi is terrible. You dump failed contestants on a fire planet? I couldn't keep the horror out of my voice. Not dump, relocate, very different. Kleth waved his too many hands. But worry not. Simply be entertaining and you'll be fine. Define entertaining, Alex said. Romance, drama, passion. The audience wants to feel your feelings. My feelings are mostly rage and confusion, I said. Is that entertaining? Very. Rating spike of 12% just from your anger. He pulled up more holographic displays showing graphs and charts that made no sense. You're already trending on 7 planets. Trending? I laughed, and it sounded unhinged even to me. I'm trending. What is this? Space Twitter? Spacebook, actually. Very popular. Oh, look, you have fans. The display showed comments scrolling past in languages I couldn't read, but the emojis were apparently universal. Lots of hearts, some fire. What looked like an alien eggplant, which I didn't want to think about that. This is insane, I said for what felt like the 100th time. This is entertainment. Kleth corrected. Now, let me show you how it works. He guided us to what looked like viewing screens, each showing different scenes. Alien couples in various situations, all being filmed, all performing their relationships for invisible audiences. Each couple competes in challenges, Purple Blob explained, bouncing closer. Romantic challenges designed for your species. Win, you stay. Lose. It made a sound like Jell-O shrugging. Fire planet, Alex finished. Or worse, one of the octopi added cheerfully. Sometimes they just space you. That was one time, Kleth protested. And they were very boring. On the screens, a couple that looked like humanoid cats were doing something that involved a lot of hissing and what might have been either fighting or flirting. Hard to tell with cats. Alien cats, space cats. God, my life had gotten weird. The challenges are based on your species' mating rituals, Green Blob explained. They research extensively. Our mating rituals? I squeaked. Oh, yes. They've been studying human romance for decades. Movies, books, reality shows. Oh, God, I groaned. They're basing this on The Bachelor, aren't they? And Love Island, Kleth said proudly. Also, something called The Notebook, which seems very wet. Alex made a choking sound. You learned about human romance from reality TV? And romance novels, very educational, though your anatomy descriptions are wildly optimistic. I was going to die, not from the aliens or the space or the fire planet, but from pure mortification. So we just perform romance? I asked. Like trained seals? Seals can't feel complex emotions, Kleth said, missing the point entirely. You must feel authentically. The audience knows when you're faking. But it's all fake. I gestured at everything. The meeting, the elevator, this whole thing. How can feelings be real when everything else is manufactured? Kleth's expression went through several configurations before settling on something that might have been sympathy or gas. Hard to tell. That, he said, is the beautiful paradox of reality TV. On the screens, the cat couple had progressed to what was definitely either passionate making out or attempted murder. The audience votes scrolled past, tiny alien faces voting yes or no, determining their fate with the casual cruelty of people who'd never met them. I want to go home, I said quietly. After the season finale, Kleth assured me. Only 17 weeks. 17 weeks? Earth weeks. Very reasonable. Some seasons last years. I looked at Alex, who looked back at me with eyes that said he was processing this about as well as I was, which was not at all. So we're supposed to just fall in love? For entertainment? For 17 weeks? Or pretend very convincingly, Kleth added helpfully, though real feelings rate better. I don't do feelings, I said. I know, it's perfect. The audience loves a challenge. The other contestants were dispersing now, heading to their own fake habitats to do whatever aliens did when they weren't being forced to perform romance for the masses. The blob couple oozed away, leaving a trail of sparkly slime. The octopi walked off hand in hand, in hand, in hand, in hand, in hand, in hand, in hand. Come, Kleth said, his voice softer now, or at least less like a bullhorn with feelings. Let me show you the rest. He led us back through the impossible corridors to a different section of the ship. Here, the fake Earth got more elaborate, entire city blocks recreated in unsettling detail. The coffee shop where we'd met, perfect except for the way the steam from the espresso machine made shapes that definitely weren't random. My office building, complete with a lobby that hummed that awful harmony. All fake, I whispered. All waiting, Kleth corrected, for your love story. It's not a love story, I protested weakly. It's barely a meet-cute. We don't even know each other's last names. Rivera, Alex said quietly. My last name is Rivera. I know, I admitted. I Googled you. He smiled, small but real. I Googled you too. The research phase, Cleth clapped. So romantic. Humans and their electronic stalking. It's not stalking, we said in unison, then glared at each other. See? Cleth beamed at some invisible camera. Chemistry! He showed us more. The restaurant sets where we'd have romantic dinners, the park where we'd take walks, the rain machine for dramatic kiss scenes. Very Nicholas Sparks, Alex muttered. You know your romance tropes, Cleth said delightedly. This will help. By the time he led us back to our fake apartments, separate but connected by a door that hadn't existed in real life, my head was spinning with rules and ratings and the horrible realization that this was actually happening. Rest now, Kleth announced. Tomorrow. First challenge. Sleep well or don't. The cameras never stop. He left through the broom closet door, but when he opened it, it led back into the spaceship, leaving Alex and me standing in my fake living room with its almost right couch and definitely wrong coffee table. So, Alex said after a moment, this is happening. Apparently, we're on a spaceship. Yep. Being forced to date for alien entertainment? Seems like. And if we're not entertaining enough, we get dumped on a fire planet. That's the gist of it. We stood there, 2 feet apart in a room that was mine but wasn't, processing the complete derailment of our lives. You know what the worst part is? I said finally. What? I can't even leave you a bad Yelp review. 1 star, would not recommend, got abducted by aliens. He laughed, and something in my chest loosened, just a fraction. I don't know. 5 stars, most interesting second date ever? This is not a date. It kind of is. Dinner and a show, just, we're the show. I hate this, I said, but I was almost smiling. I hate everything about this. I know. We're probably going to die? Probably. Or worse, we're going to have to pretend to fall in love. Fate worse than death? He was definitely smiling now. The worst, I agreed. But as I looked at him, rumpled from our insane day, still somehow making jokes while our entire reality crumbled around us, I felt that stupid flutter in my chest again. The one that had started in the coffee shop and grown in the elevator and was now apparently going to be broadcast to 17 galaxies. I should probably go, Alex said, gesturing to the door that connected our apartments. Figure out my own fake home, see if they remembered to include my cats. They probably gave you alien cats. As long as they judge me silently, I'll adapt. He paused at the door, looking back. Maya? Yeah. We're going to figure this out, somehow. You don't know that. No, he admitted. But I'm choosing to believe it anyway. Must be nice, I muttered, being able to choose what you believe. You can too. I believe in data, facts, things that make sense. I gestured at our surroundings. None of this makes sense. Then maybe it's time to try believing in something else. He left before I could argue, the door closing with a soft swoosh that doors definitely didn't make on Earth. I stood in my fake apartment on a real spaceship, surrounded by the props of my life, and tried to process the fact that tomorrow I'd have to perform romance for aliens who thought The Notebook was a documentary. 17 weeks, I said to the empty room. Somewhere, a camera whirred softly, recording my breakdown for entertainment. I grabbed the pillow with my face on it and screamed into it for a solid 30 seconds. Apparently, that was very entertaining, because somewhere in the wall something chimed like a cash register made of stars. I hate space, I told the pillow. The pillow, being an inanimate object even in space, offered no argument. but it did smell faintly of lavender and bad decisions, which was basically the theme of my life now. Tomorrow would bring whatever fresh hell Cleth had planned for us. But tonight, I was going to drink whatever passed for wine in the alien fridge and try to figure out how to be entertaining enough to avoid a fire planet while not actually falling for the stupidly attractive bookstore owner next door. Easy, totally easy. I was so screwed.
Chapter 4. Fake it till you make it. I woke up to Fitzgerald sitting on my face. Mmph, I flailed, pushing orange fur out of my mouth. Fitz, we've talked about this. My face is not a seat. He meowed and jumped off, but something was wrong. As he patted away, I counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 eyes? What the... I blinked hard. Nope. Still 6 eyes. 3 on each side of his furry orange head, all blinking at different times like some kind of feline disco ball. Okay, I said to my ceiling, which looked suspiciously more sparkly than usual. This is fine. My cat just has extra eyes. Totally normal Tuesday in space. Except it wasn't Tuesday. Or was it? Time had gone weird since the whole kidnapped by aliens thing. My phone said Tuesday, but it also said the year was 2847, so I wasn't trusting technology anymore. Buzz, buzz. Speaking of technology I didn't trust, my phone lit up with a message. The contact name just said, "Your beloved host." Good morning, Alex Rivera. Hope you slept well. Today we film your normal human life segment. Please proceed with your regular Earth activities. Me, my cat has 6 eyes. Cleth, minor technical difficulties. The audience loves pets. Maybe don't mention the extra eyes. Me, and if I refuse to be filmed? Cleth, File Planet has lovely sunsets, very hot, you'd hate it. Me, right, normal day it is. Cleth, excellent, be yourself, but more entertaining, and think of Maya often. Pining shots rate very well. I tossed my phone aside and stumbled to the bathroom. My reflection looked normal, which was weird because nothing else was. The shower still worked, but it was just too perfect. The temp was just right the second I turned the handle. Just a normal day, I told myself, getting dressed in my usual jeans and Henley. Running my bookstore, in space, while aliens film me. Totally normal. Hemingway was waiting by his food bowl, and I tried not to notice he had 2 extra toes on his paw, or that his purr sounded like a tiny motorcycle. Here you go, buddy. I poured the kibble, which looked exactly like normal cat food, except it glowed slightly. Bon appetit, or space appetit. Whatever. I headed down the narrow stairs to the bookstore, each step creaking in a melody that definitely wasn't there before. The shop looked almost right in the morning light. Almost, if you didn't look too close at the book spines. Ready Player 42. I pulled the book off the shelf, staring at the cover. I'm pretty sure that's not... And is that supposed to be Will Wheaton, or... I kept browsing, finding more treasures. Stephen Queen's Needful Things. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Rock. The Hungry Games. Each one just wrong enough to make my brain itch. They couldn't even get the titles right, I muttered, reorganizing the display. How hard is it to copy a book? The bell above the door chimed, but it sounded like wind chimes had learned to harmonize. My first customer of the day walked in, and I knew immediately something was off. He was too perfect, like someone had asked an AI to generate normal human male and then forgot to add personality. Polo shirt tucked into khakis, hair that didn't move in the breeze from the door, smile that showed exactly the right amount of teeth. "Hello, fellow human," he said, and his voice was like someone reading from a script they didn't understand. "I would like to purchase your paper knowledge rectangles." My what now? Books. He pointed at the shelves like he'd just learned what pointing was. Yes, books. For reading. With my human eyes. Right. I forced a smile. Anything particular you're looking for? Something normal. That normal humans read, while being normal. How about this? I handed him a copy of The Catcher in the Wheat. Because why not? Very popular with normal humans. Excellent. I will exchange currency for this. He pulled out a wallet that was definitely upside down and handed me a gold coin with a picture of what I can only guess was a space frog riding a corn dog with legs. That's not legal tender. Oh, he blinked, and I swear his eyes did a full rotation in their sockets. I mean, here is regular Earth dollars. This time he handed me $100 bill with Benjamin Franklin's face, except Ben was smiling way too big and appeared to have tentacles instead of arms. Close enough, I sighed, making change from my register. Have a nice day. Yes, you as well, fellow human Alex. May your respiratory system continue functioning. He walked out, forgetting to use his legs properly for the first few steps, kind of gliding until he remembered knees were supposed to bend. I need coffee, I decided. All the coffee. I flipped the sign to back in 15 minutes and headed upstairs to my apartment kitchen. The coffee maker was already brewing, which should have been my first clue that my day was about to get weirder. On the counter sat a note. Thought you might need this. Enjoy the show. K. Next to it was a remote control that definitely hadn't been there last night. It had one button labeled Space TV in letters that seemed to shift between languages. Nope, I said, not pushing the mystery button. I lasted exactly 30 seconds before curiosity won. Click. My laptop screen flickered to life, showing what looked like the alien version of reality TV. The production value was insane. Multiple camera angles, dramatic music, graphics that hurt to look at directly. The title splashed across the screen in letters made of stars. Love is a universal language. Oh no, I whispered, but I couldn't look away. On screen, two blobs, one purple, one green, sat at a romantic dinner table. Candles floated in midair, romantic music played, and the purple blob, Glorp, according to the subtitle, was trying to pour wine. To us, Glorp gurgled, raising the glass. That's when everything went wrong. The wine, the glass, Glorp's appendage holding the glass, all suddenly merged together into one bigger, angrier blob. The green blob, splish, made a sound like Jello screaming. Not again, Glorp! I can't help it. Romantic settings make me absorby. Glorp expanded, consuming not just the wine but the entire table, the candles, and half the floor. Splish was backing away, leaving a trail of panic sparkles. The table was expensive. I'll buy a new one. With what? You absorbed our wallet and all of our prizes. Red lights flashed. A buzzer sounded like someone torturing a saxophone. Text scrolled across the screen. Challenge failed. Report to elimination chamber. Elimination chamber? I said to my coffee. That sounds bad. The screen switched to Cleth in what looked like a news studio made of disco balls. Another tragic failure in the dinner challenge. Will Glorp and Splish survive elimination? Find out after these messages. Commercials played for things I didn't want to understand. Tentacle cream, consciousness insurance, something called Essence Be Gone, for when you accidentally absorbed your partner. I was about to turn it off when the screen switched to surveillance footage. My bookstore. Right now. Me. Standing in my kitchen. Watching myself on TV. That's not creepy at all, I told the camera I couldn't see. My phone buzzed. Another message from Cleth. Cleth. Enjoying the show? Your morning rating, 6.2 out of 10. Try to look more wistful. Me. I'm drinking coffee. How wistful can I look? Cleth. Think about Maya. The audience wants pining. Me. We've known each other for 2 days. Cleth. And what a 2 days. So much chemistry, such unresolved tension. I put the phone down and tried not to think about Maya, which of course meant I immediately thought about Maya. Her sharp eyes that saw too much. The way she'd felt pressed against me in the elevator, all warm and real and terrified. How she'd thrown her shoe at me with surprising accuracy. Stop it, I told myself. She's probably fine. Probably organizing her fake apartment by color or making spreadsheets about our survival odds. I grabbed my phone to text her, then remembered what Cleth had said about entertainment value, but maybe just a quick check-in. Me. Hey, You surviving your fake apartment? My cat has 6 eyes now, so that's fun. I watch the typing bubbles appear, disappear, appear again. Finally, Maya, my darling Alex, every moment without you is agony. My heart burns with the fire of 1,000 suns. I long to feel your strong arms around me and taste your perfect lips. I stared at the message. Then I typed back, me. Maya, that's clearly not you. You used emojis and the word darling, and you didn't mention spreadsheets once. Maya. Also, my coffee maker is sentient now and keeps trying to make me lattes with my face in the foam. This is definitely not weird or concerning at all. Me. Wait, was that second message really you? Maya. I have no idea anymore. They're editing my texts. I tried to send you a message about escape plans and it auto-corrected to a sonnet about your eyes. Me. My eyes? I scrolled up and sure enough the message was there, which was weird since I didn't get a notification that it had been sent to me. Maya. Apparently they're pools of amber wisdom according to alien autocorrect. I laughed despite everything. At least her personality was coming through, even if our messages were being romantically enhanced. Me. For what it's worth, your eyes are nice too. System. This message has been edited for insufficient romance. I love you, darling. Me. I hate this so much. Maya. Same. But at least we're suffering together, from a distance, while being filmed, for entertainment. The bell chimed downstairs. Customer. I pocketed my phone and headed back to the shop, trying to look wistful for the invisible cameras. Was I pining right? How did one pine professionally? Mrs. Chen stood by the mystery section, except something was different. Very different. Alex! She spun around and, nope, that wasn't Mrs. Chen. Well, it looked like her. Same gray hair, same height, same cardigan collection. But the way she moved, the look in her eyes. Mrs. Chen, are you feeling okay? Never better. She sauntered over. Actually sauntered. Mrs. Chen, who usually moved like she was protecting fragile hips, was doing this hip-swaying walk like she'd watched too many old movies. In fact, I'm feeling frisky. Frisky? I backed up until I hit the counter. Oh, yes. She leaned in, and I smelled perfume that definitely wasn't her usual lavender. Something spicier, aliener. You know, Alex, I've always found you attractive. You have? My voice cracked like I was 13 again. So young, so virile, so available. Her hand landed on my chest and I tried to become one with the counter. What do you say we close the shop early and explore our chemistry? My phone buzzed frantically. Cleth. Plot. Twist. Older woman seduction. Very popular in Earth media. Cleth. The audience is loving this. Cleth. Embrace the moment, Alex. Cleth. Think of the ratings. Mrs. Chen, I said carefully, gently removing her hand. This is very flattering, but... Call me Vivian. She batted her eyelashes. Or better yet, don't talk at all. She lunged. I dodged. She lunged again. I dodged again. It was like the world's most uncomfortable dance recital. Mrs. Chen, Vivian, please. I scrambled around the counter, putting furniture between us. You're a lovely woman, but I'm not interested. Playing hard to get? She vaulted over the counter with agility that 73-year-old hips shouldn't have. I like a challenge. My phone was having a seizure. Cleth. Yes, the chase. So dramatic. Cleth. Rating spike of 23%. Cleth. Run slower. Let her catch you. Cleth. Think of the content. I have a girlfriend, I blurted out, immediately regretting it. Mrs. Chen / not Mrs. Chen paused. Oh? Who? Maya. Maya Chen. No relation. Different Chen. Lots of Chens in the world. The grumpy girl from the coffee shop surveillance? She tilted her head at an angle that human necks shouldn't achieve. She doesn't appreciate you like I would. She appreciates me exactly the right amount. I backed toward the door, which is from a distance, with sarcasm. I could make you happy, Alex. She stalked forward and her shadow had too many arms. So happy. deliriously happy, cosmically happy. I'm already happy, moderately happy, Earth-appropriate levels of happy. She lunged one more time. I yanked the door open and bolted onto the street, the bell chiming a mournful song behind me. I could hear her following, her sensible shoes making very unsensible running sounds on the pavement. "This is insane," I yelled at the sky, which probably had cameras in it. "She's supposed to be a nice old lady who reads cozy mysteries." "I can be cozy," Mrs. Chen called behind me. "So cozy you'll die." I don't know how long I ran. Past the fake coffee shop with its two perfect baristas. Past the park where the trees definitely had eyes. Past buildings that looked right until you noticed the windows were showing different seasons in each pane. Finally, I ducked into an alley and pressed myself against the wall, trying to catch my breath. My phone buzzed. Cleth. "Magnificent! The audience is divided. Team Maya versus Team Vivian." Me. "There is no Team Vivian. That's not even the real Mrs. Chen." Cleth. "Details. The heart wants what the heart wants." Me. "My heart wants to not be chased by septuagenarian aliens." Cleth. "Age is just a number, especially in space." I peered around the corner. The street was empty. No sign of my pursuer. Maybe she'd given up. Maybe she'd found another victim. Maybe... Yoo-hoo! Alex. I could see her just down the street looking for me. I ran again. Through the fake downtown, past stores selling things that shouldn't exist, dodging other humans who moved too slow. Finally, I made it back to my bookstore and slammed the door, flipping the lock and changing the sign to "Closed due to existential crisis." I slumped against the door and slid to the floor. This was my life now. Running from alien grandmothers while my texts got edited into love poems and my cats grew extra parts. Fitzgerald chose that moment to walk by, his 6 eyes blinking in sequence like airplane lights. "This is fine," I told him. "Everything is fine." He meowed and it came out in 3-part harmony. Another buzz. I looked at my phone, expecting more harassment from Cleth. Instead, it was an official-looking notification. "Attention contestants. First official challenge tomorrow. Theme: romantic breakfast. Requirements: prepare a meal that represents your feelings. Warning: failure may result in elimination. Dress code: casual but attractive. Bring your heart. Metaphorically. Romantic breakfast," I read aloud. "I have to make breakfast, romantically. For Maya, who thinks feelings are a communicable disease." Hemingway jumped into my lap, purring his motorcycle yodel purr. I petted him, careful to avoid the toeless paw. "You know what, buddy? At least tomorrow I'll get to see her, even if it's while making eggs or whatever." He slow blinked at me with eyes that definitely weren't the right color but still somehow looked fond. Outside, the fake sun was setting over the fake city, painting everything in shades of too perfect gold. Somewhere, cameras were recording my nervous breakdown for entertainment. Somewhere, Maya was probably making a spreadsheet about breakfast foods and their romantic symbolism. Somewhere, Cleth was calculating ratings and planning new tortures. But right now, in my bookstore that wasn't quite my bookstore, with my cats that weren't quite my cats, I let myself think about tomorrow, about seeing her again, about making her laugh with my terrible cooking, about the way she'd probably critique my egg-scrambling technique while secretly being charmed. Or maybe that was just wishful thinking. My phone buzzed one last time. Maya. "Hey, if you're still alive after your grandma chase scene, I just wanted to say, actually, I don't know what this message will say by the time it reaches you, but I'm thinking about you. The real message, not whatever romantic nonsense they turn this into." I smiled at the screen, typing back, "Me. I'm thinking about you too. Can't wait to burn breakfast for you tomorrow. Maya." That's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. And I mean that sarcastically. I hope this doesn't get edited. Maya. Update. It's adding heart emojis. I'm so sorry. Me. The hearts are nice. Very you. Ha ha ha. Maya. I'm going to throw my other shoe at you tomorrow. Me. I'll duck this time. Maya. We'll see about that, bookstore boy. I put the phone down and looked around my alien-edited life. Tomorrow would bring whatever fresh hell Cleth had planned, but it would also bring Maya and her sarcasm and her terrible aim with footwear. For now, that was enough. Well, that and figuring out how to make breakfast romantic enough to avoid a fire planet. "How hard can it be?" I asked Fitzgerald. He blinked all 6 eyes at me in a way that suggested very, very hard. He was probably right, but at least I'd fail with style. And maybe, if I was lucky, I'd make her smile while doing it. In space, apparently, that counted as romance.
Chapter 5. Challenge number 1. Grocery shopping of love. Buzz, buzz, buzz. My fake apartment's alarm clock screamed at me like it was personally offended by my existence, which, honestly, same. Shut up, I groaned into my pillow, which still had my face embroidered on it. 5 more minutes. Buzz, 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 buzz. The alarm got louder, and somehow more judgmental. Like it knew I'd spent half the night staring at the ceiling thinking about Alex's stupid text messages and his stupid face and his stupid, "Good morning, contestants." I shot up so fast I nearly gave myself whiplash. Cleth's voice boomed through my apartment like someone had given a foghorn anxiety in a microphone. "It's a beautiful day for love and breakfast and love breakfast." "It's too early for your enthusiasm," I told the ceiling, which probably had 17 cameras in it. "Come back, never." "Maya Chen, your presence is required in the competition kitchen in 30 Earth minutes. Dress code, casual but attractive. Interpret that however your human brain desires." The announcement cut off, leaving me in blessed silence. Well, except for the soft whirring of invisible cameras adjusting their focus. Because privacy was so last planet. I dragged myself out of bed and stumbled to the bathroom. My reflection looked exactly how I felt, like someone who'd been kidnapped by aliens and forced to participate in an intergalactic dating show. My hair was doing this thing where it couldn't decide if it wanted to be curly or straight, so it had compromised by looking like I'd been electrocuted by a hairdryer with feelings. "Casual but attractive," I muttered, opening my closet. What does that even mean in space? My wardrobe had been enhanced. Mixed in with my actual clothes were outfits that looked like someone had asked AI to design human female romantic attire and then cranked the settings to 11. A dress made entirely of roses, fake but still, something that might have been lingerie or might have been a fishing net that got ideas above its station. A t-shirt that just said, "I'm available," in glitter. Absolutely not. I grabbed my favorite jeans, the ones that actually fit and didn't try to give me a personality, and a soft gray sweater that Alex had said brought out me. No. Stop it. We're not thinking about what Alex said about our eyes. I got dressed, put on just enough makeup to look like I hadn't been crying into my alien pillow. I hadn't. Much. And tried to tame my hair into something that wouldn't scare children or small aliens. 28 minutes later, I stood outside the competition kitchen, which looked like someone had taken a Food Network set and asked it to explain its feelings through architecture. Everything was chrome and curves and lights that pulsed in time with what might have been music or might have been the building's heartbeat. You made it. I turned to find Alex leaning against the wall, looking unfairly good for someone who'd been chased by an alien grandmother yesterday. He wore dark jeans and a blue Henley that made his eyes look like... "Of course I made it," I said, my voice only cracking a little. "Fire planet, remember?" "Right. Fire planet." He smiled, and my stomach did this weird, flippy thing that was definitely just hunger. Definitely. "You look nice. Casual but attractive." I gestured at my outfit. I was going for prisoner of circumstance with a hint of resigned acceptance. "Nailed it." His smile widened, though I'd add a dash of plotting escape and maybe a sprinkle of considering murder. The murder is implied. We stood there for a moment, just looking at each other. The hallway hummed with that creepy harmony I was really starting to hate, and somewhere, a camera zoomed in on what was probably being labeled as longing glances in some alien editing room. "So," Alex said, "ready to make breakfast romantically? Is anyone ever ready for that?" Fair point. The doors to the competition kitchen whooshed open, revealing Cleth in all his sequined glory. Today's outfit appeared to be made of mirrors, which meant looking directly at him gave me a headache and an existential crisis. "Maya, Alex, our star-crossed lovers." "We're not star-crossed," I protested. "We're barely neighborhood-crossed." "Semantics." Cleth waved one of his too many arms. "Come, come, the others are already inside." We followed him into the kitchen, which was a lot. Imagine if a Williams-Sonoma had a baby with a space station and that baby was raised by people who'd only heard descriptions of cooking. There were normal-looking stoves next to things that might have been ovens or might have been portals to the food dimension. Utensils I recognized mixed with implements that looked designed for cooking in 4 dimensions. The other couples were already there. Prism and Shard stood in the corner, their crystalline bodies casting rainbow patterns everywhere. They were holding hands, which seemed to be raising the temperature around them by several degrees. Otto and Octavia, the octopi couple, occupied about half the prep space with their 16 arms all gesturing in what looked like the universe's most complicated argument. "Told you to set the alarm," one of Octavia's tentacles pointed accusingly. "I did set the alarm." Otto waved 3 arms defensively. "You turned it off." "That wasn't me, that was you." "How could it be me when I was—" "Attention, lovers." Cleth's voice cut through the bickering. "Welcome to your first official challenge." Spotlights blazed to life because subtlety had apparently died and been buried in a disco ball coffin. Music swelled, something that sounded like if elevator music had taken steroids and developed delusions of grandeur. "Today," Cleth continued, his voice dropping to what he probably thought was dramatic, but mostly sounded like he'd swallowed a synthesizer, "you will shop for ingredients to create a romantic breakfast that represents your feelings." "Our feelings?" I whispered to Alex. "My feelings are mostly confusion and low-grade panic." "Confusion and panic scramble it is," he whispered back. "But first," Cleth clapped, creating a sound like thunder having a party, "you must brave the store of infinite choices." The wall behind him dissolved, just straight up stopped being a wall, revealing what I can only describe as grocery shopping's fever dream. The store stretched out in impossible directions, aisles twisting and turning like someone had asked M.C. Escher to design a Whole Foods. "Oh, good," I said faintly. "Alien grocery shopping. This can only go well." "Remember," Cleth said, ushering us toward the entrance, "you're not just shopping, you're showing the universe how human couples bond over food selection. Be romantic. Be authentic. Be entertaining." "No pressure," Alex muttered. We walked into the store, and immediately I knew we were in trouble. The produce section alone was having an identity crisis. Normal apples sat next to fruit that pulsed with internal light. Bananas shared space with something that looked like if a tentacle had decided to cosplay as produce. And in the back, things that might have been vegetables were having what appeared to be a philosophical debate. "Is that lettuce talking?" I asked. "I'm trying not to think about it," Alex replied. "Look, normal eggs. Let's start there." We made our way to the refrigerated section, passing aisles labeled things like emotions in a can and meat, maybe. The floor beneath us played different musical notes with each step, turning our shopping trip into the world's worst composition. "Okay," I said, grabbing a basket that immediately started humming. Because of course it did. We need a plan. What makes breakfast romantic? According to movies, breakfast in bed, champagne, strawberries. "We're not making a cliché," I interrupted. "We need something that represents actual feelings, not what greeting cards think feelings are." Right? So what do our actual feelings taste like? I looked at him, really looked at him, standing there in the alien grocery store, holding a dozen eggs like they were precious cargo, looking at me like my answer actually mattered. Complicated, I said finally, with a side of, what the hell are we doing? I can work with complicated. We started gathering ingredients, trying to ignore the cameras floating around us like mechanical vultures. Every so often, Cleth's voice would boom out helpful commentary. Look at them selecting dairy products. Such tension, such chemistry. I'm going to put him in the blender, I muttered, reaching for orange juice. The blender's not big enough, Alex said, grabbing milk. Maybe the industrial mixer? That's when we heard the crash. 3 aisles over, Otto and Octavia had escalated from arguing to what could only be described as the world's first 16-armed food fight. Tentacles whipped through the air, flinging what looked like alien yogurt in every direction. Your fault! Octavia screeched, hurling something purple and jiggly. Your mother's fault! Otto retaliated with what might have been space cheese. Duck! Alex shouted, pulling me behind a display of something labeled, probably bread. A container of something viscous and green sailed over our heads, splattering against the shelf behind us. The whatever it was immediately started singing what sounded like the saddest opera ever performed. We need to get out of here, I said, watching more food fly past. They're going to destroy the whole store. This way. Alex grabbed my hand and we ran. Here's the thing about holding hands. It's stupid. It's just skin touching skin. There's nothing magical about interlaced fingers or the way someone's palm fits against yours or how their thumb can brush against your knuckle in a way that makes your whole arm feel like it's full of champagne bubbles. Nothing magical at all, which is why I definitely didn't notice how warm his hand was, or how he automatically adjusted his grip so our fingers fit together better, or how he squeezed gently when we had to dodge a flying melon that was definitely screaming profanities in a language I didn't understand. Nope. Didn't notice any of that? We ducked into another aisle, breathing hard, still holding hands. Behind us, the food fight raged on, Otto and Octavia now joined by what sounded like other contestants who'd gotten caught in the crossfire. Well, Alex panted, that's one way to shop. I looked down at our joined hands. So did he. The logical thing would be to let go, to step back, to make a sarcastic comment about sweaty palms or something. Instead, I said, Your hands are warm? Your hands are small. They are not small. They're perfectly average-sized hands. Tiny baby hands, he teased. And I should have been annoyed, but his thumb was doing this thing where it traced little circles on my skin, and my brain was shorting out. We should, I started, then forgot what we should. Yeah, he agreed, not moving. I mean, we need ingredients. Right, ingredients. For breakfast. Romantic breakfast. Which is a stupid concept. The stupidest. We were still holding hands. Maya? Yeah. I'm really glad it's you I'm trapped in space with. My heart did something anatomically impossible in my chest. That's just the Stockholm Syndrome talking. I thought we established this was Helsinki Syndrome. We never established that. You just made up European capitals. Want me to make up more? I hear Reykjavik Syndrome is very romantic this time of year. I laughed despite myself, and his whole face lit up like I'd given him a present, which was ridiculous. Laughs weren't presents. They were just involuntary noise expulsions. That's all. Come on, I said, definitely not squeezing his hand. Let's find something edible before Octopus War 3 breaks out. We ventured deeper into the store, past the war zone, into aisles that got progressively weirder. There was a section labeled Feelings that just contained jars of different colored mists, another called Nostalgia that smelled exactly like my grandmother's kitchen, which should have been impossible since alien noses probably didn't know what her apple pie smelled like. Look at this, Alex said, stopping at a display of fruit I'd never seen before. They were round, about the size of apples, but they had tiny little legs and feet. The fruit pulsed with a soft inner light and made tiny, soothing sounds. Are they making noises? I picked one up carefully. It was warm to the touch and vibrated slightly, like it was happy to be held. This seems like a bad idea. When has that stopped us lately? Fair point. A tiny voice piped up. Please don't eat me. I have a mother. I nearly dropped it. The fruit had a face, a tiny, adorable, terrified face. Did that fruit just talk? Alex asked. I have a name, the fruit protested. It's Thomas. Thomas the philosophical fruit. I ponder. Therefore I yam. You're not a yam, I pointed out. It wasn't lost on me that was the part of this situation my brain decided to focus on. It's a pun, Thomas explained. I enjoy wordplay. Also, existing. Please don't end my existence. We're not going to eat you, I assured him. Though, honestly, what else were we supposed to do with talking fruit? Oh, thank goodness. Thomas's little face brightened. Most people just bite right in, very traumatic. I've seen things. Terrible things. My cousin Gary was made into a smoothie. A smoothie. He had dreams. This is insane, I told Alex. We're having a conversation with produce. Welcome to space grocery shopping. He was trying not to laugh. Should we put him back? Back with the others who will get eaten, Thomas wailed. I'll never see my mother again. She's in aisle 12. We got separated in the last restock. We could reunite you, I suggested, because apparently I was the kind of person who helped fruit with family issues now. You would do that? Thomas's tiny eyes filled with tears. But I'm supposed to be in your romantic breakfast. It's my purpose. Even though I don't want to be eaten, I want to fulfill my destiny. That's very conflicted of you, Alex observed. I'm a philosophical fruit. Internal conflict is kind of my thing. Cleth's voice boomed through the store. 5 minutes remaining. Finish your selections. I sat the fruit back down. Thomas would just have to wait for someone else to eat him. We didn't have time. 5 minutes? My voice cracked as I stared into our basket. We had the basics. Eggs that looked mostly normal, milk that glowed just a little bit, flour and a collection of maybe spices that could have been anything from oregano to interdimensional dust. This isn't enough for toast, let alone a romantic breakfast. We're going to serve them scrambled disappointment with a side of, please don't send us to the fire planet. That's when a small voice piped up from between the maybe oregano and the definitely not vanilla. What about me? I jumped back so fast I nearly knocked Alex over. There, nestled in our basket like the world's most philosophical stowaway, was Thomas, the fruit. He must have somehow jumped into the cart with those little legs when we started to move on. His tiny face beamed up at us with an expression that managed to be both hopeful and terrified. I could help. Thomas's voice went up an octave with enthusiasm. I want to help, even though I also want to live, even though helping might mean not living. It's very complicated. I'm having an existential crisis. We're not eating you, Thomas. I tried to sound firm, but it came out more like a question. How was this my life? Reassuring sentient fruit about their mortality? But I have special properties. He bounced slightly, which was disturbing on multiple levels. I enhance flavors and feelings, and possibly interdimensional understanding. The label wasn't very clear. Mother always said I was special. Alex and I looked at each other. One of those loaded glances that said, are we really considering this? And what other choice do we have? And our lives are insane, all at once. Enhance feelings? Alex asked slowly, like he was defusing a bomb made of fruit emotions. Oh, yes. Thomas practically vibrated with excitement. Just a tiny bite and you'll understand each other perfectly. Your souls will sing in harmony, your hearts will beat as one, your chakras will align, Okay, that sounds fake. I had to cut him off before he started describing our theoretical aura merger. That sounds like something you'd read on a bottle of sketchy supplements at a gas station. It does, Thomas agreed with disturbing cheerfulness. But it's true. Probably. Maybe. I mean, I've never actually been eaten, so I can't provide testimonials. Cleth's voice shattered whatever response I might have had. 2 minutes. Conclude your shopping or face retail disappointment. We need to go. Alex was already moving, basket in one hand. Thomas, you coming with us or staying here to continue your existential crisis with the produce? Yes, no, maybe. Thomas's face cycled through expressions faster than should be possible for fruit. This is a very big decision. Life-changing, literally. I made an executive decision born of desperation and grabbed him like a confused baseball. You can have your philosophical breakdown later. Right now, we need to check out before... The world exploded into chaos. The lights didn't just flash red. They strobed in a pattern that felt personal, like the store itself was having a seizure. A siren wailed with the specific pitch of retail panic, and the source of the chaos became immediately, horribly clear. Otto and Octavia's 8-way argument had evolved into full-contact grocery warfare. Betrayer! Octavia shrieked, hurling what might have been yogurt or might have been sentient pudding. Yogurt thief! Otto retaliated with something purple and vindictive. The checkout area looked like a dairy bomb had detonated. Alien yogurt, if that's what it was, dripped from the ceiling in colors that shouldn't exist. The self-checkout machines sparked and squealed. Other contestants ran in every direction, slipping on things that definitely weren't meant to be lubricants. Run! Alex's hand found mine before I could think about it, warm and solid and pulling me forward. We sprinted through what I could only describe as grocery store warfare. My sensible flat skidded on something green and viscous. Alex yanked me sideways just as a wheel of what might have been cheese whizzed past my head, screaming in a language I didn't recognize. Why is the cheese angry? I yelled. Why is anything anything? He yelled back, which wasn't an answer but felt accurate. Behind us, Prism and Shard had reached the frozen section. Their combined heat signatures turned the entire aisle into a river. Frozen peas became not frozen peas. Ice cream became soup. Something that had been a turkey was now having an identity crisis. Duck! Alex pulled me down as a frozen pizza frisbeed over our heads. This is insane. The words ripped out of me as we dodged a cascade of what looked like cereal but moved like it had opinions. Welcome to our life now. He flashed me a grin that was wildly inappropriate for our current disaster. At least it's not boring. I liked boring. Somehow, through luck, desperation, or Thomas's tiny voice yelling, "Left! No! Right! No! Left!" From the basket, we found a self-checkout station that hadn't been contaminated by the dairy war. Place items on scanner, it commanded in a voice like a disappointed parent. The scanner examined each item like it was personally offended. The eggs got a suspicious beep. The milk received what sounded like an electronic sigh. When it got to Thomas, the machine actually paused. Philosophical fruit, it announced with clear disdain. Marked for consumption. Scan again to confirm poor life choices. Even the checkout thinks this is a bad idea, I muttered. Checkout complete! The machine spat out a receipt that seemed longer than it should be, covered in symbols that made my eyes water if I looked directly at them. We stumbled out of the store looking like survivors of a very specific apocalypse. My hair had something purple in it. Alex's shirt had gained new colors. Thomas had somehow acquired what looked like a tiny yogurt hat. Cleth stood in the competition kitchen. His mirror suit caught every light in existence and threw it back at us in cheerful violence like a disco ball. Excellent shopping! His voice boomed with the enthusiasm of someone who'd never experienced an inside thought. Such drama! Such chaos! Octavia got Otto right in the beak with that yogurt, and hand-holding. The audience loves hand-holding! I looked down at our joined hands like they'd betrayed me. I thought we had let go at some point. Why did it feel so natural? Why wasn't I letting go? The hand-holding just increased our ratings by 12%, Cleth continued, because apparently our touching was a statistical event. Keep up the good work. Now, Cleth spread all 6 arms in a gesture that defied physics. You have 30 minutes to create a breakfast that represents your feelings. You can only use the ingredients that you selected. Begin, create, emote through food. The other couples straggled in looking like they'd survived their own personal grocery disasters. Otto and Octavia weren't just not speaking. Each tentacle was actively ignoring the others, creating a complex system of silent treatment. Prism and Shard left actual puddles with every step, their heat signature turning the kitchen floor into a slip and slide. Okay. I finally, reluctantly, extracted my hand from Alex's to unpack our ingredients. My palm felt cold without his, which was ridiculous. Palms didn't have feelings. What do we make with this random collection of maybe food? Complicated with a side of, what the hell are we doing? Alex suggested, already reaching for a mixing bowl. That's not a recipe, that's our entire situation. Could be both. Very versatile, confusion, goes with everything. Thomas poked his little face out of the basket, still wearing his yogurt hat with surprising dignity. I could help, or not. Both options have merit. I'm very conflicted about my purpose in life. Thomas, I said, trying to sound patient and probably failing, we need to use you, but we're not eating you. Can you enhance flavors without being consumed? Is that a thing you can do? His face scrunched in concentration, which was impressive for something without actual muscles. I could sing? My song enhances things. Probably. Maybe. My mother always said I had a lovely voice. Thomas, she'd say, you sing like an angel? Of course, she'd never heard an angel, so her comparison basis was flawed, but the sentiment was nice. Your fruit mother said that? I couldn't help asking. She's very supportive, possibly delusional, but supportive. I looked at Alex, who shrugged with the resignation of someone who'd accepted that normal was a concept that had died screaming. Singing fruit. Sure. Why not? Our day wasn't weird enough. We set to work because what else could we do? And that's when something shifted. Maybe it was the shared trauma of grocery combat. Maybe it was the pressure of the timer. Maybe it was just that we'd both accepted our lives had jumped every possible shark, but suddenly, we were moving together like we'd been partners for years instead of days. I cracked eggs without looking at him, knowing he'd have the bowl ready. He reached for the flour just as I moved the milk, our arms crossing without collision. When I needed a whisk, it was in my hand before I asked. When he needed more space, I was already shifting left. Pass the milk? His voice was casual, focused. I handed it over without breaking my concentration on the stove, somehow knowing exactly where his hand would be. Careful with the temperature, it's running hot. How can you tell? That's when I heard it, really heard it. The pan's humming in B flat should be more of a D for proper heat distribution. We both froze. The words hung in the air like confused butterflies. The pan is humming? I asked my own mouth. And I know what note it is? When did I become someone who identifies kitchen appliance keys? Apparently now? Alex looked as baffled as I felt. Should we be concerned that you're developing perfect pitch for cookware? Space is weird, we said in perfect unison. Then looked at each other with matching expressions of resigned acceptance. Jinx, he said softly. You can't jinx in space, I protested. Different gravity, different rules. I'm pretty sure gravity doesn't affect jinxing. I'm pretty sure nothing about our lives follows any rules anymore. 15 minutes! Cleth's announcement shattered our moment. Half your Earth time has expired, increase romance production. That's when Thomas decided to help. I shall now enhance your cooking with song, he announced with the confidence of someone who'd never heard themselves sing. What happened next would haunt my dreams forever. Thomas started singing from his spot on the counter. I've heard bad singing before. Karaoke nights, drunk coworkers at holiday parties, my own shower performances. But this was like someone had taught a rusty gate to screech opera while having an existential crisis. La, 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 la. Thomas warbled, his tiny fruit face scrunched in concentration. I sing of love and breakfast foods, of hearts that beat like scrambled. Oh my God, make it stop. I clutched my head as pain shot through my skull like someone was playing drums with pickaxes. It's like he's murdering music, Alex groaned, doubling over. And music is fighting back. I'm helping, Thomas sang louder, somehow hitting notes that shouldn't exist. The kitchen window started vibrating. A measuring cup cracked. My mother says I have perfect pitch. Your mother lied, I screamed. Something snapped in my brain. Maybe it was the pitch of his voice. Maybe it was the way each note felt like tiny needles in my eardrums. Maybe it was just space madness finally catching up. But suddenly, the knife was in my hand. Alex grabbed one too, his eyes wild. We have to make it stop. For the love of all that is holy, stop singing, I begged. But my song enhances things. Thomas hit a note so high, a light bulb exploded above us. Would you like me to sing louder? I can sing louder. No, we shouted together, and then we were moving. I'd like to say I felt bad about stabbing the singing fruit. I'd like to say there was hesitation, moral conflict, some recognition that we were about to murder produce. But honestly, when someone's singing makes your brain feel like it's being put through a blender, morals go out the window. I'm helping, Thomas screeched as my knife went in. Ow, that's very sharp. Stop, singing. Alex punctuated each word with another stab. Purple juice, blood, spurted everywhere. All over our perfect pancakes, all over the eggs, all over the compote we'd worked so hard on. Thomas made a sound like a deflating balloon filled with regret. But, his voice got weaker, my mother said I had talent. Your mother was wrong. I stabbed him again for good measure. So wrong. Finally, blessed silence. Thomas lay there, leaking purple everywhere, his little face frozen in what might have been surprise or might have been one last attempt at a high note. Oh God, I said, looking at the massacre. Our breakfast was completely covered in purple fruit blood. We just murdered Thomas. He had it coming, Alex panted, still holding his knife. That wasn't singing. That was assault. But look at our food. I gestured at the purple-soaked disaster. It's ruined. We're going to fail and get sent to the fire planet and... 10 minutes, Cleth's voice boomed. We're so screwed, I moaned. We can't serve this. It looks like a crime scene. Because it is a crime scene, Alex pointed out. We literally just committed fruit homicide. Fruiticide? Whatever. I poked at the purple-stained pancakes with my fork, watching the tines disappear into what looked like a crime scene on a plate. Maybe we could just, I don't know, scrape it off, like frosting gone wrong? Maya. Alex's voice had that patient tone people use with small children and crazy people. Look at it. Really look at it. The purple isn't on the food. It is the food now. The pancakes absorbed it like tiny, fluffy murder sponges. Murder sponges? I laughed, but it came out high and slightly unhinged. That's what we're calling them? Would you prefer death cakes? Homicide hotcakes? Stop making this funny. But I was fighting a smile. This is serious. We're about to fail spectacularly because we stabbed the entertainment. My hands were shaking as I gestured wildly at our purple disaster. The smell of Thomas juice, sweet and tangy with an undertone of something floral, filled the air around us. It should have smelled like failure. It smelled disturbingly delicious. Okay. Alex ran his hands through his hair, leaving purple streaks where his fingers had been stained. It should have looked ridiculous. Actually, no, it did look ridiculous, but in an endearing way that made my chest do stupid things. Let's think. We can't hide it. We can't fix it, so maybe we just own it. Own it? Our breakfast looks like it lost a fight with a purple marker. So we played it nicely, make it look intentional. Artistic, even. He grabbed a plate with the determination of a man who'd committed to a terrible plan. Help me. We'll make it work. That's your plan? Make the murder pretty? You got a better one? I opened my mouth, closed it, opened it again. Nothing came out but a small, defeated sound. That's what I thought. He started arranging the purple-soaked pancakes with the concentration of a surgeon, or a serial killer hiding evidence. Hard to tell the difference at this point. We worked in frantic silence, trying to transform our breakfast massacre into something presentable. I stacked the violent violet pancakes into what might generously be called a tower. Alex arranged the eggs, now more lavender than yellow, into something that could have been a flower if you squinted and had recently suffered head trauma. The compote just sat there, looking dejected and very, very purple. It looks like... I tilted my head, searching for the right comparison. Barney, we said in unison. If Barney went on a bender, I added. And then got food poisoning, Alex continued, and then exploded. Violently. Time! Cleth's voice boomed like a foghorn with delusions of grandeur. We jumped back from our creation, which somehow looked even worse under the kitchen's bright lights. The purple seemed to pulse with malevolence. Or maybe that was just my anxiety making everything pulse. Around us, the other couples had produced actual food. Otto and Octavia had somehow made 8 entirely separate breakfasts, each one pointedly ignoring the others on the plate. Prism and Shard's creation was, well, it was definitely on fire, but it was an intentional fire, an artistic fire. Our purple disaster was just sad. And now, Cleth announced, his mirror suit catching the light and throwing disco ball reflections across every surface. You must eat your creations together. Show us the romance of sharing a meal. Let us see your connection through consumption. But, I raised my hand like a confused student. Weren't we making this for judges? Isn't that the whole point of a cooking competition? You are the judges. Cleth threw his arms wide, all 6 of them, in a gesture that probably meant ta-da, but looked more like an octopus having a revelation. Surprise twist! The best judge of a romantic meal is the couple who made it with love. We made it with violence, I muttered under my breath. I heard that, Cleth beamed. Violence and love, very human. The audience adores your passionate fruit preparation. Before I could argue, and I had so many arguments, chairs materialized behind us. Not appeared. Materialized. Like atoms decided to spontaneously form furniture just to mess with my understanding of physics. Alex pulled out my chair with a flourish that would have been charming if we weren't about to eat evidence. Mademoiselle, your purple disaster awaits. You're not as funny as you think you are, I said, but I sat down anyway. The moment we were seated, the world transformed. The harsh kitchen lights dimmed to a soft glow that belonged in a restaurant where appetizers cost more than my rent. Candles flickered into existence on our table, actual flames just appearing from nowhere because, apparently, fire safety wasn't a universal concern. Music swelled from invisible speakers, something with strings and piano that sounded like what Hollywood thought feelings sounded like. This is manipulation, I said, staring at our purple-stained plates like they might contain answers to the universe. Or poison. Probably poison. 100% emotional manipulation, Alex agreed, picking up his fork with the resignation of someone about to take medicine. The music alone is trying to make me feel things. Violin feelings, the worst kind. We could just pretend to eat it? I suggested hopefully. Move it around, make yummy noises, fake some romance. Maya. He gestured subtly at the cameras floating around us like mechanical vultures. They're literally everywhere. They probably have taste-o-vision or something. Taste-o-vision isn't a thing. Neither were singing fruits, but here we are. Fair point. I picked up my fork, the weight of it feeling final, decisive, like signing a contract with my digestive system that I'd probably regret. If I die from this, I'm haunting you, specifically, forever. Noted. I'll leave extra pancakes out for your ghost. Here goes nothing. I speared a piece of purple pancake, trying not to think about Thomas's little face, his terrible singing, the way he'd deflated like the world's most philosophical balloon. The fork felt heavy as I brought it to my mouth. Or here goes food poisoning, one of the two. The first bite hit my tongue and... "Oh," I said, because apparently that was all my brain could manage. "Oh, wow," Alex echoed, his eyes going wide. "Oh, wow, oh, wow." It was... how did I even describe it? Like if comfort food and joy had a baby, and that baby was raised by satisfaction and contentment. The purple juice hadn't just stained our breakfast. It had transformed it into something that tasted like every good morning that had ever existed rolled into one perfect bite. This is... I paused, trying to find words that weren't just variations of, "oh." This is incredible. Like, illegally good. How is murder this delicious? Who cares? Alex was already cutting another piece, larger this time. Thomas died a hero, a delicious, delicious hero. To Thomas! I raised my fork in a toast. Worst singer in the galaxy, best breakfast enhancement ever. We dove in like we'd never seen food before. The purple pancakes were fluffy and light with this complexity of flavor that made my taste buds question everything they thought they knew. The eggs, lavender or not, were creamy perfection with hints of something bright and citrusy. Even the compote, which had looked like regret in a bowl, burst with flavors that made my eyes roll back in my head. "We should have stabbed him sooner," I said through a mouthful of purple paradise, then froze. Wow, that sounds really bad out of context. Everything about this sounds bad out of context. Alex had purple juice on his chin and didn't seem to care. We're on an alien game show, eating fruit we murdered because his singing made our brains hurt. There is no good context. That struck me as so absurdly true that I started giggling, then laughing, then full-on cackling like a witch who'd just discovered coffee. Oh my God, we're going to be known as the couple who killed their ingredients. The stabby humans. Alex was laughing too, his whole face lit up with mirth. Our legacy is fruit murder. I can see the autobiography now, I gasped between laughs. We came, we saw, we stabbed, a love story. Love at first knife. Pulp fiction, the romance. We were crying with laughter now, still shoving purple food into our mouths between terrible jokes. My stomach hurt from laughing and eating too fast, but I couldn't stop. Didn't want to stop. This was insane. We were insane. Everything was insane and purple and delicious. At some point, I couldn't tell you when, our free hands found each other across the table. It wasn't a conscious decision. One moment I was gesturing wildly with my fork. The next, our fingers were intertwined, purple-stained and warm. His thumb brushed against my knuckle, and it felt as natural as breathing, as easy as laughing at our own ridiculousness. "We're holding hands," I observed brilliantly. "We are," he agreed, not letting go, while eating evidence. The most romantic evidence. This is the weirdest day of my life. Top 5 for me, easy. He squeezed my hand gently. But definitely the most purple. I squeezed back, surprising myself. Here we were, covered in fruit blood, eating breakfast that should have been a disaster, holding hands like it meant nothing, like it meant everything, like maybe those were the same thing. "Time's up!" Cleth's voice shattered the moment like a disco ball through a stained glass window. The music, cut off mid-violin emotion. The candles vanished, leaving little wisps of smoke that smelled like cotton candy for some reason. The soft lighting blazed back to full brightness, making me squint and reminding me that we were not, in fact, in a romantic restaurant, but in an alien kitchen being filmed for entertainment. But our hands stayed linked for just a second longer before we pulled apart. And that second felt like a confession neither of us was ready to make. We jerked apart like we'd been electrocuted, blinking in the suddenly harsh lights. My mouth still tingled with the taste of purple-stained happiness, and my hand felt cold without his in it. Around us, the other couples were in various states of breakfast-induced emotional chaos. Otto and Octavia had apparently forgotten their 8-way argument and were now sobbing into each other's tentacles, creating a puddle of tears and what might have been ink. Prism and Shard had somehow merged into one massive crystal that hummed with harmonics that made my teeth ache. "Now," Cleth announced, his mirror suit catching the light and throwing rainbow reflections across every surface. "The audience will vote on which couple showed the most authentic connection." The air shimmered, and suddenly we were surrounded by floating screens. Numbers scrolled past faster than my eyes could track, views climbing into the millions, likes multiplying like bacteria, comments streaming by in scripts that looked like someone had tried to write while riding a roller coaster. Charts materialized out of thin air, showing spikes and curves that probably meant something to someone who understood alien mathematics. "And the winners," Cleth paused, milking the moment like a showman who'd learned drama from soap operas. With an overwhelming 73% of the vote, Maya and Alex. I nearly choked on my own spit. We won? We literally just committed fruit murder and we won? By being passionate, Cleth's voice boomed with the enthusiasm of someone who'd never heard of inside voices. His arms, all 6 of them, waved in what was probably meant to be excitement, but looked more like he was directing air traffic. Your synchronized fruit stabbing, your primal response to auditory assault, your willingness to do whatever it takes to create the perfect meal, magnificent. But I gestured helplessly at our purple-splattered table where Thomas's remains were still visible. "We assassinated our ingredient, with prejudice." "With feeling," Cleth beamed, and I swear his teeth actually sparkled with sound effects. The audience has never seen such violent food preparation. So authentic, so human. The chat rooms are going wild. "Stabby humans are best humans" is already trending. Before I could process the horror of being known across the galaxy as stabby human, Cleth produced something from thin air, or maybe from another dimension. It was hard to tell with him. The objects looked like earbuds designed by someone who'd only heard secondhand descriptions of human ears and had decided to add their own creative flair. "Your prize, Universal Translator earbuds. They'll help you understand any language in the galaxy." "Oh, good," I said, taking them gingerly. They felt warm and slightly squishy, like holding tiny alien jellyfish. Now I can be confused and horrified in every language. Alex took his pair, turning them over in his hands with the careful curiosity of someone who'd learned not to trust alien technology. "Do these come with, instructions? A warning label? A list of possible side effects?" "Instructions are for losers," Cleth declared with the confidence of someone who'd never accidentally set themselves on fire, trying to assemble furniture. "Winners, figure it out. Embrace the mystery." The lights dimmed dramatically, and Cleth spun away from us in a move that defied several laws of physics. His attention shifted to the other couples like a spotlight finding new victims. We were apparently dismissed, free to stumble back to our fake apartments with our weird prize and stomachs full of evidence. Chapter 6. If These Walls Could Talk. As we walked through the impossible corridors, walls breathing that creepy harmony, floors that felt slightly too springy under our feet, Alex finally broke the silence. "So," he cleared his throat, We just won a cooking competition by going full psycho on a philosophical fruit. The purple juice was clearly some kind of alien drug, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. My hands were still shaking slightly, though whether from adrenaline or whatever Thomas's juice had done to our brains, I couldn't tell. Nothing that happened back there counts. It was all biochemical manipulation. Right, of course. He nodded too quickly. Basic survival instinct. Our brains recognized a common threat and responded accordingly. He was just singing. That doesn't make sense. I dropped my hands to glare at him, but the effect was ruined by the fact that I was definitely blushing. Nothing about today made sense. We murdered a singing fruit, ate the evidence, and won a prize for it. He held up the earbuds, which seemed to pulse with a faint inner light. Want to risk more weirdness and try these out? I stared at the possibly sentient earbuds. They could explode our brains. They could rewire our neural pathways. They could make us speak only in haiku for the rest of our lives. In the grand scheme of terrible decisions I'd made since meeting Alex, this barely registered. What's the worst that could happen? I asked. Famous last words, he said, but he was already putting his in. I looked at him one more time. Really looked. Standing there in the alien corridor with purple stains on his shirt and his hair sticking up where he'd run his hands through it in frustration. His stupid, attractive face wearing an expression of cautious optimism, like he was ready for anything the universe threw at us next. The way he somehow made being trapped in space feel less like a nightmare and more like an adventure I didn't know I'd signed up for. If my brain explodes, I said, fitting the earbuds into my ears, I'm definitely haunting you. I'll be the most annoying ghost. I'll rearrange your books and hide your left shoes. Deal, he said, and then the world exploded into words. The background humming I'd gotten used to, that creepy harmony that followed us everywhere, suddenly resolved into actual language. Oh, my stars, look how cute they are. The tall one has spectacular ankles, very shapely. Betting Pool says, first kiss within 3 cycles. I've got 40 credits on cycle 2. Did you see how they moved together during the stabbing? Such synchronicity. Thomas did such a good job. His sacrifice will be remembered. Oh my God. My voice came out as a squeak. The walls are talking. The walls have been talking this whole time. The walls are gossiping about us, Alex said, his eyes wide with delight and horror. The walls ship us. The actual architecture wants us to kiss. This is a nightmare. But I was laughing. That hysterical, edge-of-sanity laugh that had become way too familiar lately. The walls have opinions about your ankles. My ankles are spectacular, apparently. He did a little turn, showing them off, and I snorted with laughter. Should I be flattered or concerned? Both. Definitely both. We walked the rest of the way to our apartments, listening to the running commentary from every surface around us. The floor thought we had compatible walking patterns. The ceiling was taking bets on who would confess feelings first. A light fixture was composing what sounded like friend fiction about us. I'm never going to be able to unhear this, I muttered as we reached our doors. Look at it this way, Alex said. At least, now we know what we're up against. The entire ship wants us to fall in love. Too bad for them. I fumbled with my door handle, which seemed to purr under my touch, and now I knew it was actually purring, the creepy thing. I don't do love, I do spreadsheets and sarcasm, and Maya? I turned back to find him standing closer than I'd expected, close enough that I could see flecks of gold in his brown eyes, close enough to notice he had a tiny scar on his chin, close enough that my traitorous heart did that stupid flutter thing again. Yeah? For what it's worth, he said, his voice soft and serious in a way that made my chest tight. The pancakes didn't make me feel anything I wasn't already feeling. They just seemed to make it impossible to pretend otherwise. He disappeared into his apartment before I could figure out how to respond, leaving me standing in the hallway with alien technology in my ears, and his words echoing in my head. The walls immediately started whispering about the romantic tension, but I was too stunned to care. "I'm so screwed," I announced to the gossip architecture. "Yes, you are," the wall agreed cheerfully, and what the earbuds told me was Zeltarian. "But in the most romantic way?" "Thanks. That's exactly what I wanted to hear." I finally got my door open and stumbled inside, where my couch waited with its weird texture that was starting to feel almost normal. Everything was starting to feel almost normal, and that was the scariest part. I flopped onto the not quite right cushions and tried to process the day. We'd been forced to shop at an alien grocery store. We'd made friends with philosophical produce. We'd committed fruit murder when said produce tried to help via audio torture. We'd won a competition by eating the evidence. And apparently, the walls shipped us. "This can't be my life," I told the ceiling. "But it is," my coffee maker chimed in, because of course it had opinions now. "And what a life! Such drama, such passion, such violent food preparation." Before I could throw something at my caffeinated tormentor, my phone buzzed. The screen lit up with what looked like an emergency alert designed by someone who thought subtle was a type of pastry. Kaleth. "Wonderful performance today. The audience loves your reluctant attraction. Soon we work on Trust Falls." Trust Falls. This was for sure going to go well. I'm sure this will be just regular. No issue. Trust Falls. Who am I kidding? I bet they are going to push me off a building. 17 weeks. I had to survive 17 weeks of this, of challenges designed to force intimacy, of Alex being understanding and patient and stupidly attractive while I fell apart in new and creative ways. And somewhere on the other side of our shared wall, he was probably having his own crisis, or maybe he was fine. Maybe he was chatting with his six-eyed cats about how well the day went. Maybe he was already planning how to catch me during Trust Falls. The thought of falling, literally falling and having to trust him to catch me, made my stomach do things that weren't entirely unpleasant, which was terrifying in its own way. "Get it together, Chen," I told myself firmly. "It's just 17 weeks. You can do anything for 17 weeks, even if it involves possible death, definite humiliation, and walls that gossip about your love life." But even as I said it, I knew the truth. 17 weeks of Alex's patient smiles and terrible jokes. 17 weeks of forced proximity to someone who made me want to calculate the statistical probability of happiness. 17 weeks of my walls, the metaphorical ones, not the literal gossipy ones, slowly crumbling. I was never going to survive with my cynicism intact. But at least when I inevitably fell, and I was definitely going to fall in every sense of the word, it would be entertaining for the 17 galaxies watching. 5 stars, I muttered into my pillow. Would not recommend. Got my heart broken by a bookstore owner in space. Somewhere in the walls, a dozen different surfaces sighed romantically. I quickly removed the earbuds. I didn't know what the point of them were, but there was no way I was going to keep them in any longer. My life had officially jumped the shark. The shark was in space. The shark was taking bets on my love life, and soon I was going to have to literally fall into Alex's arms while the shark watched. "I hate everything," I announced. But even I could hear that I didn't quite mean it anymore. Chapter 7. The Handler. We had won the first contest, but there were hundreds, if not thousands, of other contestants on other ships that were also being put to the test. So we waited in our simulated worlds, waiting for a sign that things would pick back up. I didn't have to wait long. The smell of bacon woke me up. Real bacon. Not the purple stuff that tasted like regret. Not the glowing strips that hummed show tunes, but actual earth bacon that smelled like Saturday mornings and bad decisions. My eyes snapped open. I lived alone. Well, alone except for the 17 billion cameras and walls that gossiped about my love life. But those didn't usually make breakfast. "Oh, good. You're awake." A man's voice drifted from my kitchen. Cheerful. Too cheerful. The kind of cheerful that made you want to check your wallet and your exits. I was starting to worry I'd have to wake you up myself, and nobody likes that on the first day. I sat up so fast my head spun. Through my bedroom door, I could see someone moving around my kitchen like he owned the place. Medium height, brown hair that was starting to go gray at the temples, wearing khakis and a polo shirt that screamed, "I've given up on life, but in a professional way." "Who the hell are you?" I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand. "And why are you in my apartment?" The man poked his head around the corner, holding a spatula like it was a white flag. His face was the kind of forgettable that you'd lose in a crowd of two. Pleasant features arranged in a pleasant expression that made my skin crawl. "Chuck," he announced like that explained everything. "Your production assistant? Didn't they tell you I'd be coming?" "No, they didn't tell me some random guy would be breaking into my apartment to make breakfast." I held the lamp higher. "How did you even get in?" "Oh, I have access to all contestant quarters." He said it so casually, like violating my privacy was just another item on his Tuesday to-do list. "Part of the job. Speaking of which, you should probably get dressed. Big day today. Trust exercises." He disappeared back into the kitchen, humming something that sounded like elevator music had a baby with despair. I stood there for a second, lamp in hand, trying to process this new level of weird. A human. Here? Making me breakfast like we were roommates, or... Oh, God. That's when it hit me. He wasn't a roommate. He was a handler, like at a zoo, and I was the exotic animal who needed managing. "Hey, Tiger. Time for your morning feeding," I muttered, setting down the disappointed lamp. "Maybe later we'll work on some tricks for the nice people." I threw on jeans and my least offensive t-shirt, the one that didn't have mysterious stains from the fruit murder. My hair was doing that thing where it couldn't decide if it wanted to be curly or straight, so it had chosen chaos instead. Perfect for meeting my new keeper. Chuck was plating eggs when I stormed into the kitchen. Real eggs. Yellow eggs. Eggs that weren't trying to tell me about their dreams or sing opera. "Where did you get normal food?" I demanded. "Oh, I have connections." He slid a plate toward me, his smile so wide it looked painful. "Perks of the job. Can't have our stars eating purple pancakes every day, though I heard that performance was spectacular. The stabbing, the passion, the ratings went through the roof." "The ratings?" I stared at him, then at the eggs, then back at him. "You're talking about us murdering sentient fruit like it's a Netflix special." "Well, it kind of is, just, bigger audience. 17 galaxies and counting." He sat across from me, folding his hands like a guidance counselor about to ruin your day. "Which brings me to why I'm here. The producers feel you need more guidance, direction. Someone to help navigate the challenges ahead." "You mean someone to make sure we perform like good little monkeys?" His smile flickered for just a second. Less than a second. A microsecond, but I caught it. A flash of something real behind the pleasant mask. Then it was gone, buried under that professionally cheerful expression. "I prefer production assistant," he said. "Now eat up. Your partner will be here soon, and we have a big day planned." I took a bite of eggs. They tasted like home and sadness and questions I didn't want to ask. Like, how long have you been doing this? How many couples have you handled? What happened to them? But Chuck just sat there, smiling that empty smile, his eyes as flat as old soda. He looked human, moved human, even smelled human, like aftershave and broken dreams. But something was off, like looking at a photograph of a photograph. All the details were there, but the life was missing. A knock at my door saved me from more awkward breakfast conversation. "That'll be Alex." Chuck jumped up like someone had electrocuted his chair. "I'll get it." "It's my door." But he was already there, yanking it open with the enthusiasm of a game show host on uppers. "Alex, my boy, come in, I've made breakfast." Alex stood in the doorway looking exactly how I felt, like someone had just told him Santa was real, but also his parole officer. His hair was still messy from sleep, and he was wearing a t-shirt that said, "I like big books and I cannot lie," which should have been terrible, but somehow worked on him. His eyes found mine over Chuck's shoulder. Maya, who's the guy? Apparently we have a keeper now, I said. Chuck, meet Alex. Alex, meet Chuck, our new production assistant who breaks into apartments and makes breakfast. It's not breaking in if I have access. Chuck ushered Alex inside like a border collie with anxiety. Sit, I'll get you a plate. We have so much to discuss. Alex sat next to me, close enough that our knees touched under the table. It was probably just for comfort in this weird situation, but my stupid knee definitely noticed. Traitor knee. Trust exercises? He whispered. Trust exercises, I confirmed. I'm sorry, what now? I turned to Chuck, who was loading Alex's plate with enough eggs to feed a small army. What kind of trust exercises are we talking about here? Oh, the usual. Chuck's voice went up an octave, which was impressive since it was already pretty high. Team-building activities, communication workshops, gravity-defying demonstrations of faith in your partner. Gravity-defying? Alex's fork stopped halfway to his mouth. That sounds less like trust and more like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Lawsuits are earth things. Chuck laughed, but it sounded like someone had taught a robot to approximate joy. Here we have waivers. So many waivers. You probably signed them already in the terms and conditions. Subsection 394-J, paragraph 17. The same terms and conditions that got us kidnapped? I pushed my eggs around, my appetite dying faster than Thomas the Fruit. Super legal, very binding, no problems there. Chuck's smile got wider, which shouldn't have been possible without his face splitting in half. But his eyes stayed exactly the same, flat, empty, like someone had forgotten to upload a soul into the Chuck operating system. The simulator is really quite safe, he said. Mostly. Usually. There was that one incident with the gravity reversal, but we've worked out most of the bugs. Most? Alex and I said in unison. Look, trust exercises will be fun. Chuck continued like we hadn't spoken. Building connections, strengthening bonds, avoiding elimination and potential reassignment to less pleasant viewing opportunities. You mean the fire planet, I said flatly. I mean alternative programming options. His cheerfulness was weapons grade now. But let's not think about that. Let's think about trust and falling and catching and the beautiful metaphor of letting yourself be vulnerable with another person. I looked at Alex. He looked at me. In that look was an entire conversation. This is insane. We're going to die. At least the eggs were good. Why is he so aggressively happy? Is that his real face? Are we really doing this? Fine, I said, because what else could I say? When do we start these trust exercises? Right after breakfast. Chuck clapped his hands like a seal who'd just been thrown a fish. I'll take you to the simulator myself. It's going to be wonderful. Terrifying, but wonderful. Mostly terrifying. You're really selling this, Alex said. I'm really trying. Chuck's voice cracked slightly on the last word, and for just a moment, another microsecond, something flickered across his face. Fear, regret, a cry for help. Then it was gone, and he was back to beaming at us like trust exercises were better than sex. Finish your eggs, he said. You'll need your strength for the trust and the falling and the psychological trauma. I mean, growth, psychological growth. I took another bite of normal eggs made by our abnormal handler in my fake apartment on a real spaceship, where I was about to trust fall into the arms of a bookstore owner I'd known for 3 days while aliens watched for entertainment. My life is a fever dream, I announced. Look at it this way, Alex said, his knee still pressed against mine. At least, the fever dream has good breakfast. And terrifying trust exercises, I added. Those too, he agreed. Chuck beamed at us like a proud parent watching their kids take their first steps. Their first steps off a cliff, while on fire, in space. We were so doomed, but at least we were doomed together. After breakfast, Chuck led us through corridors I didn't even know existed, each turn taking us deeper into the ship's impossible architecture. This way! This way! Chuck's voice bounced off surfaces that shouldn't have been able to reflect sound. He walked with the purposeful stride of someone who'd memorized every inch of this maze. The simulator is in section K9, or maybe L7. The sections tend to rearrange themselves on Thursdays. It's Wednesday, Alex pointed out, staying close enough that his shoulder brushed mine every few steps. The contact was probably accidental. Probably. Is it? Chuck's laugh had edges now, sharp little things that caught on the recycled air. Time moves differently in production. Sometimes Wednesday is Thursday, sometimes Thursday doesn't exist. Very convenient for deadlines. I watched him as we walked, really watched him. The way he'd pause at certain intersections, angling his body just so. How he'd gesture for us to move left or right, always ensuring we ended up in specific pools of light. At first I thought he was just nervous, maybe claustrophobic. Then I saw them, tiny red dots in the corners where walls met ceiling. Cameras. Of course there were cameras. Smile for section K4, Chuck murmured, not quite under his breath. They love a good corridor shot. Shows the journey, the anticipation, the... He caught himself, that plastic smile snapping back into place like a rubber band. But I'd heard it. The weariness under the cheer. The way they dripped with something that wasn't quite hatred, but wasn't far off. Who's they? I asked. The audience, our wonderful viewers across the galaxy. His voice pitched high again, but his shoulders were doing something different now. Tightening, pulling inward like he was trying to make himself smaller. Always watching? Always engaged? Isn't it wonderful? Wonderful, Alex echoed, but he'd noticed it too. His hand found mine, fingers interlacing like it was the most natural thing in the world. Like we'd been holding hands for years instead of days. The corridors kept changing. First they were the standard alien chic I'd gotten used to, all curves and soft lighting and surfaces that breathed. But as we went deeper, they shifted, became more industrial. The pretty facades gave way to exposed pipes that sweated condensation that definitely wasn't water. The floors went from springy to solid, from solid to grated metal that showed glimpses of machinery churning below. Tourist areas, Chuck said when he caught me staring at a wall that was more rust than metal. Everything's prettier up front. Back here is where the real work happens, the ugly stuff, the necessary stuff. His voice had dropped an octave. The manic cheer was leaking out of him like air from a punctured balloon. Each step away from the main areas seemed to deflate him a little more, until the Chuck walking beside us barely resembled the one who'd made us breakfast. How long have you been doing this? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Chuck's step faltered for just a moment. Oh, time is such a funny concept here. Could be years, could be decades. Who's counting? You are, Alex said quietly. You're counting every day. Chuck stopped walking entirely then, his whole body going still in a way that made my skin crawl. When he turned to look at us, his face was doing something complicated, trying to hold on to that professional smile while something else fought to break through. 47 years, he said, and his voice was different now, rougher, real. 47 years, 8 months, 16 days, but who's counting? The corridor around us seemed to hold its breath. Even the pipes stopped their mysterious dripping like they were listening too. That's impossible, I said. You don't look older than 35, maybe 40 on a bad day. Chuck's laugh was bitter coffee and burnt dreams. They're very good at preservation here. Can't have the staff looking unprofessional. Bad for the brand. We kept walking, but the dynamic had shifted. Chuck moved differently now. Less performative, more human. His shoulders were slowly unhunching, like watching time-lapse footage of a flower deciding it was safe to bloom. There, he said finally, stopping at what looked like a dead end. We're here. The wall in front of us was different from the others. Smoother. It shimmered slightly like heat mirages on summer asphalt, but cold. So cold I could feel it from 3 feet away. "This is it?" Alex squeezed my hand, and I squeezed back, grateful for the warmth. The simulator entrance. Chuck placed his palm against the wall, and symbols appeared under his touch, writing that hurt to look at directly. State-of-the-art technology can recreate any environment, any scenario, any nightmare your producers can imagine. The wall began to shift, not opening so much as becoming less solid. Like reality was negotiating with itself about whether doors were really necessary. "Before we go in," Chuck said, and his voice was doing something new now. Something that sounded dangerously close to concern. "I should tell you, things are different in the simulator. The rules are different. The person I have to be out there," he gestured back the way we'd come. "He doesn't exist in there. Not in the deep sections anyway." "What does that mean?" I asked, though I was pretty sure I already knew. Chuck's smile, his real smile, was sad and sharp and absolutely nothing like the game show host grin he'd been wearing. "It means in there, in the places they don't monitor. I can tell you the truth, if you want to hear it." The opening was complete now, revealing a space that my eyes couldn't quite process. It was vast and intimate at the same time, like someone had folded distance in on itself. The air inside shimmered with possibility and threat. "Do we want to hear it?" Alex asked me. I looked at Chuck, really looked at him, saw the lines around his eyes that spoke of decades of forced smiles, the way he held himself like someone who'd learned to be small in a world that demanded performance, the quiet desperation of someone who'd been counting days for 47 years. "Yes," I said, "we want the truth." Chuck nodded once, sharp and decisive. Then he stepped through the impossible doorway and his entire body changed. The tension melted out of him like ice in sudden sunlight. His spine straightened. His fake smile fell away entirely, revealing a face that was harder, sadder, infinitely more human. "Then follow me," he said, and his voice was his own for the first time since we'd met him. "And whatever you do, don't trust anything you see in here. The simulator shows you what you want to see right up until it shows you what you fear most." We stepped through together, Alex and I, still holding hands like that could protect us from whatever came next. The doorway sealed behind us with a sound like the universe clearing its throat. There was no going back now. The simulator swallowed us whole. That's the only way to describe it. One moment, we were stepping through an impossible doorway. The next, we were inside something that felt alive. The space around us pulsed with a heartbeat that wasn't quite sound, wasn't quite vibration, but something in between that made my bones hum. "Don't touch anything yet," Chuck said, his voice carrying new authority now that his game show host mask had fallen away. "The simulator reads biometric data through contact. The less it knows about you, the better." We were in what looked like a loading area, white walls that weren't quite walls, more like suggestions of boundaries. The floor beneath us felt solid enough, but when I looked down, I could see through it to other floors, other spaces, all layered on top of each other like a architectural fever dream. "This way." Chuck moved with purpose now, no longer the bumbling breakfast maker, but someone who'd navigated these spaces for decades. "We need to go deeper. The dead zones are at least 6 levels down." "Dead zones?" Alex asked, his hand still firmly clasped in mine. I'd given up pretending the contact was accidental. My hand wanted to be in his hand. My hand had made an executive decision without consulting my brain, and I was too tired to fight it. "Places where the cameras can't reach or won't?" Chuck led us to what looked like an elevator shaft made of light. "The production crew knows about them but can't fix them without rebuilding the whole system. And they don't because rebuilding would cost money." Chuck stepped into the light shaft and immediately began sinking. "And why spend money when you can just threaten anyone who finds them?" We followed. and falling through light felt exactly as weird as it sounds, like being inside a lava lamp made of possibilities. My stomach did things that stomachs weren't designed to do, and Alex's grip on my hand went from comforting to necessary for survival. "I hate this," I announced to the light shaft. "It hates you back," Chuck called from below. "The simulator has opinions about everything." We passed through layers of reality like a very disturbing parfait. One level showed a perfect recreation of a 1950s diner, complete with customers who turned to watch us fall past, with eyes that were just slightly too wide. Another was all ocean, but the water was above us, below us, and somehow inside us all at once. A third was just screaming, architectural screaming, buildings having emotions they couldn't process. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we landed. Actually landed, feet on solid ground, in a space that felt different from everything above. It was dark here. Not the absence of light, but the presence of something else. The darkness had weight, texture like velvet made of void. The only illumination came from Chuck himself, a soft glow emanating from under his skin, just enough to see by. "Bioluminescence," he said, noticing my stare. "One of the modifications. Useful for navigating the dark spaces, less useful for pretending you're still entirely human." "You're glowing," I said, my voice smaller than I intended. "Among other things." He walked deeper into the darkness, and we followed because what else could we do? "Welcome to the real show, kids. The one they don't broadcast to 17 galaxies." The space opened up around us, vast and empty and somehow still pressing in from all sides. No walls that I could see, no ceiling, just the suggestion of enclosure, like being inside the idea of a room rather than an actual room. "Here." Chuck stopped at what looked like nothing, then sat down on what turned out to be something. A bench. A rock? It was hard to tell in the dark. No cameras here, no recording equipment, just us and the truth. Alex and I sat beside him, our shoulders touching, drawing comfort from contact in this space that felt designed to make you feel alone. "You said 47 years, I prompted when Chuck didn't immediately continue. 47 years, 8 months, 16 days, and... He checked a watch that definitely hadn't been there before. 14 hours since my season ended. "Your season..." The words tasted bitter. "You were a contestant. Season 798. Love knows no boundaries." His laugh echoed wrong in the darkness, coming back distorted. "I was 26, fresh out of MIT, working on quantum processing algorithms, thought I was going to change the world, then I met her." He held out his hand, and an image appeared above his palm, a hologram or a memory or something in between. A young woman with short dark hair and eyes that laughed even in stillness. Beautiful, in that way that had nothing to do with symmetry and everything to do with life. "Sarah," he said, and her name carried the weight of decades. "We met at a drive-in theater concession stand. Real meet-cute stuff. She grabbed my drink by accident. I made a joke about probability theory. She laughed." He closed his fist, and the image vanished. 8 weeks later, we were here. Different ship, same show, same promises. "What happened?" Alex asked, though I could tell from his voice he already suspected. "We made it to the semifinals. We were good, great, even. Had that chemistry the audience loved. Sarah was..." Chuck paused, searching for words in the darkness. "She was fearless. Jumped into every challenge like it was an adventure. Made me brave by proximity." The darkness around us shifted, showing fragments of memory. 2 people younger than us, laughing as they cooked together, dancing badly in what looked like zero gravity, holding each other after something that left them both shaking. The semifinal challenge was working together to survive what they did to our simulated world. Monsters, real ones. They were everywhere. Chuck's voice went flat, emotionless in the way that meant too much emotion to process. No safety nets, just faith in your partner. That's insane, I breathed. That's entertainment. He pulled up his sleeve and his glowing skin showed something else. Scars. Precise surgical scars that formed patterns too deliberate to be anything but intentional. We knew it was coming. We had won enough rounds to know that our gifts were not random. So when the time came, we acted on our plan. He looked to the ground. That season, we had achieved some of the highest ratings that show ever had. We didn't realize they would see this as an opportunity to cause drama. We ended up needing to jump from one building to the next. Sarah went first. The building was 100 feet up. We were ready for this. Trained for weeks. The platform shifted, he said quietly. Just a few degrees. Just enough to change her trajectory. They said it was a malfunction. Said it was an accident. But I saw the production assistant's face when it happened. Saw the way he checked his tablet right before, like confirming a cue. They killed her? My voice cracked. They created drama. Chuck's glow pulsed brighter with anger. Sarah fell wrong. She tried to adjust, to compensate, but the angle, she almost caught it and corrected, which was lucky because she somewhat broke her fall, but the impact, he didn't finish, didn't need to. The darkness showed us enough, the way her body went limp, the way Chuck screamed, the way the cameras kept rolling through it all. She lived, he said finally, paralyzed from the waist down. They offered to fix it. They have the technology, but only if we signed new contracts, lifetime contracts. She refused, said she'd rather wheel herself back to Earth than give them one more second of content. So they sent her home? Alex asked hopefully. Chuck's laugh was all broken glass and regret. They sent her to a rehabilitation facility on one of their medical planets. Haven't seen her since. They tell me she's comfortable, well cared for. They show me pictures sometimes, when I'm good, when I do my job without complaining. I wanted to say something comforting, but what comfort was there? The darkness pressed closer, like it was feeding on the misery of the story. That's when I learned the truth, Chuck continued. Our show never lets you go. Winners become trophies. Did you know they're still here? Seasoned champions from decades ago, kept young and perfect, trotted out for anniversary specials, living in their perfect homes on Alpha Prime, except the homes are really just elaborate cages and Alpha Prime is just another set. And the losers? Chuck gestured to himself. We become staff, production assistants, maintenance, catering, security, all former contestants who couldn't quite make it to the end. They modify us to last longer, work harder, need less. He tapped his chest, and the glow under his skin brightened enough to show more scars. A network of them, covering his torso like a map of interventions. Improved cardiovascular system, enhanced metabolism, reinforced joints. They can keep us running for centuries if they want. How many? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. On this ship? Maybe 300? Throughout the fleet? Thousands. He stood, pacing in the darkness. The octopus couple you've been competing against? Their handler is from season 712, the woman who does Cleth's makeup. Season 823, we're everywhere, keeping the show running, preparing new contestants for... He didn't finish. Why don't you warn them? Alex's voice was tight with anger. Why don't you tell everyone? Chuck pulled down his collar, revealing a thin scar that ran around his entire neck. Compliance chip. Different from yours. This one doesn't just track. It enforces. Try to reveal production secrets on camera? Paralysis? Try to help contestants escape? Pain like you wouldn't believe? Try to sabotage the show? He shuddered. They have creative punishments for that. But you're telling us now, I pointed out. Dead zone, he reminded us. No cameras, no recording, and even then, he touched his neck. I'll pay for this later. Always do. They won't know what I said, but this device knows that it's not good for them. but I am always willing to take the chance. A chance at what? Winning? I laughed, but it came out cracked. Even winning sounds like losing. Winning is the only real way out. Chuck leaned forward, his glow casting strange shadows on his face. Winners get to live on Alpha Prime. Sure, it's still a cage, but it's a golden cage. They can have some privacy, they get trotted out for anniversary specials, but mostly they're left alone. It's as close to freedom as this show allows. And everyone else? Fire planet if you're lucky. If you're entertaining but lose, if you're boring, if you break too many rules. He paused, touching his scarred neck. But if they think you're useful, if you have skills they need, if you're willing to make a deal, like you did, Alex said quietly. Chuck's laugh was hollow. They gave me a choice. Sign a lifetime service contract and they'd keep Sarah comfortable. Best medical care, no pain, regular updates to prove she was okay. His glow dimmed. Or refuse and we'd both burn. So you signed. I couldn't hide the horror in my voice. Wouldn't you? He looked between us, and for a moment I saw the man he'd been. Young, brilliant, desperately in love. They showed me what the fire planet really was. You could survive on it, but Sarah, with her injuries, wouldn't last a day before begging for death that would only slowly come. The darkness around us began to lighten gradually. Our time in the dead zone was ending. 47 years of service, he continued, standing, for her comfort, and every year they remind me, fail to smile convincingly, help a contestant escape, and she goes to the fire. So I make breakfast, I lead couples to their challenges, I watch them fall apart or fall in love, and either way I prepare the next batch. That's monstrous, I breathed. That's business. His game show host smile was already starting to creep back onto his face. Win, Maya. Alex. Whatever else happens, win. It's not perfect, but it's better than any alternative they offer. We rose to follow him back to the light shaft, but he stopped us with a hand on each of our shoulders. One more thing, he said urgently. Whatever happens in the challenges, whatever they make you do, don't fake it. The audience knows. The show knows. Real is messy and complicated and sometimes painful, but it's the only thing they can't control. Be real with each other, even when it's terrifying, especially when it's terrifying. Then the darkness was gone, and we were rising through light, toward a reality that felt less real than the truths we'd learned in the dark. Chuck, the game show host, was back by the time we reached the main simulator floor, all bright smiles and empty enthusiasm. But now, I could see the prisoner underneath, could see all the prisoners scattered throughout the ship, keeping the machine running with their modified bodies and broken dreams. Ready for Trust Falls? Chuck asked cheerfully, like he hadn't just revealed we were all trapped in an endless horror show. Ready as we'll ever be, Alex said, his hand finding mine again. I squeezed back, holding onto something real in a world of manufactured emotions. We were so beyond doomed, but at least now we knew what we were fighting. Chapter 8. Trust Falls of Doom. The floor disappeared like a magic trick gone wrong, and suddenly we were standing on what I could only describe as a floating coaster suspended over glowing green soup. The soup bubbled with the enthusiasm of something that definitely wanted to digest us. Welcome to Trust Falls of Doom. Cleth's voice hit us like a sequin-covered freight train. His outfit today was somehow worse than usual. Imagine if a disco ball married a chandelier and their baby got really into theater. I looked around, trying to process what fresh hell we'd stumbled into this time. The arena stretched up and up with floating platforms scattered at different heights like someone had thrown stepping stones into the sky and forgot about gravity. Other couples wobbled on their own platforms, looking about as thrilled as I felt. Is that supposed to be a safety net? I pointed at the glowing membrane below us that was definitely moving, like undulating, like it was breathing. Little letters floated up from it spelling out, "Hello, I am safe." Then, in smaller print that I really wished I hadn't noticed, decorative statement only. Oh, good, I said, my voice doing that high-pitched thing it did when my brain couldn't process the stupid. Our safety net has fine print. That's reassuring. Alex moved closer to me, close enough that I could feel the warmth coming off him, which my shoulder definitely didn't notice and catalog for later emotional processing. Nope, not at all. The platforms are drifting, he said quietly, his eyes tracking the subtle movements. See? Every 6 seconds they shift about 2 degrees. If we can time it right, we can compensate for their attempts to murder us, I finished. He gave me that half smile that was becoming dangerously familiar. When you put it like that, it sounds less romantic. Romance is just attempted murder with mood lighting, I shot back, but my heart wasn't really in the sarcasm, probably because it was too busy doing that stupid flutter thing whenever he looked at me like that. Above us, one of the massive stage lights flickered, just once, just enough to make me notice. Alex noticed too, I could tell by the way his jaw tightened slightly. Did you see? I started. Yeah, he said. They're going to mess with the lighting during the falls, aren't they? Of course they are. Why would they make this easy? Easy doesn't get ratings. Cleth skated over to us on what appeared to be invisible roller skates, leaving a trail of glitter that hung in the air like festive pollution. Maya and Alex, our violent breakfast champions! We're never living down the fruit murder, are we? I muttered. Never, Cleth agreed cheerfully, apparently having alien super hearing to go with his complete lack of boundaries. The audience adores your authentic violence, and speaking of the audience, he tapped his earpiece, his eyes going slightly unfocused as he listened to whatever demonic producer was feeding him information. Oh my, when you two held hands yesterday, ratings spiked by 12%. The viewers are calling you stabby but sweet. That's not a thing, I protested. It is now. He threw what looked like an entire craft store's worth of sequins at us. They didn't fall. They just orbited around us like sparkly satellites. Remember, viewers want to see connection, vulnerability, hands touching other hands. Translation: touch each other or enjoy burning on the fire planet. I became very aware of Alex's hand hanging at his side, maybe 6 inches from mine. 6 inches that felt like 6 miles and also like nothing at all. His fingers twitched slightly, and I wondered if he was thinking the same thing I was thinking, which was that holding hands for ratings was stupid, but also maybe not the worst thing that could happen to us today. The worst thing was definitely going to be the trust falls. Round 1, Cleth announced, his voice somehow getting even louder, which shouldn't have been physically possible. Maya falls, Alex catches. It's about trust. It's about faith. It's about not dying in front of 17 galaxies. No pressure, Alex said dryly. Ready positions, Cleth commanded. I turned my back to Alex and stepped to the edge of our platform. Below, the glowing safety net that wasn't burped what might have been encouragement or hunger. Hard to tell with alien architecture. Hey, Alex said softly behind me. His voice was different now, gentler, more serious. I've got you. You don't know that, I said, hating how my voice shook a little. The platform could shift. The lights could blind you. I could fall wrong. Maya. Just my name, but the way he said it made me turn my head to look at him over my shoulder. I've got you. And damn it, I believed him. Me, Maya Chen, who didn't believe in anything that couldn't be proven with data and spreadsheets, believed this ridiculous bookstore owner would catch me. If I die, I said, turning back to face the drop, I'm haunting you in alphabetical order. I could hear the smile in his voice. I'd expect nothing less. 3. Cleth's countdown began. My heart decided now was a great time to audition for a drum solo. 2. The platform hummed under my feet, and not in a comforting way. More like it was clearing its throat before doing something terrible. 1. The world yanked itself out from under me. There's this moment when you're falling backward. this split second where your brain goes, nope, this is wrong, abort mission, and every muscle your body wants to twist around and grab something, anything. But that's not the game. The game is letting go, trusting, being vulnerable, which was basically my least favorite thing after spreadsheets that don't balance and people who stand too close in elevators. For exactly one heartbeat, it was almost beautiful. The air rushed past my ears, my hair flew up like I was underwater, and all those numbers my brain loved so much. Velocity, trajectory, angles, lined up in perfect formation. Then the sabotage kicked in. I saw it happening even as I fell. The platform under Alex sliding 2 degrees to the right. The crosswind that came out of nowhere. The light above that flashed bright enough to make anyone flinch. He shouldn't have been able to catch me. The math was wrong. The angle was wrong. Everything was wrong. But Alex moved, like physics had personally offended him and he was going to ignore it out of spite. He didn't just step. He launched himself sideways, adjusting to my trajectory, with a precision that would have been impressive if I wasn't currently plummeting toward potential death. His arms were suddenly exactly where they needed to be, wrapping around me as we collided with enough force to knock the air out of both of us. We teetered on the edge of the platform. I could see our doom reflected in the safety net below, which had spelled out OOPS in cheerful letters. Alex's arms tightened around me, and I felt his heart hammering against my back, one solid, terrified thump that matched my own. "Got you," he breathed against my ear, and those 2 words did things to my chest that were definitely not regulation. We fell backward onto the platform, together, alive, not dissolved in alien jello. My knees hit first, sending a spike of pain up my legs that I was too relieved to care about. The arena exploded in what I could only describe as capitalist joy. Holograms burst to life, showing our ratings spike, plus 27% with something called a near-fatal catch bonus. Someone had already made a slow-motion replay with little hearts floating around us. Magnificent! Cleth slid toward us like he was on ice, which he might have been. Who knew what was under all those sequins? The chemistry, the danger, the way you almost died but didn't. The audience is weeping. "Are you okay?" Alex whispered. We were still tangled together, his arms around me, my back pressed against his chest. I could feel him breathing, quick, shallow breaths that matched mine. "Define okay," I whispered back. "Alive, not dissolved, all organs still internal." "Then yes, I guess I'm okay." I paused, very aware that we should probably untangle ourselves, but also very aware that I didn't want to. That was almost a disaster. "Almost only counts in horseshoes and alien death sports," he said, and I could feel him trying not to laugh. "Did you just make a joke while we're being filmed, almost dying? Would you prefer I cry?" "I'd prefer you keep holding—" I caught myself. "I mean, we should probably stand up." But neither of us moved for another heartbeat. 2 heartbeats. 3. The cameras circled us like mechanical vultures, catching every second of whatever this was. Finally, reluctantly, we separated and stood. My legs felt like jelly, not the murderous alien kind, just regular human jelly. Alex's hand found mine, fingers interlacing like they belonged there. The betting odds above us celebrated with tiny fireworks. Plus, 14% now. Someone had captioned our near-death experience with, "When he literally catches you." "Your turn," I said, trying to sound casual and probably failing spectacularly. "You fall, I catch. You sure you can handle my magnificent physique?" He gestured to himself with his free hand. "Your magnificent physique weighs maybe 20 pounds more than me, and I squat that at the gym." That was a lie. I hadn't been to a gym since that free trial in 2019, but he didn't need to know that. "You go to the gym?" "I go near the gym. Sometimes I walk past it. Very athletic, all that walking." He laughed. really laughed, and the sound did something warm and dangerous to my insides. "Switch positions," Cleth commanded. "But first, a word from our sponsors." The platforms locked in place. Suddenly, we were surrounded by floating advertisements for things like Essence Be Gone, removes unwanted partner residue, and consciousness insurance. Because you never know when you'll be absorbed. "This is insane," I said, still holding his hand, because the audiences expected it. Only because the audiences expected it. Not because his thumb was drawing tiny circles on my palm that made my brain forget how to form coherent thoughts. "Good insane or bad insane?" he asked. "I haven't decided yet. Let me know when you do." "Places!" Cleth's voice shattered our moment. "Alex falls! Maya catches! Remember, the universe is watching!" Alex squeezed my hand once before letting go and turning his back to me. He stepped to the edge of the platform, shoulders squaring. I could see the tension in his back, the way his hands flexed once before going still. "If I die," he said without turning around, "organize my books by how much they made you feel things. So all of them in one pile labeled emotions are fake." "You'd be surprised," he said, and there was something in his voice that made my chest tight. 3! I planted my feet, bent my knees, tried to remember everything I'd learned about catching falling bodies. Which was nothing. I'd learned nothing about this because why would I? 2! The platform hummed. The light above us flickered. 1! He fell backward, arms spread slightly, complete trust in every line of his body. The platform under me immediately slid left because of course it did. The sabotage was so predictable, it was almost insulting. But I was ready for predictable. I stepped right, then right again, compensating for the slide. My brain ran calculations at warp speed, angle, velocity, impact point. He was heavier than me, but not by much. If I could just... His hand found my wrist as he fell, not panicking, just connecting. Like he wanted that last point of contact. It should have thrown off my balance. Instead, it steadied me, gave me something to follow. Impact. He hit my arms and I almost buckled, but I dropped my center of gravity at just the right moment. We spun once, a clumsy circle that probably looked ridiculous but kept us on the platform. We ended up on our knees, him half in my lap, both of us breathing like we'd run a marathon. "Hey," he said, his face inches from mine. "Hey yourself," I managed. The arena went absolutely feral. Ratings spiked 31%. The safety net spelled out BRAVO in letters that pulsed with what I could only describe as pride. Sublime! Cleth was practically vibrating with joy. Trust, partnership, near-death experiences that bring people together. We stayed frozen for a moment longer, his weight warm against me, his eyes doing that thing where they looked at me like I was something worth looking at. "We should probably," I started. "Yeah," he agreed, but neither of us moved. "This is, yeah. The audience is, yeah." We were having an entire conversation in half sentences, and somehow it made perfect sense. Finally, reluctantly, we stood. The platform began to rise toward whatever fresh hell round 2 would bring. His hand found mine again, and this time, I didn't even pretend it was for the ratings. "We need to talk," he said quietly. "Later, without the sequins and death traps." "Later," I agreed, because if I tried to say anything else right now, it might come out as something embarrassingly close to the truth. The platform rose higher. The light above us stuttered one more time, like a promise that this was just the beginning. And for the first time since this whole insane adventure started, I realized something terrifying. I was starting to trust him, actually trust him, not just with catching me, but with more. And that was way scarier than any trust fall could ever be. Magnificent performance. Cleth's voice hit us like a glitter bomb filled with enthusiasm. "Now for your victory lap. Meet your intergalactic fans." Our what now? I barely had time to protest before production assistants were herding us toward the concourse like we were cattle, if cattle wore harnesses and had just defied gravity for entertainment. The merchandising hellscape opened before us, but this time it was populated with what I could only describe as alien influencers. They hovered at different heights, each with their own camera setup that looked like ring lights had evolved consciousness and anxiety disorders. Humans. The first one swooshed toward us, a translucent jellyfish thing with perfect contouring somehow visible through its see-through skin. I'm Zeltrix. 4 million followers on Galacticgram. Quick question. Do you consume your mate after copulation, or is that considered rude in human culture? Alex choked on air. I'm sorry, what? After mating, Zeltrix repeated, tentacles adjusting their ring light. My species absorbs our partners for nutritional efficiency. Very romantic. But I heard humans keep theirs. Seems wasteful, but adorable. We keep each other alive. Yes, I managed, my brain short-circuiting at having to explain why we don't eat our sexual partners. Fascinating. They snapped what might have been a selfie with us, though their camera seemed to exist in 4 dimensions at once. And the stabbing during breakfast? Was that foreplay? That was fruit murder, Alex said weakly. Kinky. Before we could correct that horrible misunderstanding, another influencer materialized. This one looked like a chrome ball had gained sentience and decided to become a lifestyle blogger. Chronogleam here. Quick Earth culture verification. They pulsed with different colors as they spoke. Is Dolly Parton a deity or just a very powerful witch? The historical records are unclear. I paused. How did you explain Dolly Parton to aliens? She's a national treasure who transcends classification. Ah, a cryptid. Noted. Chronogleam leaned in conspiratorially. And I need to settle a bet. Santa Claus, mass surveillance system, or benevolent reverse burglar? Both? Alex offered, looking as bewildered as I felt. I knew it! Chronogleam spun in victory, shedding small chrome fragments. Wait, follow-up. If he sees you when you're sleeping, does that violate Earth privacy laws? My followers are very concerned about the ethical implications of the naughty list. Chuck materialized beside us like a protective mother hen in khakis, clipboard clutched to his chest. Let's keep moving. So much content to create. But his hand on Alex's elbow was guiding us away from the worst of the crowd, and there was something desperate in his game show smile. Another influencer, this one literally made of eyes, just eyes all the way down, floated over. Blinks a lot here? 7 million subscribers? Is it true humans leak salt water when experiencing emotions? Seems like a design flaw. Those are called tears, I said, exhausted already. But why waste hydration on feelings? Excellent question that I ask myself daily. Chuck steered us past a merchandise stand, his grip on Alex's arm tightening. Oh, let me just check these harnesses, he announced loudly for the cameras. Can't be too careful after those death-defying catches. His hands were quick, professional, but I caught the sleight of hand, something small and clear passing from his pocket to Alex's as he adjusted a strap. His smile never wavered, but I heard him breathe. Week 10 isn't real. What? I started, but another influencer was already approaching. This one looked like cotton candy had gained sentience and discovered rhinestones. Fluff Matrix coming at you. My 12 million followers want to know. When humans touch tongues, is that for flavor sampling or DNA collection? It's for... Alex started, then stopped. You know what? Both. Definitely both. Efficient. I love practical romance. Fluff Matrix bounced excitedly. Oh, and do you shed your skin after mating season like civilized beings? We moisturize instead, I deadpanned. Barbaric, but charming. The Victory Gel sample station was doing aggressive business, and I grabbed one just to have something to do with my hands. That's when Chronogleam circled back, pulsing urgently. Wait. One more critical Earth question. They dimmed to serious colors. If Santa is real and Dolly Parton is real, have they ever been photographed together? This could unravel everything. I looked at Alex. He looked at me. We both looked at Chrono Gleam's intensely serious chrome disco ball face. That information is classified, Alex said solemnly. Chrono Gleam gasped, shedding more chrome fragments. I knew it. The conspiracy goes all the way to the top. Chuck was hurting us faster now. Past more merchandise, more cameras, more impossibly weird influencers. Each time we stopped, his anxiety ratcheted up another notch, that compliance chip at his neck glowing redder. Keep moving, he muttered, then louder. So much to see. Such engaged fans. But I'd felt Alex's pocket where Chuck had slipped whatever it was. Something small, solid, important enough to risk that chip flaring. One more! An influencer that looked like a neon sign having an emotional breakdown floated over. Glow motion here. Is it true that humans practice monogamy because you only have one set of genitals? Seems limiting, but sweet. That's not why, I stuttered. We're just very focused, Alex managed, his face doing something between horror and hysteria. Dedicated. Love that journey for you. Finally, we reached a slightly quieter section of the concourse. Chuck's smile was cracking at the edges, and I could see the exhaustion underneath, not just from today, but from 47 years of this. There, he said, pointing toward the sample stations. Hydrate, breathe. Try to forget that millions of beings now think you eat each other after sex. They think what? I spun around, but Zeltrix was already posting about it, tentacles typing at superhuman speed. Welcome to fame, Chuck said quietly, and for just a second his real voice broke through. It only gets weirder from here. Chapter 9. Couples Therapy, but make it alien. The spreadsheet was lying to me, not in the obvious way. All the data was fake, every number a fiction designed to make my fake job feel real enough to be boring. But buried in the mundane lies about consumer emotional response metrics and parasocial attachment coefficients, there was a pattern that shouldn't exist. Every 17th entry shifted by exactly 0.7%. Too precise to be random, too subtle to be intentional set dressing. My brain did what it always did with patterns, chased them down like a dog after a car, not knowing what I'd do if I caught it. Fascinating work, Maya. I didn't jump. After 6 days in space, I'd learned that people here materialized like disappointing magic tricks. Suddenly, there, smelling of middle management and existential dread. My boss, Richard, because of course he was Richard, stood too close to my desk, his body angled in what someone had once told him was confident positioning, but actually looked like he was trying to read my screen and smell my hair simultaneously. Just analyzing the quarter's projection algorithms, I said, minimizing the window that showed the weird pattern. Very numerical. I do admire your attention to detail. His hand landed on my desk, fingers spreading in what I'm sure he thought was casual, but looked more like a spider testing a web. Perhaps we could discuss your findings over lunch? I know a lovely simulated restaurant on Deck C. Richard looked human the way a mannequin looked human, all the parts in the right places, but something fundamental missing. His skin had that airbrushed quality of someone who'd been assembled rather than born. When he smiled, it took his face a half-second to remember what that meant. Muscles engaging in sequence like startup protocols. I already have lunch plans, I lied smoothly. Very important, very scheduled. Dinner, then? He leaned closer, and I caught a whiff of his cologne, something that smelled like ambition mixed with the death of hope. I could show you the executive observation deck. The stars are particularly romantic this time of cycle. His pupils dilated wrong. both at exactly the same rate, like someone had hit a button labeled Simulate Attraction. Former contestant or willing alien participant? The way his left eye twitched when he said, romantic, suggested the former. Some poor soul who'd been here so long they'd forgotten what actual human interaction looked like, just running through the motions of what the show told them attraction should be. Richard, I said, channeling every HR training video I'd ever slept through. I'm flattered, but I need to maintain professional boundaries. Boundaries are just social constructs, he said, which would have been philosophically interesting if his hand wasn't now moving toward mine across the desk. The universe is vast, Maya. Why limit ourselves to... Good morning, lovebirds. Cleth's voice exploded through the office like someone had weaponized enthusiasm. Richard jerked back so fast he knocked over my coffee mug, thankfully empty because even fake coffee stained real clothes. Today's challenge will explore the deepest caverns of your emotional landscapes. I stood up so quickly my chair rolled backward into the wall. Oh, look at that. Mandatory challenge time. Sorry, Richard. Can't miss mandatory. You know how it is. We'll be conducting emotional synchronization therapy. Richard's face did something complicated. Disappointment, mixed with relief, mixed with the kind of confusion that came from not quite remembering if this was part of his role or not. Of course, he said, straightening his tie that was slightly too perfect, like someone had described the concept of tie to an artist who'd never seen fabric. We'll continue this discussion later. Will we, though? I was already backing toward the door, because therapy sounds really time-consuming, might take all day, possibly all week. Report to Medical Bay, 7 in 20 minutes, dress code, emotionally vulnerable. I practically ran out of the office, leaving Richard standing there like a malfunctioning automaton trying to process what had just happened. The last thing I saw was his reflection in the window, and for just a second, his face dropped all pretense. He looked tired, lost, like someone who'd been playing a part so long he'd forgotten there was supposed to be a person underneath. Former contestant, I decided. Definitely former contestant. The corridors blurred past as I headed to my apartment to change into something emotionally vulnerable, which, knowing this show, probably meant yoga pants and unresolved trauma. My brain kept circling back to that pattern in the data. 0.7% every 17 entries. It meant something. Everything here that seemed random always meant something, but right now I had bigger problems. Namely, being forced into emotional therapy with Alex, which sounded about as comfortable as a root canal performed by someone who'd only read about teeth in poetry. 15 minutes later, I stood in what looked like a medical bay designed by someone who'd eaten too many glow sticks and then had opinions about interior decorating. The walls pulsed with bioluminescent panels that shifted between colors that definitely weren't on the visible spectrum I remembered from high school physics. Other couples were already there, looking about as thrilled as defendants at their own trial. Alex stood next to something that could only be described as an MRI machine's fever dream. All curves and transparent panels filled with swirling liquid that changed color like an indecisive mood ring. It looks like a lava lamp had a baby with a torture device, I said. And that baby went to art school, Alex added, running his hand along the surface. The machine purred. Actually purred. Did that just... Couples will enter the synchronization pods. Cleth glided toward us in today's outfit. Imagine if the Northern Lights decided to become formal wear. Your emotions will be displayed as colors for all to see, purple for passion, pink for attraction, red for anger, brown for... We get it, I interrupted, my stomach already doing preemptive gymnastics. You're going to make our feelings public. Absolutely not. I don't even let my therapist see my feelings, and I pay her. Participation is mandatory. Cleth's smile widened to proportions that defied facial anatomy. Or would you prefer the Fire Planet's couples counseling? Very effective, very flammable. That's when Glorp started vibrating. Not normal vibrating, full-body gelatinous panic vibrating that made their purple form ripple like a jello in an earthquake. "Oh no!" Glorp wailed, their voice hitting octaves that probably only dogs could fully appreciate. "I'm having an allergic reaction to the therapy pods." Cleth spun around so fast his sequins created a small tornado. "What? That's impossible. These pods are hypoallergenic." "Not to thermocean blob genetics." Glorp started expanding, their purple mass spreading across the floor like spilled anxiety. "I need my medication. It's in my quarters. Very far. Very specific." Splish oozed forward, green form crackling with what looked like concern but might have been static electricity. "I'll help. Glorp needs very specific handling. You understand, with your extensive medical knowledge." Cleth's eyes, all 6 of them, darted between Glorp's expanding mass and his precious schedule. "But the filming timeline. Unless you want me to absorb the entire medical bay." Glorp had now reached the size of a compact car, purple mass quivering dramatically. "5 minutes!" Cleth shrieked, following the blob couple as they oozed toward the door. "The pods must be filled in 5 minutes!" The second Cleth vanished, we scrambled together like iron filings to a magnet. Otto's tentacles were already gesturing frantically. "Tomorrow night," Otto whispered, 4 of his arms making sure the cameras couldn't read his beak. "During the kitchen free time, K9 stairwell." "Guard rotation changes at 3 a.m., Octavia added, her other forearms creating a visual shield. 15-minute window." "How do you know this?" I hissed. "Prism overheard," Shard chimed, their crystalline body angled to deflect any surveillance. "When you get hot enough, you can hear through walls." "The maintenance shaft connects to the old broadcast array," Alex whispered urgently. "Chuck left me a map hidden in—" "2 minutes!" Cleth's voice echoed from somewhere down the corridor. "Everyone in?" I did a quick head count. Glorp, Splish, Otto, Octavia, Prism, Shard. "Kitchen. Tomorrow. 3 a.m., Alex repeated. "If anyone's late—" "We leave them," I said flatly. Everyone looked at me. "What?" "This isn't a feel-good sports movie, this is Prison Break, but with more sequins." "She's right," Otto admitted, though harsh. "Returning now!" Cleth's voice was getting closer. We scattered like roaches when the lights come on, each couple returning to their designated torture pods. Glorp slithered back in, miraculously recovered and somehow even more purple than before. "Crisis averted," Cleth announced, his outfit now slightly disheveled, which on him meant one sequin was at a 45-degree angle. "Into the pods. Emotional synchronization begins now." The pod door dilated open with a sound like Jell-O being philosophical about its life choices. Inside, 2 seats faced each other, uncomfortably close, surrounded by sensors that looked like jellyfish made of fiber optics. "After you," Alex said, but his eyes were saying something else entirely. Something about tomorrow, about 3 a.m., about the kind of trust that went beyond falling backwards. "Age before beauty," I countered, but my voice was softer than I intended. "Blankets before pillows? Now you're just making things up." We climbed in. The seats were exactly too close, not touching, but near enough that I could smell his shampoo, which still somehow smelled like normalcy despite being whatever alien replacement they'd given us. The door sealed with a decisive squelch. The jellyfish sensors descended, attaching to our temples with tiny suckers that felt like being kissed by very small, very cold octopi. Immediately, the air around us shimmered with color. Alex was surrounded by a steady blue with ribbons of gold threading through it like sunlight through water. Mine was complicated. Red, obviously I was annoyed, purple, stress, green, nausea from the pod smell, and "Is that pink?" Alex asked, his voice carefully neutral. A traitorous streak of soft pink wound through my other colors like it was lost and refused to ask for directions. It's magenta, I said firmly. Completely different. The readout says pink. He pointed to a screen that had helpfully labeled all our emotions. Specifically, attraction-based pink with undertones of denial. This machine is broken. First question! Cleth's voice boomed through hidden speakers, making our color clouds flicker. What initially attracted you to your partner? The coffee shop had a line, I said immediately. He was in my way. My colors swirled. Red anger, but shot through with more of that damned pink, spreading like spilled wine on a white carpet. Alex's blue deepened, and was that amusement making it shimmer? She looked like she was planning to murder her coffee, Alex said. It was oddly charming. His gold threads multiplied, wrapping around his steadier blue like Christmas lights. I absolutely did not notice how warm the gold looked. Nope, not noticing. Deeper, Cleth commanded. What is your greatest fear about love? The pod seemed to hold its breath. Through the transparent walls, I could see Otto and Octavia in the next pod over, their 8 tentacles creating a rainbow of conflicting emotions, each arm apparently having its own opinion about their relationship. My greatest fear is that love makes you vulnerable to loss, Alex said, and his blue flickered with threads of black, fear, before the gold pushed it back. That's very human, Cleth cooed. Maya? I opened my mouth to say something sarcastic, something safe, but the machine pulsed, and suddenly the question felt heavier. Real. My colors swirled faster, red and purple and that persistent, annoying pink. That it's all just chemicals, I said quietly. That what feels real is just my brain tricking me into reproductive behavior. That every feeling is just programming. The pink in my aura flared brighter when Alex leaned forward slightly. His blue had gone deeper, richer, and those gold threads reached toward me like they had their own agenda. But chemicals are real, he said softly. Water is just hydrogen and oxygen, but you still drown in it. That's not comforting, I said, but my voice came out wrong, softer. The pink was spreading like emotional kudzu, taking over everything. Through the pod wall, I caught a glimpse of Glorp. Their purple form was literally absorbing their emotions, creating a feedback loop that made their pod glow like a rave party. Splish was trying to calm them down, but their green kept mixing with Glorp's purple, creating an unfortunate brown that the machine labeled as mutual embarrassment. Beautiful vulnerability, Kleth screeched. Next question. When did you first know you were falling for your partner? The pod felt smaller suddenly. Alex's gold was doing something weird, pulsing in time with my pink like they were having a conversation in a language I didn't speak. I started. The elevator, Alex said quietly. When you threw your shoe at me. My colors exploded into chaos. Pink and red and purple and something new, something warm and yellow that the screen labeled as Joy Surprise Hybrid. That's when you knew? My voice cracked slightly. His blue wrapped around him like armor, but the gold was betraying him, reaching and reaching. You were so angry, so real. You weren't performing or being polite or trying to impress anyone. You just were... Again, I wanted to say something sarcastic, something cutting, something that would make all this pink go away. Instead, what came out was, when you caught me. During the trust fall, the platform shifted and the math was wrong, but you made it right anyway. The pink consumed everything. I was sitting in a cloud of pink so intense it probably showed up on satellites. Alex's gold had taken over his blue entirely, and where our clouds touched, they created something that looked like sunset. Final question! Cleth's voice shattered whatever was happening between our colors. Would you choose them again, knowing everything you know now? The question hung in the air like a bad smell at a dinner party. Alex's gold reached for my pink again, and I was about to say something either very stupid or very honest when Glorp screamed. Not a normal scream. This was the sound of a sentient jello mold discovering it was lactose intolerant while eating cheese. Their purple mass began expanding rapidly, pressing against their pod walls with wet, urgent sounds. "I'm absorbing the emotions," Glorp wailed. "They're becoming part of me. I can feel everyone's feelings, and they all need therapy." Crack. Glorp's pod shattered like a gender reveal party gone wrong. Purple goo erupted everywhere, but not in a dramatic explosion. No, this was worse. It oozed. It seeped. It found every crack, every seam, every possible entry point with the determination of a toddler looking for hidden candy. Oh no. I watched purple slime creeping toward our pod's ventilation system. Oh, no, no, no. Our pod door started dilating open. Finally, escape. But then it stopped halfway with a mechanical wheeze, like it had thrown out its back trying to be dramatic. It stuck! I pushed against it, but the opening was too narrow. Of course it stuck. Why wouldn't it be stuck? Here, let me... Alex squeezed past me, trying to force the door wider. Our bodies pressed together in the small space, and even through the panic, some traitorous part of my brain noted how warm he was, how he smelled like that alien shampoo that was trying its best to smell like sandalwood. That's when the purple goo found us. It didn't hit us, it embraced us, like being hugged by a warm, emotional smoothie. It seeped through the ventilation, dripped from above, oozed up from below. Within seconds, we were completely covered in what felt like liquefied feelings. "Maya," Alex said, his voice strange. "Do you feel like I want to climb you like a tree?" "Yes, absolutely. What is happening?" But even as I said it, I was already moving. Or he was, or we both were. It was hard to tell because suddenly his hands were in my hair. My goo-covered hair, but whatever. And my arms were around his neck and our lips crashed together with all the grace of a parking accident. It should have been gross. We were covered in purple slime that used to be part of a sentient blob. The pod was malfunctioning. KLETH was somewhere screaming about his ratings. It was the best kiss of my life. His mouth was warm and insistent and tasted like grape optimism and bad decisions. My hands found their way under his shirt somehow. When did that happen? And his skin was hot and smooth and covered in emotional residue that made every touch feel like fireworks. He pressed me against the pod wall and made a sound that short-circuited several important parts of my brain. "Your emotional synchronization is increasing," the pod announced helpfully. 91%, 93, 95, new record. I didn't care. Alex's mouth had moved to my neck, and I was pretty sure I was having an out-of-body experience. My legs wrapped around his waist without consulting me first, and his hands were everywhere, leaving trails of purple goo and what I was pretty sure were feelings. Unprecedented rating spike. Something was screaming in the background. 47% increase. The servers are crashing. Someone call tech support. Is this the goo? Alex gasped against my collarbone. Definitely the goo, I agreed, then pulled his mouth back to mine because talking was stupid and his lips were right there. We kissed like the world was ending, like we were trying to crawl inside each other, like we'd been wanting to do this since the coffee shop but needed alien permission to admit it. His hands tangled in my hair, my nails scraped down his back, and somewhere in the chaos I realized the pod had started playing romantic music. 97% synchronization. The pod sounded personally victorious. Shall I document this moment for your wedding video? That broke through the haze slightly. Our what now? But Alex was kissing me again, and my brain said, questions later, kissing now, and who was I to argue with my brain when it was making such excellent points? The stabby humans are kissing, someone screamed. Otto, Octavia, did it matter? The actual kissing with tongues. So many tongues, I agreed breathlessly, which made no sense, but Alex laughed against my mouth, and the vibration of it made me dizzy. Ratings at 60% spike. Cleth was sobbing with joy. We've broken the single episode record. Someone get me more tissues. Happy tissues. We kept kissing. The goo made everything feel like more intense, more necessary, more right. His hands were leaving purple handprints everywhere, and I was pretty sure I'd left several hickeys that were going to be very purple and very visible and very embarrassing later. You taste like grape disaster, I informed him between kisses. You taste like purple mistakes, he replied, then did something with his tongue that made me forget my own name. The pod started sparking more aggressively. Warning! Emotional overload? Systems failing? But in a romantic way? That's when the door finally gave up and spat us out onto the floor in a tangle of limbs and goo and terrible decisions. We landed with a splat, still kissing, because apparently we'd forgotten how to stop. Oh my. Jibba materialized beside us, their jelly bean form somehow still pristine. This is very educational. Should I take notes? That finally broke through the fog. We pulled apart, breathing hard, covered head to toe in purple slime that was slowly revealing exactly how carried away we'd gotten. My shirt was somehow backwards. Alex's hair looked like he'd been electrocuted by feelings. We had purple handprints in places that definitely weren't regulation. Hi, Alex said, his voice rough. Hi, I replied, very aware that I was still straddling him on the floor of a medical bay while aliens took photos. So that happened. The goo made us do it, I said quickly. Definitely the goo, he agreed. We stared at each other for a moment, purple and disheveled and absolutely not regretting a single second of it. Magnificent! Cleth had apparently found his happy tissues. True love conquers all, even hygiene standards. It's not love, I protested, trying to climb off Alex with some dignity. The goo made a squelching sound. Dignity was dead. It's alien interference. Very sexy alien interference, Otto commented, several tentacles applauding. Your kiss broke our streaming service, KLETH continued. 17 planets just subscribed to premium. The merchandise team is already making commemorative plates. Plates? I squeaked. Alex helped me to my feet, his hand warm and steady and only slightly slimy. We should probably get cleaned up. Yes, cleaning. Good plan. I couldn't stop looking at his mouth, which was purple and swollen and had definitely just been doing things to me that were going to haunt my dreams. The decontamination chamber is this way. Chuck appeared, his game show smile at war with what looked like genuine amusement. Don't worry, the effects wear off. Mostly, usually. There might be some residual attraction. Residual? I looked down at myself. I was covered in what looked like the aftermath of a purple paint fight that had gotten very personal. This is all residual? Oh, no, Chuck said cheerfully. The kissing was real. The goo just removed inhibitions, like alien tequila, but purple and slightly sentient. I need a shower, I announced. And therapy and maybe a new identity. I'll take the shower, Alex said, then his eyes went wide. I mean, separately. Different showers. Not together. Unless... No. Separate. We stood there, covered in evidence of our complete loss of control, while the entire galaxy apparently watched our highlight reel. For what it's worth, Alex said quietly. Goo or no goo, that was... Yeah, I agreed, because finishing that sentence would mean admitting things I wasn't ready to admit. But as we squelched toward the decontamination chamber, I caught him smiling. And despite the purple slime, the public humiliation, and the fact that commemorative plates now existed of our first kiss, I was smiling too. The goo might have started it, but we definitely finished it. And somewhere, in a part of my brain not covered in emotional residue, I knew we weren't done. The decontamination shower was the most aggressive shower I'd ever experienced. It was like being power washed by someone who'd taken the concept of clean as a personal challenge. The purple came off in layers, each one taking with it a bit of the emotional high and leaving behind the crushing reality of what had just happened. I'd kissed Alex, really kissed him, like commemorative plates kissed him, like broke the streaming service kissed him, like left purple handprints on his abs kissed him. Oh, God. The handprints. Your vitals are returning to baseline, Chuck announced through the shower door, because privacy was still dead. Heart rate normalizing, hormones stabilizing, embarrassment levels skyrocketing. Thanks for the play-by-play, I muttered, watching the last of the purple swirl down the drain along with my dignity. When I finally emerged wearing one of those awful beige jumpsuits that made everyone look like disappointed oatmeal, Alex was already there. His hair was still damp, sticking up in ways that made me remember how it had felt between my fingers. We made eye contact for exactly 1 second before both looking away like teenagers who'd been caught making out under the bleachers, which, essentially, we had. If the bleachers were a malfunctioning pod and the entire school was 17 galaxies. So, Chuck said brightly, but his eyes were doing something complicated. That was quite the performance. 97% synchronization. Do you know how rare that is? Can we not talk about it? I asked. Oh, but we must. His game show smile was at maximum wattage, but his hand kept going to his neck where the compliance chip pulsed an angry red. Follow me for your post-therapy review. So much data to discuss. He led us down a corridor I hadn't seen before, his steps getting faster with each turn. The lights were dimmer here, the walls less gossipy. When we turned a corner into what looked like a maintenance section, he spun around so fast I nearly walked into him. 97%, he said, his voice completely different now, urgent, worried. You hit 97% synchronization while covered in emotional amplifier. It was the goo, I said quickly. Just the goo. Chuck pulled out a tablet showing us our readouts. The spike when we'd kissed looked like a mountain on the graph. The goo doesn't create feelings. It only amplifies what's already there. That's not... Look. He zoomed in on the data. See this pattern? It started before the goo hit you, the moment you were pressed together in the pod, trying to escape. Your synchronization was already climbing. I stared at the graph, at the undeniable evidence that we'd been syncing up before any alien interference. Alex was reading over my shoulder, close enough that I could feel his warmth, and I absolutely did not lean back into him, much. This is from the kiss, Chuck continued, pointing to where the graph went vertical. But this, he indicated a steady climb before that. This is all you. The algorithm flagged you as authenticated soul match before the goo even reached your pod. Soul match? Alex's voice cracked slightly. That's not a thing. It is here. Chuck's compliance chip sparked. And once you hit that level publicly, with that many witnesses, you become the story. The couple everyone watches, the romance that defines a season. He pulled something from his pocket, a small drive that looked like crystallized starlight. This contains all the therapy data from today, every couple's emotional signatures, including yours. He pressed it into my hand. That kiss? It's already been viewed 8 billion times. They're calling it the purple kiss and making it into a holiday. A holiday? I squeaked. Minor one. Cards, not presents. Chuck winced as his chip flared brighter. You need to understand. You're not just contestants anymore. You're the main event. They'll do anything to keep you here, to mine your relationship for content. We don't have a relationship, I protested, very aware that Alex's hand had found mine again, our fingers interlacing like they'd been doing it forever. Chuck looked at our joined hands, then at the tablet showing our synchronization hovering at a steady 84%, even without the goo. The data suggests otherwise. He pulled out something else, a photo, old, creased, showing a young couple laughing at something off camera. Even in the dim light, I could see the love in their faces. Sarah and I hit 94% on our 5th day, he said quietly. We thought we could fake it after that. Pretend to fight. Pretend to make up. Give them the drama they wanted while keeping our real feelings private. His voice went hollow. You can't fake it once you sink that high. The machines know, the audience knows, and they'll push and push until something breaks. Like Sarah, Alex said quietly. Like Sarah. Chuck's chip was bright red now, pulsing with warning. Your kiss today? That bought you leverage. The audience is invested now. Use it. Tomorrow, 3 a.m., K9 stairwell. Don't be late. He straightened up, the game show personality sliding back on. Now! Let's get you back for the debrief. Such wonderful content today. The purple kiss is already trending on 47 planets. As we walked back, he said loudly, Oh, tomorrow's free day includes kitchen privileges. Perfect for midnight snacks. Or 3 a.m. snacks. So many snacking opportunities. We emerged back into the main area where chaos still reigned. Glorp was slowly reconstituting, hiccuping different colors. Prism and Shard had fused into one crystal and were arguing with themselves about whose fault it was. Kaleth was showing everyone replay footage of our kiss from 12 different angles. There! He pointed at the screen. The moment their souls recognized each other. See how her left hand grabs his. I'm going to die, I muttered. The commemorative plates are already sold out, Octavia informed us helpfully. They're doing a second printing with more tongue. More tongue? Alex choked. It was very popular tongue, Otto agreed. Several tentacles up. I wanted to sink into the floor, wanted to disappear, wanted to rewind time and not kiss Alex like the world was ending while covered in alien emotion goo. Except that was a lie. Because even now, even with the embarrassment and the commemorative plates and the fact that our kiss had its own hashtag, I didn't regret it. Not the way his hands had felt in my hair, not the sounds he'd made, not the way we'd fit together like puzzle pieces that had been looking for each other. Maya, Alex said quietly while Cleth showed a slow-motion replay to a rapt audience. About what happened? Tomorrow, I cut him off. 3 a.m. K9 stairwell. Focus on that. Right? The escape plan. He squeezed my hand. Not the fact that we just had our inhibitions removed by alien slime, I finished firmly. Right. That. But his thumb was drawing circles on my palm, and my traitorous body was remembering exactly how those hands had felt everywhere else. And 97% synchronization was starting to feel like a conservative estimate. Tomorrow, 3 a.m. escape. Not thinking about purple kisses or soul matches or the way he'd said my name against my neck. Definitely not thinking about how much I wanted to do it again, without the goo this time, just to see if it was real.
Chapter 10. The Weight of Small Rebellions. Part 1. The vial in my hand caught the 2 a.m. light like a terrible decision I'd already made. It was smaller than I'd expected when I finally pulled it from my pocket, no bigger than a thimble, filled with something that moved like mercury but gleamed like starlight. Chuck had pressed it into my palm during trust falls, before everything went purple, and Maya's tongue ended up in my mouth. 30 seconds of stopped time, he'd whispered, or maybe 30 seconds of stopped hearts. After today, I wasn't sure there was a difference. Fitzgerald sat on my chest, all 6 eyes fixed on the vial with the intensity of a cat who'd seen me naked and was judging my life choices. His motorcycle purr had shifted into something else, a harmony that sounded suspiciously like the wedding march. Don't start, I told him. It was the goo. Just the goo. He slow blinked at me, 6 eyes doing it in sequence like landing lights, then bit my hand. Not hard, just enough to say, you're lying to yourself and we both know it. It was mostly the goo, I amended. Hemingway patted over on his 5-toed paws, took one look at the vial and promptly knocked it out of my hand. Hey! It rolled under the bed, glowing faintly in the dark like a fallen star that had decided to hide from my romantic disasters. As I reached for it, my fingers brushed something else. Paper. The photo from Maya's pocket. It must have fallen when she was here earlier, pacing my apartment while reviewing Chuck's data drive, very carefully not talking about how her hands had felt under my shirt, or the sound she'd made when I'd... Focus, Rivera. I shouldn't look at the photo. It wasn't mine to see. I looked anyway. The woman in the photo was beautiful in that sharp way that suggested she'd learned to weaponize her cheekbones. She stood in what was clearly a control room, surrounded by monitors showing faces I recognized. Our faces. All the couples, displayed like collectible cards, statistics scrolling beneath each image. But it was what I saw on one particular screen that made my stomach drop. Chen/A Rivera, 97% synchronization. Priority content. And the nameplate visible on the desk. S. Mitchell, executive producer. Sarah. Chuck's Sarah. Oh, Chuck, I whispered to the empty room. What did they do to you? But more importantly, what were they going to do to us? Maya and I had hit higher synchronization than Chuck and Sarah, and we'd done it on day 4, while covered in alien emotion enhancer, with our tongues doing things that were now commemorated on plates across 17 galaxies. My phone buzzed with a text. Maya, can't sleep. You up? Me. No, I'm definitely asleep. This is a dream text. Maya. Your dream texts are terrible at comedy. Me. Your real texts are terrible at admitting you kissed me like the world was ending. There was a long pause. The typing bubbles appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Maya. The goo kissed you. I was just the delivery system. Me. The goo had great technique. Very thorough. Excellent tongue work. Maya. I hate you. Me. Your 97% synchronization says otherwise. Maya. That was the goo, too. Me. The synchronization started climbing before the goo hit us. Chuck showed us the data. Another long pause. Maya. 2:45. Kitchen. We need to focus on the escape plan, not on whatever that was. Me. Whatever that was has its own commemorative plates. Maya. I'm going to murder you with those plates. Me. Romantic. The audience would love it. She didn't respond, but I could practically feel her eye roll through the phone. I tucked the photo into my pocket, along with the vial. She needed to see it, but not yet. Not until I figured out how to tell her that the revolution we were planning might be exactly what they wanted. That every couple who'd ever synchronized this high became permanent content. That we were already past the point of no return. 2:40 a.m. Time to go pretend the purple kiss hadn't changed everything while plotting to overthrow our captors with weaponized emotions and 2 cats who'd grown extra parts. The corridor outside my apartment hummed with that almost music the walls made when they thought no one was listening. But tonight, it was different. Lighter. Almost giggly. Like the architecture was remembering our kiss and writing fan fiction about it. They used tongue for 43 seconds, the wall whispered in what my translator told me was breathless Zeltarian. Nobody asked you, Wall, I muttered. Fitzgerald darted ahead, then stopped at the kitchen door, all 6 eyes fixed on something. When I caught up, I saw why. Someone had put up a sign. Congratulations to the Purple Kiss couple, 97% synchronization. Available unlimited edition everything. I'm going to burn this place down, I said conversationally. The kitchen was already half full when I entered. Every single alien turned to look at me with expressions that ranged from knowing smirks to whatever octopi did when they wanted to waggle their eyebrows. The tongue champion arrives, Otto announced, 4 tentacles applauding. It was the goo, I said automatically. The goo doesn't make you synchronize at 97%, Octavia corrected. Her other tentacles literally making air quotes. That's all you, Purple Boy. Purple Boy? It's better than what they're calling you on the fan forums, Splish oozed over, their green form shimmering with gossip. Want to know the top 5 ship names? Purple Passion is winning, but Tongue Stabbers has a strong following. Tongue Stabbers? I wanted to die. That doesn't even make sense. You stabbed fruit, then you stabbed each other with tongues, Glorp explained, like this was perfectly logical. It's poetic. That's when Maya walked in, and the entire room went silent. She looked tired and beautiful, and like she wanted to murder everyone who'd even thought about the purple kiss. Her eyes found mine across the room, and for a second, the air between us crackled with the kind of tension that had gotten us into this mess. Then, Otto started a slow clap with all 8 tentacles. "Stop it," Maya said dangerously. "The Queen of Passion," Octavia joined in. "The synchronization champion. I will literally poison all of you." "With purple goo?" Prism asked innocently. "Because that seemed to work well for—" Anyway, Maya cut them off, her face red enough to achieve its own synchronization rating. "I've been through Chuck's files. Can we please focus on the actual problem instead of my temporary goo-induced loss of judgment?" 43 seconds of tongue isn't temporary, Octavia hummed from the shadows. Maya pulled out the data drive with the expression of someone about to commit justifiable homicide. "The breeding program. Focus on the breeding program, or I swear I will find more emotional goo and make everyone here kiss Cliff." That shut everyone up. She pulled up the holographic display, but I couldn't focus on the spinning DNA strands. Not when she was standing close enough that I could smell her shampoo. Alien replacement shampoo that was just slightly off. Not when I knew exactly what her hands felt like twisted in my hair. What sounds she made when... "Alex." Her voice was sharp. "Stop looking at me like that." "Like what?" "Like you're remembering. Aren't you?" The room was very suddenly extremely quiet. Even the refrigerator stopped humming. Maya's face went through about 17 emotions before settling on professionally furious. "We need to focus on..." The kitchen door opened, and everything went straight to hell.
Chapter 10. The Weight of Small Rebellions, Part 2. The newcomer in the doorway made my skin crawl in ways that had nothing to do with the emotional residue still possibly in my system. They were too tall, too thin, like someone had grabbed a normal person and pulled like taffy until they achieved this wrong-shaped thing that moved like liquid, pretending to be solid. "Well," they said, their voice silk being fed through a garbage disposal, "isn't this interesting?" Alex shifted closer to me. Not obviously, just half a step that put him between me and whatever this thing was. The protective gesture should have annoyed me. Instead, it made something warm bloom in my chest, which was definitely just heartburn from the alien coffee. Definitely not feelings about the way he'd instinctively moved to shield me. Nope. "Midnight snacks?" the creature asked, gliding into the kitchen with movements that suggested physics was more of a gentle suggestion. "Or midnight revolution?" "Snacks," Otto said quickly, shoving a tentacle into what looked like a cookie jar but was probably full of something worse. "Definitely snacks." "Of course." They smiled, and I stopped counting teeth after 40 because my brain was already trying to exit through my ears. "I'm sure that's why you disabled the mood detector, and why you're all reviewing classified genetic data, and why..." Their head tilted at an angle that would have killed anything with actual vertebrae, eyes fixed on Alex. "Why young Mr. Rivera is carrying temporal suspension fluid in his pocket." My hand found Alex's before I could stop it. His fingers immediately interlaced with mine, and that stupid 97% synchronization hummed between us like a live wire. "I don't..." Alex started. "Please." The creature held up a hand that had joints in places. Joints shouldn't exist. "Let's skip the denials. They're boring, and I have a proposition that's much more interesting." "Who are you?" I demanded, hating how my voice came out slightly breathless. But Alex's thumb was drawing circles on my palm, probably unconsciously, probably just Nervous energy definitely not making me remember how those hands had mapped every inch of accessible skin for 43 seconds. Or was it 44? The commemorative plates said 43, but they hadn't counted the aftermath when we'd kept kissing on the floor like our lives depended on it. Call me Zix. They pronounced it like someone sneezing while gargling. I'm what you might call middle management. Been with the show for 63 seasons. Started as a contestant, worked my way up to senior handler. Now I oversee special projects. Special projects like us? Alex's voice had dropped to that protective tone that absolutely didn't make my stomach flutter. Special projects like you. Zix moved to the coffee maker with that liquid grace, pouring themselves a cup. You see, every few seasons we get a group like yours. Clever enough to find the dead zones, brave enough to plan escape, stupid enough to think they're the first. You mean, Octavia started. Oh yes, we've had dozens of attempted revolutions. Season 761 tried to weaponize interpretive dance. Very artistic, very unsuccessful. Zix sipped their coffee and made a face like they'd just discovered existential dread came in beverage form. But you have something different. Emotional goo that disrupts systems, temporal suspension fluid, and most importantly, they looked directly at Alex and me, at our joined hands, at the way we were standing close enough that I could feel his body heat. A genuine connection rating higher than anything we've seen in decades, 97% on your first kiss, while covered in alien enhancer. The algorithm is having what you humans would call a moment. It was the goo, I said automatically, but my voice lacked conviction. Probably because Alex's hand tightened in mine when I said it, and that small gesture sent electricity up my arm. The goo that made you synchronize before it even touched you? Zix's smile widened impossibly. Was it the goo that made Mr. Rivera adjust his position 3 times to catch you during trust falls? Couldn't be. That was days ago. Was it the goo that made you text each other 17 times between challenges, even though you claimed to find each other annoying? You're reading our texts? Alex's voice went dangerous. We're reading everything. Your vital signs, your micro-expressions, the way your pupils dilate when you look at each other. Zix gestured between us. Right now, for instance, Miss Chen's heart rate is elevated by 30%, and it's not from fear. I wanted to protest, but Alex's thumb was still making those circles on my palm, and my traitorous heart was indeed racing, and everybody in the room could probably tell that the purple kiss hadn't been entirely the goo's fault. Here's what you don't understand, Zix continued, setting down their coffee with deliberate care. Every revolution we've allowed to happen, yes, allowed, has made the show better, more dramatic, higher ratings. You think you're fighting the system, but you are the system. Rebellion is just another genre we've monetized. So why tell us? My analytical brain kicked in despite the Alex-shaped distraction pressed against my side. Why not just let us fail dramatically for the cameras? Because I don't want you to fail. Zix's oil-slick skin rippled with colors that hurt to look at. I want you to succeed beyond your wildest dreams. I want you to burn this whole thing to the ground. Why? Alex asked. Because I've been here 63 seasons. I've done everything they asked, been everything they wanted. Their form solidified slightly, becoming more human-shaped, like they were remembering what they used to be. And do you know what I learned? The show never ends, even for management. We're all content, just at different levels of the pyramid. They laughed, and it sounded like glass being ground into powder. Sarah Mitchell knows this better than anyone. I felt Alex stiffen beside me. You know Sarah? Know her, I trained her. Zix's colors shifted to something bruised dark. Season 798. She and Chuck were my first assignment as a handler. I was supposed to make them fall in love. Instead, I watched them actually do it. Real love. The kind that can't be manufactured or scripted. Alex's free hand went to his pocket, the one with the photo. He pulled it out, showing it to me for the first time. Sarah in the control room, our faces on every screen, that nameplate like a punch to the gut. "She's a producer now," I said, my voice hollow. "Oh, yes. They made her an offer she couldn't refuse." Zix's laugh was bitter as burnt coffee. "Join production or watch Chuck burn. She thought she could change things from the inside, make it more humane. 60 seasons later, she's become worse than the ones who recruited her. She has to be, to keep Chuck safe." "That's what they'll do to us," I said quietly. "If we stay. If we let them keep broadcasting our—" "Your what?" Zix's teeth gleamed. "Your genuine affection? Your barely controlled desire to tear each other's clothes off? Your 97% synchronization that happened despite your best efforts to resist it?" "We're not—" I started. "You are," Zix interrupted. "And that's what makes you dangerous. Real connection can't be controlled, only exploited. But if you destroy the infrastructure while you're synchronized that high, while the system is trying to process your connection, you could bring down everything." They pulled out a data chip, setting it on the counter. "Executive pod coordinates, security codes, structural weaknesses, everything you need to escape, but also—" They smiled that terrible smile. "The code, to overload the emotional processors. Make the ship feel everything every contestant has ever felt. 300 seasons of pain, fear, humiliation, and, yes, even love. All at once." "That would kill everyone," I said. "That would free everyone," Zix countered. "Even death is better than endless performance." Before anyone could respond, the door burst open and Chuck stumbled in. But this wasn't the game show Chuck. This was Chuck coming apart, his compliance chip glowing like a star going supernova in his neck. "No, no, no," he gasped, clawing at his throat. "I didn't tell them anything. I didn't—" He saw Zix and went even paler. "You." "Hello, Charles," Zix said pleasantly. "How's Sarah? Still producing our love stories? Still pretending she has a choice?" Chuck's scream was answer enough. He collapsed, and I dropped beside him, Alex right with me. Chuck's body convulsed as the chip sent waves of agony through him. "He helped you," Zix observed with detached interest. "The chip knows. 3 minutes until his heart stops, unless—" Prism stepped forward, their crystalline body shifting into something sharp and medical and necessary. "Move." What happened next was both horrible and beautiful. Prism and Shard working in perfect synchronization, real synchronization, not the manufactured kind, to save Chuck's life. Blood on the kitchen floor. The wet sound of biothreads being severed. Chuck's hand in mine on one side, Alex's on the other. The three of us connected by desperation and the weight of terrible knowledge. When Zix crushed the extracted chip, it screamed almost human. "Well," Zix said, brushing away nothing, "this accelerates things. They'll know within minutes. You have maybe 30 seconds?" 30 seconds? Otto's tentacles flailed. "Plans change." Zix moved to the door, then paused. "My offer stands. Use the emotional virus to destroy everything, or try to save everyone and probably fail. Your choice?" Alex shook his head. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Zix laughed that terrible laugh again. His chip was bad. He said, pointing at Chuck, who had passed out from the pain, "If mine goes off, and it will go off if I try to set off that virus, this whole ship might be destroyed." They left. We all stared at the chip on the counter like it might explode. I looked at Alex, really looked at him, disheveled from racing here, still glowing slightly from wherever our synchronization had settled. Those stupid, sincere eyes that made me want to do reckless things like trust him with more than just my life. "We're really doing this," I said. "We're really doing this," he confirmed. Then quieter, just for me. "Together?" "Together," I agreed, and meant it more than I'd meant anything in my life. The alarm started soft, just a pulse in the walls. but I could feel it building, like the ship's immune system recognizing an infection. 30 seconds, I said, pocketing Zix's chip next to Chuck's data drive. My other hand stayed in Alex's, and I didn't pretend it was for the cameras anymore. Let's see if love really can break things. I thought you didn't believe in love, Alex said. I don't, I replied, then squeezed his hand. But I believe in us. The kitchen lights went red. Somewhere, Sarah Mitchell was watching her screens, seeing our synchronization numbers, knowing exactly what she'd created and what we were about to destroy. Time to run.
Chapter 11. 30 seconds to save your life. 30 seconds. That's what Zix had given us. 30 seconds before the ship's security systems figured out Chuck's chip was dead and sent everything after us. I counted them down in my head while chaos erupted around me. 29. Maya shoved Zix's data chip into her pocket alongside Chuck's drive, her movements sharp and efficient like she'd been planning prison breaks her whole life. 28. Otto and Octavia lifted Chuck between them, 4 tentacles each creating a careful cradle for his unconscious form. Blood still seeped from the wound in his neck, leaving drops on the floor like breadcrumbs. 27. Glorp started absorbing everything they could reach. Food, water, even a coffee maker. Supplies, they explained, their purple form bulging with contraband. 26. Jiba materialized from nowhere. Seriously, how? With armfuls of those emotional goo vials. For weaponization, they hummed, their jellybean surface rippling with determination. 25. Maya grabbed my hand, and that 97% synchronization hummed between us like a secret we were both keeping. Ready? She asked. 24. No, I said honestly. You? 23. Not even close. But she squeezed my hand, and somehow that made it better. 22. The lights went from red to something worse, a pulsing orange that made my teeth ache. 21. Move, Maya commanded, and we moved. 20 seconds. That's when everything went wrong. The kitchen door didn't open. It exploded inward, ripped off its hinges by something that used to be Cleth, but was now my newest nightmare. Remember how I said he looked like a disco ball had mated with a game show host? Forget that. This was what happened when a praying mantis decided to become a killer robot and then got really into sequins. He'd unfolded somehow, going from 8 feet to at least 12, his limbs extending into segments that shouldn't exist. His head had split open, revealing rows of eyes that all focused on us with predatory precision. Leaving so soon? His voice wasn't booming anymore. It was sharp, metallic, like being stabbed by sound. But we haven't finished your love story. His arm, or what used to be an arm, scythed through the air where my head had been. I ducked, pulling Maya with me, and we hit the floor as his blade limb embedded itself in the refrigerator, which started screaming in what the translator said was appliance distress. That's when Fitzgerald and Hemingway arrived. I don't know where they'd been or how they'd found us, but suddenly there were 2 balls of fury launching themselves at Cleth's face, or faces, since he seemed to have several now. 6 eyes and 5-toed paws working in perfect partnership. KLETH froze. Not attacked, not defended. Froze. Like someone had hit his pause button. What ... His multiple eyes tried to track both cats at once. What are these creatures? Fitzgerald yowled and swiped at one of Cleth's eyes. Hemingway went for what might have been an antenna. They were maybe 20 pounds combined, facing off against a 12-foot mantis monster. And somehow, they were winning through sheer audacity. Cats, Maya said, helping me to my feet. They're cats. Cats? Cleth took an actual step backward. They're so small and furious. And their claws, are those venomous? Very venomous, I lied immediately. 1 scratch and you'll dissolve. Slowly, painfully. While your sequins fall off one by one, Maya added because she understood the assignment. Cleth made a sound like a computer trying to process a paradox. The cats kept attacking, their yowls harmonizing in a way that suggested they'd been practicing. Go, Otto shouted, still carrying Chuck. We'll hold him. Otto, no! Octavia started, but Otto was already moving, 4 tentacles whipping toward Cleth while the other 4 pushed Chuck into Octavia's grasp. Take him! Go! The next few seconds happened in slow motion and fast forward simultaneously. Otto wrapped himself around Cleth's middle segments, tentacles constricting like the world's angriest hug. Cleth's blade arms swung wildly, trying to dislodge him. Octavia passed Chuck to Prism and Shard, then launched herself at Cleth's head section, her tentacles going for his eyes. "Run!" she screamed. We ran. Through corridors that pulsed orange with alarm, past walls that shrieked updates about security breaches, around corners that shouldn't have existed in 3-dimensional space. I could hear the fight behind us. Metal on flesh. Screams both alien and familiar. And then a sound that would haunt me forever. A wet tearing. Octavia's scream told me everything I didn't want to know. "We have to go back." I started to turn, but Maya's grip on my hand became iron. "We can't help them by dying," she said, but her voice cracked. "Medical bay. Now." The medical bay doors were reinforced, designed to seal during emergencies. Prism and Shard literally melted themselves into the locking mechanism, fusing it shut behind us. We could hear Cleth in the distance, his rage making the walls vibrate. "Put him here," Maya directed, clearing a surgical table with one sweep of her arm. Equipment crashed to the floor, but nobody cared. Chuck was pale. Too pale. His breathing shallow. The wound in his neck had stopped bleeding, which was either very good or very bad. "I need—" Maya started, then stopped. "I don't know what I need. I don't know how to fix this." "I do." Splish oozed forward, their green form shifting into something more medical. "Blob biology includes absorption healing. I can help." While Splish worked on Chuck, I surveyed our situation. One entrance, sealed. One exit that led somewhere. The medical bay was bigger than the one we'd been in before, with actual equipment instead of just decontamination jars. Monitors lined one wall, all dark for now. "They'll come," Glorp said quietly, still bulging with absorbed supplies. "Cleth knows where we are." "Let them come," Maya said. She was checking Zix's data chip, her fingers flying over a portable interface she'd found. "I'm uploading the emotional virus to the medical systems. If they break in, we'll flood this section with every feeling from the therapy sessions." "That could kill us too," Jibba pointed out. "Then we better hope the door holds." A sound from the corridor. Not Cleth's rage, but something wet and painful. Then a tentacle slapped against the door. Just one. "Let us in!" Octavia's voice thick with pain. "Please!" Prism started to unfuse from the lock, but Maya held up a hand. "How do we know it's really them?" "It's us, you paranoid human." Otto's voice now, exhausted but alive. "We fought off the disco-mantis and Octavia is missing an arm, and if you don't open this door right now, I will ink all over your escape plans." Maya nodded. Prism unfused just enough to let them through, then sealed it again immediately. They looked like they'd been through a blender that was also on fire. Otto had gashes across 4 tentacles. His usual dark green color faded to something sickly. But Octavia, her leftmost tentacle was gone, severed halfway down. She was pressed against Otto, their remaining tentacles intertwined for support, both of them trembling. "Did you—" I couldn't finish the question. "He retreated," Otto gasped. "The cats did something to his eyes. He couldn't see properly, started attacking the walls." "The cats?" Maya's voice went up. "Where are the cats?" "They ran the other direction," Octavia managed, leading him away from us. Little furry heroes. My chest tightened. Fitzgerald and Hemingway, my weird mutant companions, had saved us. And now they were out there somewhere with a half-blind mantis monster hunting them. That's when Chuck groaned. We all turned as his eyes fluttered open, unfocused at first, then sharpening with awareness. His hand went to his neck, feeling the wound, the absence of the chip. "How long?" he asked, his voice rough. 15 minutes, Maya answered, "since the chip came out." "Sarah knows then." He tried to sit up, failed, tried again with Splish's help. "She'll have seen the signal drop. She'll be... The monitors on the wall flared to life, all of them, showing the same face. Sarah Mitchell looked exactly like the photo, but somehow worse. Beautiful in that sharp way, but her eyes were empty. Not cold, not cruel. Empty, like someone had deleted everything that mattered and left only the job. "Hello, Charles," she said, and Chuck made a sound like someone had punched him in the soul. Sarah. Just her name, but the way he said it carried 47 years of love and loss and impossible choices. "You removed your chip." Her voice was professionally disappointed. "That was foolish. You know what happens now." "I know," Chuck said quietly. "I'm offering you one chance." Sarah's gaze swept the room, cataloging faces. "All of you. Surrender now. Return to your designated areas. Complete the season. No one has to burn." "We're not going back," Maya said, stepping forward. "We know about the breeding program, about what you're really doing here." Sarah's expression didn't change. "Of course you do. Zix always was too chatty. I assume they offered you the nuclear option? Destroy everything in a blaze of righteous fury?" "They offered us the truth," I said. "The truth." Sarah laughed, and it was the saddest sound I'd ever heard. "The truth is that there are worse things than this show. The truth is that without us, without the entertainment we provide, 3 galaxies would have gone to war 50 years ago. We're not just a dating show. We're a pressure valve for interspecies tension. Do you want to know how many wars we've prevented by letting people watch others fall in love?" "That doesn't justify..." Maya started. "Doesn't it?" Sarah's empty eyes found Chuck again. "Tell them, Charles. Tell them why I said yes. Tell them about the treaty." Chuck's face crumpled. "Don't..." "Tell them," Sarah insisted. "Or I will." Chuck was quiet for so long I thought he wouldn't speak. Then, barely a whisper, "The show is part of a peace treaty. Earth doesn't know. Most species don't know. But the ruling councils, they use this. Use us. Every season prevents an estimated 1,000 deaths from border conflicts." "We're preventing wars," Sarah said, "by sacrificing a few dozen couples every season to entertainment. It's arithmetic. Simple, horrible arithmetic." "You're lying," Maya said, but uncertainty crept into her voice. "I'm not." Sarah pulled up data streams on the monitors, casualty reports, conflict zones, correlation charts. Every time ratings drop, violence increases. When season 834 was canceled due to technical difficulties, 3 colonies were destroyed in the resulting tensions. "That's not our responsibility," I said. "No," Sarah agreed. "It's mine. I chose this. To keep Charles safe, yes, but also because someone has to. Someone has to be the monster so thousands of others can live." Chuck stood, swaying but determined. "You didn't have to become this. You didn't have to become worse than them." "Didn't I?" Sarah's mask cracked, just for a second, and I saw the woman from the photo, young, in love, believing she could change things. "They test me, Charles. Every season. Float ideas past me to see if I'll object. Child, contestants, death matches, real stakes. I have to be worse than their worst ideas so they never implement them. I have to be the monster so creative doesn't get more creative." The medical bay was silent except for the hum of equipment and Octavia's pained breathing. "Come back," Sarah said finally. "Complete your season. Find your happy ending. It's better than the alternative." "What's the alternative?" Maya asked. Sarah's empty eyes found her. "I stopped protecting you. I let creative have their way. Did you enjoy the purple kiss? That was me keeping things PG-13. Without my intervention, the goo would have done more than lower inhibitions. Much more." My hand found Maya's again. That 97% synchronization hummed between us, but now it felt like a target on our backs. "We're not going back," Chuck said, and his voice was stronger now. "I'm done being your justification, Sarah. I'm done being the reason you collaborate." "Charles..." "No." He stood straighter. 47 years of captivity finally breaking. "You chose this. You chose to become them. and I choose to leave, with or without you. Sarah's face went blank again. You have 5 minutes before I send security. Real security, not Cleth. They won't be scared of cats. The monitors went dark. Chuck collapsed back onto the table, tears streaming down his face. She's gone. My Sarah is gone. She was trying to protect you, I said softly. No, Chuck said. She was trying to protect the idea of us, the story of us. But the real us? We died 60 seasons ago. Maya squeezed my hand, and I understood what she wasn't saying. That could be us. Would be us if we stayed, if we let the show keep us. 5 minutes, Maya said, all business again. We need to move. Where? Otto asked, 3 tentacles wrapped around Octavia's wound. Maya held up Zix's chip, scanning the data. Her face went pale. Executive pods. Deck 7. No biometric locks. How many? Chuck asked, already knowing from her expression that it was bad news. 8. Maya's voice was flat. Single passenger each. I did a quick head count. Maya, me, Chuck, Otto, Octavia, Prism, Shard, Glorp, Splish, Jibba. 10 beings, 8 pods. That's... Otto started counting on his tentacles, came to the same conclusion. Too short. Prism and I can share, Shard said immediately. We've fused before. We can... Single passenger, Maya interrupted, reading from the data. The pods are weight and biosignature sensitive. They'll auto-eject if they detect more than one life form. It's a security feature to prevent stowaways. Then 2 stay, Jibba hummed quietly from the shadows. Simple mathematics. No one stays, Maya said firmly, but we all heard the impossibility in it. Chuck stood slowly, painfully. I'll stay. This is my fault. I helped you. The chip activated. I led you here. Absolutely not, I cut him off. You're injured. You wouldn't last 5 minutes. I have the most tentacles, Otto said. Best chance of fighting off security. With me missing an arm. Octavia's voice was sharp with pain and anger. You're not staying without me. No one is staying. Maya's voice cracked with frustration. She turned to me, and I saw the calculation in her eyes. The same math we were all doing. 10 beings, 8 pods, 2 sacrifices. But then her expression shifted, something desperate and determined replacing the panic. Unless what? I asked. She looked at me, really looked at me, and I saw her make a decision that went against every analytical, logical part of her brain. Unless we share. You just said the pods detect our synchronization, she interrupted, grabbing my hand. That familiar hum sparked between us, 97% and climbing. We're at 97%. The pod might read us as one biosignature if we're synchronized enough, Crescent. That's insane, Chuck said. The weight alone. I weigh 130 pounds. Alex is maybe 170. Together we're 300, which is less than what some species weigh alone. Maya was in full analysis mode now, but her hand was trembling in mine. If we can maintain high enough synchronization, the pod might read our overlapping biosignatures as one entity. Or it might eject you into space, Splish pointed out. 3 minutes, Maya said, ignoring the objection. We don't have time to debate. I squeezed her hand. You sure about this? She laughed, high and slightly hysterical. I'm not sure about anything, but I'm not leaving you, and you're not leaving me, and we're all getting out of here. Even if we have to pretend to be one person? Even if we have to. She paused, color rising in her cheeks. Synchronize in a very small space while escaping. Despite everything, the danger, the countdown, the blood on the floor, I felt my mouth curve into a smile. Remember the elevator? This is nothing like the elevator. You're right. This is much worse. 2 minutes, Chuck warned. Maya turned to the others. The maintenance shaft leads to deck 7. We go fast, we go quiet, and nobody plays hero. Get to your pods and launch immediately. Don't wait for anyone else. What about the cats? I asked, the thought hitting me like a punch. Maya's expression softened. They're smart. Smarter than they should be. If anyone can find a way out, it's 2 mutant cats who've been playing us since day 1. She was right. Fitzgerald and Hemingway had survived this long with extra eyes and missing toes. They'd figure it out. They had to. 1 minute, Chuck said. Maya pulled up the ship's schematic on her interface. Maintenance shaft. Now. As we prepared to run toward either escape or disaster, I couldn't help but think about the math of it all. Not the 10 beings 8 pods math, but the other kind. The kind that said 2 people who'd known each other for 5 days shouldn't trust each other with their lives. The kind that said 97% synchronization was just a number, not a real connection. The kind that said sharing an escape pod designed for one person was definitely going to get us both killed. But Maya's hand in mine said something different. It said, maybe the math didn't matter. Maybe what mattered was that we were about to stuff ourselves into a pod the size of a coffin and try to convince it we were one person by sheer force of emotional synchronization. 30 seconds, Chuck whispered. Somewhere, security was mobilizing. Somewhere, Sarah Mitchell was becoming the monster one more time. Somewhere, my cats were probably terrorizing Cleth in ways that would become legend. And we were about to attempt the stupidest escape plan in the history of stupid escape plans. Ready? Maya asked. No, everyone said in unison. Perfect, she said and opened the maintenance hatch. Let's go get ourselves killed together. Chapter 12. The Harmony Chamber. The maintenance shaft felt like crawling through the digestive system of something that fed on claustrophobia. My knees were screaming. My back was cramping in places I didn't know could cramp. And Maya's foot kept accidentally kicking me in the face every time she had to adjust her position ahead of me. Sorry, she whispered for the 5th time, her voice echoing strangely in the metal tube. It's fine, I whispered back, tasting boot rubber and trying not to think about how her accidentally kicking me was somehow more intimate than our purple kiss. At least your shoes are clean. They're covered in emotional goo residue and Chuck's blood, so moderately clean for our current situation. Behind me, I could hear Otto muttering in what the translator claimed was frustrated octopodian, but sounded more like someone gargling marbles while doing math. He was having to navigate with 3 tentacles while supporting Octavia with the other 4. Every few seconds, she'd make a small, pained sound that made my chest tight. The jars of emotion goo clinked softly in my jacket pocket with each movement. Splish had insisted we each take one for emergencies, though what constituted an emergency beyond our current situation was anyone's guess. Left turn ahead, Chuck called from somewhere behind Otto. His voice was stronger now, but threaded with exhaustion. According to the schematic, we should come out near... He stopped talking. We all stopped moving. Light was pouring through a grate ahead of us. Not the harsh emergency lighting we'd gotten used to, but something warmer, golden, almost inviting. And underneath it, music. Not the creepy harmony the walls hummed, but actual music. Orchestral, romantic. The kind they played in movies right before someone either got married or murdered. That's not good, Maya said. And I loved that we'd reached the point where understated concern was our default crisis response. Chuck, I whispered, what's on the other side of that grate? A pause. Then, barely audible. I was hoping the schematic was wrong. About what? The harmony chamber. His voice had gone flat. It was supposed to be your semi-final challenge. If you made it that far? Maya turned her head enough to look back at me, and even in the dim light, I could see her expression. Exhausted, terrified, and somehow still ready to fight whatever came next.
What's the harmony chamber?
A trust exercise, Chuck said, with consequences. Before anyone could ask what that meant, voices echoed from behind us, not far behind, maybe 2 turns back in the shaft. Heat signatures in the maintenance system. Can't have gone far with wounded. Sarah wants them alive, but said maiming is acceptable. Security, moving fast. Maya looked at the grate, then back at me. I saw her make the calculation. Unknown danger ahead versus certain capture behind. "We go through," she said. "Maya," Chuck started. "We don't have a choice." She was already working on the grate, her fingers finding the release mechanism with an efficiency that made me wonder what kind of rebellious phase she'd had in high school. "Everyone ready to run?" "No," we all said in unison. "Perfect." The grate popped open, and Maya slid through headfirst in a move that was absolutely not making me think inappropriate thoughts about her flexibility. Oh, wow. I followed her out and immediately understood her reaction. The harmony chamber was beautiful in the way that poisonous things often are. The room was massive, the size of a concert hall, with a domed ceiling that showed a projection of the cosmos. Not our cosmos, something more colorful, more alive, with nebulas that pulsed in time with that orchestral music. The floor was the problem. It was divided into hexagonal sections, each about 3 feet across, glowing with soft white light. They covered the entire floor from where we stood to the exit door on the far side, maybe 100 feet away. As I watched, some hexagons pulsed brighter. Others dimmed, creating patterns that almost looked like... "It's a heartbeat," Maya breathed. "The floor is showing someone's heartbeat." The others emerged behind us, Otto carefully lowering Octavia, Prism and Shard supporting Chuck, Glorp and Splish oozing through, each of them looking at the deadly beauty before us. "It's beautiful," Splish said, their form shimmering with what might have been appreciation or fear. "It's a killing floor," Chuck corrected, his face pale. "The chamber reads biosignatures. Heartbeats, breathing patterns, electrical impulses. The tiles are safe only when they match your biological rhythm." "So we just walk across matching our own rhythms?" Glorp asked hopefully. "No." Chuck moved to a control panel beside the entrance, fingers dancing over displays I couldn't read. "That would be too easy. You have to match your partner's rhythm. Perfect synchronization, or the floor drops away." I looked at the 100 feet of death tiles, then at Maya. "Of course it does." "But Chuck doesn't have a partner," Octavia pointed out weakly. "The chamber doesn't care," Chuck interrupted, pulling up something on the display. "It was designed for the final couples. Anyone else who enters..." He didn't need to finish. The single contestant would have to match someone or die. The voices in the shaft were getting closer. I could hear metal scraping against metal, weapons being drawn. "How do we beat it?" Maya asked Chuck, her hand finding mine automatically. The contact sent our synchronization humming between us, visible now as a faint golden glow where our skin touched. Chuck stared at the display, then at us, then at our joined hands with something like hope flickering in his exhausted eyes. "You don't beat it. You become it." "That's not helpful," Otto said, 3 tentacles gesturing in frustration. "No, wait." Chuck moved to the edge of the floor, studying the patterns. "The chamber's designed to read 2 heartbeats and force them to match. But what if there were more than 2? What if we all synchronized?" "That's impossible," Octavia wheezed. "Different species, different heart rates." "Not impossible." Maya was already understanding, her analytical brain catching up to Chuck's. "Just improbable. If we all connect physically, create a chain, and one person sets the rhythm, the chamber might read us as one organism," I finished. "One very weird, complicated organism." "It's insane," Prism said. "It's all we have," Shard added. That's when Splish made a sound like a light bulb going off underwater. "The emotion goo. We could use it to help synchronize. It makes everyone feel the same things. Maybe it could help us feel the same rhythm?" Maya's eyes lit up with that dangerous brilliance that meant she was about to science our way out of certain death. "That's actually not terrible. If we all experience the same emotional state, our physiological responses might align enough to fool the sensors." The grate behind us burst open. 2 security guards emerged, not the floating tentacle kind we'd seen before, but something worse. Humanoid, but wrong, like someone had tried to build a person from memory and gotten the proportions slightly off. They wore black uniforms that seemed to absorb light, and their faces were smooth, featureless except for eyes that glowed with the same orange as the emergency lights. "Stop!" one said, its voice perfectly modulated to be both authoritative and threatening. Return to your designated areas. I don't think so, Maya said, and I felt her pulse accelerate through our joined hands. The guards stepped onto the hexagonal floor without hesitation, without synchronization, without understanding what they were walking into. The tiles beneath them flashed red. For a moment, nothing happened. The guards took another step forward, weapons raised. Then the floor disappeared. Not all of it. Just the hexagons beneath them, opening like hungry mouths. The guards didn't even scream. They just fell, vanishing into darkness below. The tiles reformed instantly, glowing white again, innocent as fresh snow. Right, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Let's not do that. Everyone link up, Chuck commanded, and for the first time since I'd met him, I heard the person he'd been before 47 years of captivity. Physical contact, as much as possible. We need to create one bioelectric field. Maya's hand tightened in mine. Wait, the goo first. Everyone take out your jars. We fumbled for the containers Splish had given us, these little vessels of concentrated chaos. Mine glowed faintly purple in the chamber's light, still warm from wherever emotions lived when they were liquefied. This is either brilliant or the worst idea you've ever had, I told Maya. Those aren't mutually exclusive, she replied, already uncapping her jar. On 3. Everyone drinks at once. We need to feel the same thing at the same moment. What if we all feel terrible? Otto asked, examining his jar with 3 skeptical eyes. Then we'll be synchronized in our terribleness, Maya said with that grim determination that made me want to follow her into any disaster she planned. 1. Chuck looked at his jar like it contained his past. 2, 3. We drank. The taste was impossible to describe, like swallowing a memory of your first kiss mixed with the feeling of falling and the color purple having an existential crisis. But the effect was immediate and overwhelming. Every emotion in that goo hit us simultaneously. Fear, raw and primal. Hope, desperate and bright. Love, not romantic love, but the fierce love of beings who'd chosen each other in the face of annihilation. And underneath it all, a determination so pure it made my bones ache. Oh, Splish gasped, their form rippling with shared sensation. Oh no, Glorp added, starting to glow from within. Oh yes, Otto said, his tentacles moving in perfect synchronization for the first time I'd ever seen. I looked at Maya and saw my own experience reflected in her eyes, wide and startled and somehow more beautiful for being completely overwhelmed. The golden glow of our synchronization wasn't just between us anymore. It was spreading, connecting everyone who drunk the emotional cocktail. Now, Chuck said urgently, his voice thick with shared feeling, link up while we're all experiencing the same thing. I reached back for Otto, who wrapped a tentacle around my wrist with surprising gentleness. He connected to Octavia, whose pain we could all feel now, sharp and constant, but somehow bearable when shared among 9 nervous systems. She reached for Prism, who took Shard's hand, who extended their crystalline form to touch Glorp. Splish partially merged with Glorp, completing our chain. Chuck stood at the front, his hand on Maya's shoulder, and I could feel his 47 years of captivity through the connection. Not the details, just the weight of it, the way Maya's mind worked in beautiful, analytical patterns. Otto's 3 hearts creating a rhythm that somehow made sense. Octavia's determination despite her injury. Prism and Shard's deep crystalline love for each other. Glorp and Splish's fluid understanding of connection. We were 9 beings, but for this moment, we were also one. I'll set the pace, Chuck said. Everyone breathe with me. In 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. It should have been impossible, but the goo had done something to us, not just made us feel the same things, but made us understand how to feel them together. My human heart found a rhythm that complemented Otto's 3. Maya's quick, sharp breathing softened to match Chuck's measured pace. Even Glorp and Splish, who didn't technically breathe, found a way to pulse in time. "Look," Splish whispered. The floor had changed. The random flickering had steadied into a single pattern, all the tiles breathing with the same rhythm. Our rhythm. "Move slowly," Chuck said. "Stay connected. If anyone breaks the chain—" More voices from the shaft. More security coming. "We know," Maya said. "Together or not at all." Chuck stepped onto the first hexagon. It glowed brighter, but stayed solid. Another step, another. Maya following. Then me, our strange chain of refugees moving like the world's most desperate conga line across a floor that wanted to eat us. The music swelled around us, that orchestral romance that belonged in a movie about doomed lovers. Fitting, really. We were all doomed lovers now. Lovers of freedom, lovers of survival, lovers of not being entertainment for 17 galaxies. Halfway across, I made the mistake of looking down through one of the translucent tiles. The pit below wasn't empty. I could see shapes, remains of previous contestants who hadn't synchronized, who hadn't trusted, who hadn't become one organism with their partner. They were preserved somehow, frozen in their falling, an art installation of failure. "Don't look down," Maya said without turning around. Too late. "Then look at me instead." She turned her head just enough for me to see her profile, and even terrified, even exhausted, even covered in blood and goo and whatever else we'd accumulated, she was beautiful. Not in the conventional way the show wanted. Not performer beautiful. Real beautiful. The kind that came from being completely herself even when herself was scared out of her mind. "You're staring," she said. "You told me to look at you." "I meant metaphorically. You should be more specific with your instructions." Behind us, Otto made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been pain. "Could you two flirt later? Some of us are bleeding." But there was fondness in his voice, and I realized something remarkable. We weren't just escaping together. We'd become something together. Not friends exactly. That word felt too small for beings who'd literally synchronized their heartbeats to survive. Family, maybe. The kind you choose when the universe tries to kill you for entertainment. 3/4 of the way across. The exit door was close enough to see details now. Heavy, reinforced, with a lock that would definitely be a problem. But we'd deal with that when... The lights cut out. The darkness was absolute. Not the kind where your eyes adjust and you can make out shapes. This was engineered darkness. The kind that made you question whether you still had eyes at all. "Nobody move." Chuck's voice cut through the black, steady as a surgeon's hand. "The tiles are still there. The rhythm is still there. Feel it through your connection." He was right. I could feel it. Our synchronized heartbeat thrumming through the chain of contact. Maya's pulse through her palm. Otto's triple-time rhythm through the tentacle around my wrist. All of it somehow harmonizing into one impossible beat. The emotion goo was still working, keeping us locked in shared sensation even in the absolute dark. "Emergency lighting in 10 seconds, Chuck continued. "They're trying to break our synchronization. Don't let them." "How do you know it's 10 seconds? Maya asked. "Because I helped design this challenge," Chuck said quietly. "Season 820. They wanted something that would force couples to trust completely or die trying. I gave them what they wanted. I've regretted it for 24 years. "You designed this?" Octavia's voice was sharp with pain and anger. "I designed a lot of things. It was that, or watch other handlers design worse things. At least I built in delays, warnings, the 10-second darkness instead of instant." Light exploded around us. Not the gentle cosmic glow from before, but strobing colors that attacked our retinas like a disco ball having a seizure. The music went from orchestral to something electronic and aggressive, all bass drops and synthetic screams. "Close your eyes!" Chuck shouted. "Navigate by touch. Maya, you're stepping left. More, there." I shut my eyes, relying entirely on the feeling of Maya's hand in mine, the warmth of her palm, the only real thing in a world gone insane. Through our shared emotional state, I could feel everyone's vertigo, everyone's fear. but also everyone's determination not to let go. 5 more steps, Chuck said. 4, 3 dash. Something hot whizzed past my ear. An energy bolt of some kind, fired from the entrance. More guards, but these ones were learning. They weren't stepping on the floor. "They're shooting at us!" Glorp's panic rippled through our connection. "Let them," Maya said, and her voice had that dangerous calm that meant she was about to do something stupidly brave. "They can't hit us without risking the chamber's integrity. One stray shot to the floor mechanism and an energy bolt hit a tile 3 feet to our left. The tile exploded, then reformed, then exploded again, caught in a loop. The chain reaction spread to adjacent tiles, the rhythm of the floor breaking down into chaos. "Run!" Chuck shouted. We ran. Not gracefully. You try running while holding hands with 8 other beings, one of whom is missing a tentacle. But we ran. The floor beneath us was failing, our synchronized heartbeat the only thing keeping our tiles solid, while everything around us fell apart. 10 feet from the door, 5, 2. We crashed into it as a unit, Chuck's hand already on the lock mechanism. "It needs a code," he said, fingers flying over the keypad. 8 digits. I don't... "Try your anniversary," Maya said suddenly. Chuck's fingers froze. "How did you..." Sarah's wearing a necklace in the monitor, barely visible, but it had numbers. "Just try it." Chuck entered something with trembling fingers. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the lock clicked open. We tumbled through just as the entire Harmony Chamber floor gave up on solid matter and became a very pretty, very deadly light show. The door slammed shut behind us, and we collapsed in a heap of tentacles, crystalline limbs, exhausted humans, and traumatized blobs. The emotion goo was wearing off now, leaving us separate again, but somehow still connected. I could feel the ghost of everyone's heartbeat, the echo of shared fear and determination. "Everyone alive?" I asked the pile. Various groans confirmed continued existence. "That was horrible," Splish said, their forms slowly reforming from the puddle they'd become. "That was just the semi-final," Chuck said, pulling himself up with a wince. "The final was worse." "Worse how?" Maya asked, though her tone suggested she didn't really want to know. "Same concept, but naked." Everyone stared at him. "For the ratings," he explained weakly. "Vulnerability and skin cell." "I'm going to throw up," I announced. "Later," Maya said, helping me to my feet. Her hand was still in mine, and neither of us seemed interested in letting go. The goo had worn off, but that golden thread of synchronization still hummed between us, stronger now, for having been shared with the others. "Where are we?" The corridor we'd entered was different from the others. Cleaner, more expensive looking. The walls were actual walls, not the breathing semi-organic stuff we'd gotten used to. The lighting was soft, professional. It looked like... "Executive level," Chuck confirmed. "We're close to the pods. Maybe 5 minutes if we..." An announcement system crackled to life. Not Cleth's bombastic voice or Sarah's cold professionalism. This was new, mechanical, definitely artificial. "Attention contestants. This is an automated message. The show has been canceled. Repeat. The show has been canceled. All beings report to designated safe zones for evacuation." We all looked at each other. "That's a trap, right?" I said. "Definitely a trap," Maya agreed. "The trappiest trap that ever trapped," Otto added, his tentacles making what I was learning was the octopus equivalent of finger guns.
Chapter 13, 30 Seconds of Forever. The evacuation announcement was still echoing through the executive corridor when I felt it. That prickle at the base of my skull that meant we were being hunted. It's amazing how quickly you develop new instincts when your life becomes a reality show directed by sadists. "We need to move," I said, already calculating distances. 5 minutes to the pods, Chuck had said. But that was assuming we could walk in a straight line, and nothing in this ship had ever been that simple. "Does anyone else hear?" Otto started, then stopped, all 8 eyes widening. The sound was wrong. Not footsteps, not the mechanical whir of security drones. This was organic and metallic at once, like someone dragging knives through meat. Wet, sharp, getting closer. Cleth, Chuck breathed, his face going pale under the emotional goo residue we all still wore like war paint. He can't be functional, Octavia wheezed, leaning heavily on Otto. The cats destroyed his eye. The wall to our left exploded. Not exploded like a bomb. Exploded like something massive had punched through it, sending sheets of metal flying like particularly vindictive confetti. Through the jagged hole came something that used to be Cleth, but had traded his game show host persona for something out of a Cronenberg fever dream. Half his face looked like it was gone, revealing circuitry that sparked and writhed like electric snakes. Where his eyes should have been, there were just dark pits that somehow still tracked our movement. His remaining sequins hung in tatters, revealing an exoskeleton that had unfolded in places I didn't want to understand. He'd grown at least 3 feet taller, and his limbs... God, his limbs had subdivided into more limbs, each ending in something sharp enough to make geometry cry. Leaving so soon? His voice was corrupted, playing at 3 different speeds simultaneously. But I haven't given you your parting gifts. One of those impossible arms swept toward us, toward Chuck and Octavia specifically, who were furthest back, most vulnerable. Time slowed the way it does when your brain realizes someone's about to die and there's nothing you can do about it. The blade was perfect in its terrible arc. It would hit Chuck first, straight through the chest, then continue through to take Octavia's head clean off. I could see it happening with the kind of clarity that comes from having analyzed too many trajectories, too many angles. My brain ran the math in microseconds. Impact in 1.3 seconds. No time to pull them clear, no time to block, no time for anything but watching 2 people I'd somehow started caring about become past tense. That's when Alex pulled out the vial. It was such a small thing, no bigger than my thumb, filled with liquid starlight that moved wrong, like Mercury having an existential crisis. He'd had it this whole time, Chuck's secret gift, waiting for the exact right moment of absolute catastrophe. He looked at me, and in that fraction of a second, I saw the question in his eyes. Trust me? I didn't hesitate. My hand found his, both of us gripping the vial together. Because that's what we did now. Face impossible things together, even if the impossible thing was stopping time itself. Together, I whispered. Or not at all, he completed. We pressed the vial's surface simultaneously. The universe hiccuped. That's the only way to describe it. Like reality forgot what it was doing mid-thought. The sound cut out first. That terrible shriek of Cleth's blade through air, just stopping. Then motion froze, everything crystallizing into a tableau of beautiful terror. Cleth hung suspended mid-strike, his monstrous form caught in a moment of perfect violence. His blade was 6 inches from Chuck's chest. Chuck himself was frozen mid-flinch, his face a mask of resignation. He'd seen death coming and accepted it. Octavia's eyes were closed, her remaining tentacles wrapped around Otto in a final embrace. Holy shit, I breathed, and my voice sounded wrong in the stopped world, too loud and too quiet at once, like I was speaking in a vacuum that had opinions. 30 seconds, Alex said, his hand still warm in mine. Chuck said 30 seconds. Then we better move. But for 1 heartbeat, we just stood there, looking at our frozen friends, at the monster about to kill them, at the impossible situation we'd have to solve in half a minute. I'll get Chuck, Alex said, already moving. You calculate where everyone needs to be. This was why we worked. He didn't waste time explaining, didn't question whether I could figure out the complex physics of repositioning 7 beings in stopped time. He just trusted my brain the way I trusted his strength. I let my mind race, everything becoming vectors and angles. Chuck needs to be 4 feet left, 2 feet back. Octavia down and right. Actually, Put her behind that support beam. Otto. Alex was already lifting Chuck, and I tried not to notice the way his muscles strained under the dead weight, the way his face set in determination. Chuck was heavier than he looked, completely limp in the way only stopped time could make someone. This is weird, Alex grunted, repositioning Chuck's arms. It's like playing with action figures, but the action figures are people I care about. Otto's tentacles need to be. I started adjusting them myself and immediately understood what he meant. Each tentacle had to be moved individually, positioned naturally enough that when time resumed, he wouldn't just collapse. God, this is like the world's worst game of Twister. 15 seconds, Alex warned, now lifting Octavia with a gentleness that made my chest tight. Her wound was still bleeding, frozen droplets of whatever Octopi had for blood hanging in the air like garnets. Prism and Shard there, I pointed. Glorp and Splish can... No, wait. Cleth's momentum will carry him into that wall. We need to account for debris patterns. Maya, Alex said, and something in his voice made me look at him. We can't get everyone clear and get ourselves safe. I'd already done the math. I'd hoped he hadn't. I know. So what do we do? I looked at Cleth's frozen form, calculated his mass, his velocity, the angle of his strike. Then I looked at the hole he'd made in the wall, the exposed circuitry sparking behind it. We use his momentum against him, I said, the plan crystallizing in that way that felt both brilliant and suicidal. But we have to be in his path when time resumes. We have to be the bait. Of course we do, Alex said, but he was already moving our friends according to my calculations, trusting me completely, even though I was essentially suggesting we play chicken with a sequined death machine. 8 seconds, he said, finishing with Splish, whose goopy form had been particularly challenging to relocate. Where do we need to be? Right. I positioned myself, pulling him with me. Here. We stood directly in the path Cleth's strike would have taken after killing Chuck and Octavia. Close enough that when he realized his targets were gone, we'd be the obvious next choice. Close enough that we'd have maybe a second to execute the second half of my plan. 3 seconds, Alex said. Maya, if this doesn't work, it'll work. But if it doesn't... I turned to look at him, this ridiculous bookstore owner who'd become my partner in alien escape artistry, and felt something in my chest crack open. Not break, just open, like a door I'd been holding shut for so long I'd forgotten there was anything on the other side. Then at least we'll die spectacularly, I said. Together. Together, he agreed and squeezed my hand just as the universe remembered how to move. The sound hit first. Cleth's roar of rage as his blade met empty air, the crash of his momentum carrying him forward, the gasps of our friends finding themselves suddenly elsewhere. Cleth's head whipped toward us with inhuman speed, those empty eye sockets somehow seeing us perfectly. His blade arm reversed direction, coming for us with the kind of speed that made physics whimper. Now! I shouted, and we dove. Not away from him, that's what he expected. We dove toward him, under the arc of his blade, rolling past his legs, or whatever those appendages were now. The exposed circuitry in the wall was right there, sparking and hungry for contact. Cleth tried to correct, to follow our movement, but momentum is a harsh mistress. His blade, aimed for where we'd been, carried him forward. His damaged form, unbalanced from the cat's earlier assault, couldn't compensate. He hit the exposed circuits with the wet crack of organic matter meeting very angry electricity. The light show was spectacular. Every remaining sequin on his body lit up like a personal firework, his corrupted voice cycling through octaves that shouldn't exist. His body convulsed, those impossible limbs flailing in patterns that hurt to watch. Clever, he managed to say through the electrocution, his voice almost admiring. Very clever. But he wasn't done. Of course he wasn't done. This was Cleth. He didn't know how to not be dramatic. One of his still functional arms shot out, grabbing the floor, pulling himself free from the wall with the kind of determination that was either admirable or terrifying? Probably both. His form was smoking now, pieces of him falling off and skittering away like sequined spiders, but he was still coming. "You have to be kidding me," I muttered, backing up, Alex beside me. Cleth rose to his full, terrible height, electricity still crackling across his exoskeleton. His face, what was left of it, split into what might have been a smile if smiles were designed by committee in hell. "I was really hoping the electricity would do it," Alex said conversationally, though I could feel the tension radiating off him. "When has anything ever been that easy for us?" I replied, trying to calculate our next move. We were out of time vials, out of clever tricks, out of... That's when I heard it. A sound that absolutely should not have existed on an alien spaceship. Meowing. But not just meowing. Harmonized meowing, like someone had taught cats to sing barbershop quartet and they'd decided to use their powers for chaos. Fitzgerald and Hemingway emerged from a ventilation grate like furry agents of chaos, and they were wrong. Not wrong in the way they'd been wrong before, with their extra eyes and missing toes. This was a different kind of wrong. The kind that suggested they'd been marinating in the ship's emotional runoff and had come out the other side as something new. They moved in perfect synchronization, 6 eyes and 5-toed paws working in harmony that shouldn't have been possible for 2 independent creatures. When Fitzgerald went left, Hemingway went right. When one jumped, the other dove. It was like watching a choreographed dance performed by creatures who'd never heard of choreography but understood violence on a molecular level, and they were glowing. Actually glowing, faint purple-pink auras that looked suspiciously like the emotional residue from the therapy pods. "Are the cats radioactive now?" Alex asked, pulling me back as the feline missiles launched themselves at Cleth. "I think they're emotionally radioactive," I said, which even for our situation was a weird sentence. Cleth swung at them, those blade arms moving fast enough to blur, but the cats were already elsewhere. They moved like liquid, like thought, like they were reading his intentions before he had them. Fitzgerald went for the exposed circuitry in his neck. Hemingway targeted something that might have been a knee if knees could file complaints with HR. "Now would be good," Chuck shouted from behind us. He was conscious, barely, supported between Otto's tentacles. "The pods won't wait for us." He was right. I could hear systems powering up throughout the ship, emergency protocols, containment procedures, all the things that happened when a show this big started eating itself. "Everyone move!" I commanded, already calculating the fastest route. "Chuck, can you—" "I can walk." He lied, obviously, but Otto just lifted him more securely. We ran. Through corridors that had started flashing between emergency red and something I could only describe as apocalypse pink. The walls were having emotional breakdowns, literally. Crying condensation, shaking with what the translator insisted was architectural anxiety. Behind us, Cleth's roars mixed with the cat's war cries, creating a symphony that would haunt whatever dreams I had left. The pod bay doors were already opening when we arrived, responding to some emergency protocol. 7 pods stood ready, sleek white capsules that looked like expensive coffins designed by someone who'd only heard descriptions of hope. Get in! Get in!" Chuck was already typing override codes into the nearest pod. "They'll auto-launch in 60 seconds. Everyone scrambled for their pods, Otto gently lowering Octavia into 1, making sure her remaining tentacles were properly positioned. Prism and Shard taking pods next to each other, their crystalline forms reaching across the gap for one last touch. Glorp and Splish oozing into their respective capsules with sounds I didn't want to analyze. Which left 1 pod for 2 people. Alex and I looked at each other, then at the single remaining pod, then back at each other. "So," he said with that inappropriate casualness that appeared when things got really dire. "Ready to test that 97% synchronization?" "We're going to die," I said, already moving toward the pod. "Probably," he agreed, following me. "But at least the death will be well synchronized." The pod was definitely not designed for 2 people. It was barely designed for one person, assuming that person was comfortable with coffin-level intimacy with themselves. The interior was all white padding and blinking lights with safety restraints that looked more like suggestions than actual safety features. How do we... I started, then stopped because the answer was obvious and impossible. We get very, very close, Alex said, already climbing in, and hope the biosensors are as romantically inclined as the rest of this ship. I followed him in and immediately understood that close was an understatement. There was no way to position ourselves that didn't involve full-body contact. His back against the padding, me against his chest, our legs tangled together because there was literally nowhere else for them to go. "This is ridiculous," I muttered, trying to find a position that didn't involve breathing directly into his neck. "This is Tuesday for us now," he corrected, his arms coming around me because, again, nowhere else for them to go. "Remember when our biggest problem was that you thought my bookstore was financially doomed? It is financially doomed, but adorably doomed. That's not better." The pod began to hum, scanning us. Red lights flashed, error messages in languages I didn't recognize but whose meaning was clear. 2 biosignatures detected. Launch aborted. "We need to synchronize," Alex said, and I could feel his voice through his chest, which was doing nothing for my ability to think clearly. Like in the harmony chamber, but more. More? We need to not be Maya and Alex. His breath was warm against my hair. We need to be us, I finished, understanding flooding through me along with a terror that had nothing to do with potentially being ejected into space. "Breathe with me," he said softly. "In 2, 3, 4. I matched his breathing, feeling his chest rise and fall beneath me. It should have felt clinical, mechanical, just another survival tactic. Instead, it felt like coming home to a place I'd never been. "Heartbeat next," I said, my analytical brain trying to maintain some control even as everything else went sideways. "Put my hand on your chest." He did, and I could feel his heart, faster than his breathing suggested. "You're nervous." I'm holding the most brilliant, terrifying woman I've ever met while trying to convince an alien pod we're one person, he said. Nervous doesn't really cover it. I laughed, despite everything, and felt his heart skip. "Did you just—" "My heart literally skipped a beat because you laughed. Yes, I'm a walking romance cliche now. The bookstore owner was always doomed to become one." The pod scanned again. Yellow lights this time. Biosignature anomaly detected. Analyzing. "It's working," I breathed. "We need more. We need—" "Tell me what you're thinking," Alex said suddenly. "Right now, don't filter it." "I'm thinking that this is insane, that we're going to die, that you smell like alien shampoo and emotional goo and somehow it's not terrible, that your hands are exactly the right temperature, that I can feel your heartbeat everywhere, that I spent years building walls to keep people out and you just walked through them like they were made of tissue paper, and I don't even mind, and that terrifies me, more than the pod does." The words tumbled out. No filter, no analysis, just truth. His arms crushed me closer, his mouth found mine before I could take another breath. No hesitation, no careful build-up, just heat and desperation, the taste of panic and relief colliding. My hands went to his shoulders, his jaw, his hair, everywhere at once, as if memorizing him by touch could keep us alive. We kissed like the pod wasn't there, like the countdown wasn't ticking, like survival meant fusing into one body whether the machine believed it or not. His hands roamed my back, my hips, clutching like he could anchor himself to me while the universe shook. I tangled my legs tighter with his, pulling him closer, closer until there was no space left, no air left, just us. The pod scanned again. Yellow lights flickered, then shifted. Amber, bleeding into green. He broke from my mouth just long enough to gasp against my lips. "I'm thinking, kiss, that I was screwed the second you threw your shoe at me." His forehead pressed to mine, our breaths tangling. And if we die, at least it's like this. Green lights pulsed across the console. Single biosignature confirmed. Launch initiating. I laughed into his mouth, half sob, half triumph. "We did it," I whispered, then louder to the others. "We did it. It's working." Through the pod's small window, I could see Cleth stumbling into the bay. He was more damaged than before, sparking and twitching, pieces of him trailing behind like the world's most disturbing breadcrumbs. The cats flanked him, still glowing, still synchronized, herding him like the world's strangest sheepdogs. His head turned toward our pod, those empty eye sockets somehow finding us through the window. For a moment, his destroyed face went still. Something like sadness passed across what remained of his features, the look of someone watching their entire world leave without them. Then his mouth split into that terrible, too-wide smile, the one that had haunted our first days here, the one that said the show never really ended, not even now. He raised one damaged hand in what might have been a wave. "Magnificent performance," he said, his corrupted voice somehow reaching us through the pod's walls. "Ratings through the roof." The pods launched. The acceleration crushed me against Alex, our synchronized breathing becoming one desperate gasp for air. Through the window, I watched the ship shrink, that impossible place that had been our prison and our stage and the setting for whatever this thing between us had become. "Maya," Alex said, his voice strained from the G-forces. "Yeah. We're either about to live or die spectacularly." I managed to turn my head just enough to see his face. So close our noses almost touched. "Together, though." "Together," he agreed and kissed my forehead as our pod rocketed toward the planet below, carrying us away from the show, but not from each other. Never from each other. We'd synchronized too completely for that now.
Chapter 14. Falling into you. The thing about plummeting toward an alien planet in a coffin-sized pod built for one, but currently containing two, is that it gives you a lot of time to think about your life choices. I'm Alex Rivera. I run a failing bookstore. I have 2 cats with mysterious mutations. 5 days ago, my biggest concern was whether to alphabetize by author's last name or by title. Now I'm wrapped around a brilliant woman who analyzes everything except her own heart, falling through space at speeds that make physics cry, and somehow this feels like exactly where I'm supposed to be. Maya's back was pressed against my chest so tightly I could feel her heartbeat through her ribs. Our legs were tangled in ways that would have been inappropriate in any other context. But when you're trying to convince alien technology you're one person, propriety goes out the airlock. Her hair was in my face, smelling like alien shampoo and fear sweat and something uniquely her, sharp and sweet, like lightning before rain. The pod's interior glowed soft blue, displaying readings I couldn't understand. Except for one. Synchronization. 94%. "It's still climbing," Maya said, her voice tight. She was trying to sound analytical, but I could feel the tremor running through her. We were at 97% on the ship. The stress must be... The pod hit the planet's outer atmosphere. The word turbulence doesn't cover it. It was like being inside a blender that was inside a washing machine that was being thrown downstairs by someone who really, really hated us. The pod's walls went from blue to orange as friction turned us into a falling star. Maya made a sound, half gasp, half sob, and I tightened my arms around her instinctively. "Hey," I said into her hair, trying to keep my voice steady even though my internal monologue was just screaming. "Remember the elevator? This is nothing like the elevator." Her fingers found mine, interlacing with desperate strength. "The elevator wasn't on fire." She had a point. Through the pod's small window, I could see flames licking across what I really hoped was a heat shield and not, us. The orange glow made everything inside the pod look like sunset. Maya's skin, golden. Her dark hair shot through with copper, the tears on her cheeks turning to liquid amber. Synchronization, 95%. Tell me something, she said suddenly, her analytical brain clearly trying to distract itself from our imminent doom. Anything. Talk to me. When I was 8, I said, the words coming without thought, I decided I wanted to marry books. Not a librarian. Actual books. I made my mom perform a ceremony where I married a copy of Where the Wild Things Are. She laughed, actually laughed, while we were literally on fire. Of course you did. She said I couldn't marry a book, so I decided I'd surround myself with them instead. Open a bookstore. Be the weird book guy who talks to his inventory. The pod shuddered violently, and I held her tighter. Then an alien dating show happened, and suddenly I'm falling through space with someone who throws shoes at people when she's scared. I throw shoes at people when I'm angry, she corrected, but she was squeezing my hand so hard, I was losing feeling in my fingers. When I'm scared, I do math. Then do math now. I am. Her voice cracked. Terminal velocity, angle of entry, the probability of the pod's structural integrity failing. Different math, I interrupted. Calculate something else. Like what? Synchronization. 96%. I pressed my face into her hair, breathing her in, this impossible woman who'd demolished every wall I didn't know I'd built. Calculate the odds of 2 people meeting in a coffee shop, getting abducted by aliens, committing fruit murder together and falling in love in 5 days. She went very still against me. The pod screamed through the mesosphere, shaking us like dice in a cup, but Maya had gone quiet except for her breathing. Those odds would be astronomical, she finally said, but not impossible. No, she whispered. Not impossible. The flames outside grew brighter. The pod's computer started chanting warnings in languages I didn't understand but whose meaning was clear. Brace for impact. We're all going to die. Have a nice day. Synchronization. 97%. This was it. The moment where you're supposed to say things. Important things. Last things. The words had been building in my chest since she'd kissed me while covered in purple goo. Maybe since she'd thrown that shoe. Definitely. Since she'd trusted me to catch her. I tried to time it. Tried to find the perfect moment. But Maya whispered my name. Just Alex. Nothing else. And her voice held everything. Fear and trust. And something else. Something that made our synchronization jump another point. Synchronization. 98%. Maya, I said, and my voice came out raw. If we don't survive this, I need you to know that I love you. She made a sound like I'd punched her in the soul. I love you, I continued, the words tumbling out like they'd been waiting 5 days to escape. I've loved you since you threw that shoe at me. Maybe before. Probably before. Probably from the second you ordered black coffee, like it was a weapon. I love your brain and your walls and the way you pretend not to have feelings while having all the feelings. I love... That's statistically improbable, she interrupted, and she was crying. I could feel the tears on my arm where her face pressed against it. Love at first sight is just... It's chemical reactions and evolutionary biology and... Maya. And projection of desires onto strangers who represent... Maya. And I love you too. The words came out in a rush, like they'd been dragged from her against her will. I love you too. You financially doomed optimist with your stupid bookstore and your stupid eyes and your stupid ability to make me feel things. I hate feeling things, and you make me feel everything, and I love you for it. And if we die right now, I'm going to be so angry. Synchronization. 99%. The pod hit the troposphere. The shaking got worse, which shouldn't have been possible. Through the window, I could see the planet rushing up to meet us. Blue-green land masses, clouds that looked wrong. An ocean that might have been purple or might have just been my oxygen-deprived brain making things up. Impact in 30 seconds, the pod announced in perfectly clear English, because of course now it decided to be helpful. Together? I asked, pulling her impossibly closer. Or not at all, she confirmed, and I could feel her smile against my arm. 20 seconds. Alex? Yeah? Your bookstore really is financially doomed. I laughed, because we were about to die and she was still roasting my business model. I know. We should probably do something about that. If we survive, 10 seconds. She confirmed. You're not getting rid of me now. We're at 99% synchronization. We're basically the same person according to alien technology. 5 seconds. I love you, I said again, because if these were our last words, that's what I wanted them to be. 4. I love you too, she said, and her hand squeezed mine. 3. Even though your cats are weird. 2. Especially because my cats are weird. 1. Alex, impact. The world ended and rebuilt itself in the space between heartbeats. The pod hit water, not land, water, and the deceleration should have killed us, would have killed us, if we'd been 2 people. But we weren't anymore. According to the pod, according to the universe, according to the 100% that flashed on the screen right before everything went dark, we were one perfectly synchronized disaster of a person. The pod's safety systems engaged with the enthusiasm of technology that finally understood its purpose. Foam erupted from everywhere, walls, floor, ceiling, surrounding us in protective cocoon that smelled like vanilla and ozone. The impact still rattled every bone I had, knocked the breath from our lungs, made my vision go white, then black, then white again. But we survived. We survived. The pod bobbed to the surface of whatever ocean we'd landed in. Through the window, I could see sky, not Earth sky, something more purple, with 2 suns that shouldn't exist but did anyway. The foam slowly dissolved, leaving us gasping and alive, and still tangled together like the universe's most complicated knot. We're alive, Maya said like she didn't quite believe it. We're alive, I confirmed, then added, and you love me. Shut up. You literally said you love me. I was under duress. Falling from space is legally considered duress. Maya. She turned in my arms, a complicated maneuver that involved elbows in places. Elbows shouldn't go. Until she was facing me. Her face was a mess. Tears, sweat, hair stuck to her cheeks. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Yeah, okay, she said, her hand coming up to touch my face. I love you. Against all logic and reason and statistical probability, I love you. I kissed her. Not like the purple goo kiss. This was conscious, chosen, full of relief and joy and the kind of love that survives terminal velocity. She kissed me back, and for a moment, floating in an alien ocean under an impossible sky, everything was perfect. Then the pod's emergency beacon started screaming, reminding us we were still in a coffin-sized container on an alien planet with no idea if our friends had survived. We should probably get out, Maya said against my mouth. Probably, I agreed, kissing her again anyway. Synchronization, 100%. The readout made us both pause. Did we just... Maya stared at the screen. I think we just achieved perfect synchronization while making out in a survival pod after confessing our love during atmospheric entry, I said. That's going in my autobiography, she muttered, then looked at me with those sharp, beautiful eyes. Chapter title: How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bookstore Owner. That's terrible. You love it. I love you. Same thing now, apparently. She was right. At 100% synchronization, loving her and being loved by her felt like the same single, perfect truth. We'd fallen through space, through fire, through every defense we'd built, and somehow landed here, alive, in love, and ready for whatever impossible thing came next. The pod's hatch hissed open, letting in air that smelled like ozone and possibilities. Time to see what kind of planet we'd landed on. Time to find our friends. Time to figure out what happened when you escaped an intergalactic dating show with perfect synchronization. But first, one more kiss. Because we'd earned it. Because we'd survived. Because some things were worth the fall.
Chapter 15. Paradise. Population, us. The water was warm. That was my first coherent thought as we struggled out of the pod. The water was warm in a way that suggested either tropical paradise or something's digestive system. Given our track record, I wasn't ruling out either option. "Can you—" Alex grunted, trying to maneuver us through the hatch that was definitely not designed for two people to exit simultaneously. His elbow was in my ribs. My knee was somewhere it shouldn't be, and we were both trying not to drown while maintaining some dignity. "If you just move your— Ow! Sorry, I can't." We tumbled out in a graceless heap, splashing into crystal-clear water that came up to my waist. The first breath of alien air hit my lungs, sweet and floral, with an undertone of ozone that reminded me we definitely weren't in Kansas anymore, or Chicago, or even the same solar system, but God, it was beautiful. The beach stretched out before us, sand so white it hurt to look at, fine as powder between my fingers when I steadied myself. The water was that impossible turquoise you see in travel magazines, the ones you assume are photoshopped because nothing real could be that color. Except this was. Gentle waves lapped at my legs, warm as a bath, clear enough to see my feet and the small darting shapes of things that might have been fish if fish had decided to be iridescent purple. "Maya." Alex's hand found mine under the water. "Look up." I did, and my brain immediately tried to file for workers' compensation. The sky was wrong in the most beautiful way possible. Lavender blue, like Earth's sky, had gotten drunk with the sunset and decided to stay that way. Two suns hung at different points, one larger and golden, one smaller and distinctly pink, casting shadows that overlapped in ways that made my physics-trained brain whimper. But it was the birds that really got me. They weren't birds exactly, they were suggestions of birds, like someone had described the concept to an artist who'd been raised by geometry. Crystal clear wings that caught the double sunlight and threw rainbows everywhere. Bodies that shifted color as they moved, blue to green to something that didn't have a name. They sang, but it wasn't birdsong. It was more like wind chimes having an emotion. "It's beautiful," I breathed, then immediately felt suspicious. Why is it beautiful? Nothing good has been beautiful for us. "Maybe we caught a break?" Alex suggested, but his voice held the same wariness. 3 more pods breached the surface around us, bobbing like giant mechanical corks. Through the water-spotted windows, I could see our friends, Otto's tentacles pressed against the glass, Prism and Shard's crystalline forms catching the light. Glorp, looking distinctly green even for a green blob. "Everyone out!" I called, wading toward Otto's pod. "We made it! We actually— Where's Chuck?" Alex's voice cut through my relief like ice water. I spun around, counting pods. 7. We'd had 8 people, 7 pods, and Alex and I had shared. So there should be 6 others, but my stomach dropped. "Chuck!" I shouted at the empty ocean. "Chuck, where are you?" Otto's pod hissed open, and he practically poured out, Octavia right behind him despite her injury. "We saw him get in a pod," Otto said, his usual dark green color pale with worry. "Right before launch. He was right there." "Maybe he landed somewhere else?" Prism suggested, their crystalline form already adapting to the new light, throwing prisms across the sand. "Different trajectory?" We helped everyone to shore, a bedraggled parade of aliens and humans stumbling onto sand that felt too perfect under our feet. The beach was a crescent moon of white, bordered by vegetation that looked almost but not quite like earth palms. The leaves were too blue, the trunks twisted in spirals that spoke of different evolutionary pressures. Flowers bloomed in clusters of impossible colors, ultraviolet visible to our naked eyes, infrared somehow translated into a shade of red that made my teeth ache. "This could almost be Earth," Alex said quietly, his hand still in mine. "If Earth had been designed by someone who'd only seen pictures and decided to make improvements." He was right. Everything was familiar, but wrong. No, not wrong. Enhanced. like someone had taken paradise and run it through an Instagram filter designed by gods with questionable taste. The sand beneath our feet was warm but not burning, perfectly textured to not stick to wet skin. The air was exactly the right temperature, not too hot despite the two suns, not too humid despite the ocean. A breeze played with my wet hair, smelling of flowers that shouldn't exist and possibilities I didn't trust. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Splish asked, their form rippling with anxiety. Before anyone could answer, music started playing, not from any visible source. It just emerged from the air itself, like the atmosphere had decided to soundtrack our lives. Orchestral swells mixed with what sounded like steel drums having an existential crisis. The kind of music that suggested either a paradise vacation or a sacrifice to ancient gods. "Oh, no," I whispered. "No, no, no." The forest parted like curtains, and my worst nightmare walked out wearing vacation wear. Cleth emerged from the alien palms, and my brain refused to process what I was seeing. He was wearing, I kid you not, a Hawaiian shirt that would have made actual Hawaiians weep. Neon colors that didn't exist in nature splashed across fabric that somehow looked both cheap and expensive. Board shorts revealed mantis legs that had no business being in beachwear. His exoskeleton gleamed with what could only be sunscreen, applied in patches that suggested he didn't quite understand human skin but was giving it his best shot. And over his left eye, a pirate patch that looked like it had been bedazzled by someone with a personal vendetta against subtlety. "No," Alex said flatly. "Absolutely not. We killed you." Cleth's face split into that familiar, terrible smile, somehow worse now that he was dressed for a luau. "Welcome," he boomed, throwing all four arms wide in a gesture that made his shirt ripple with colors that definitely violated several laws of physics. "To love planet." As he said it, the words materialized in the sky above us. Actual three-dimensional letters hanging in the air like God's own title card, complete with lens flare and a fade-in that would have made J.J. Abrams jealous. "No," I said, my voice cracking. "We escaped. We got in the pods. We escaped." "You did," Cleth agreed cheerfully, adjusting his eye patch with one of his lower arms. "You escaped the ship. Very dramatic. Excellent ratings. The audience loved the synchronized pod scene. 100% synchronization. A record." "I'm going to be sick," Octavia moaned, her remaining tentacles curling in distress. "But nobody escapes the show," Cleth continued, his voice taking on that game show host quality that made me want to commit violence. "Especially not traitors who leave early. So welcome to your new home. Love Planet, where romance meets survival, where passion meets paradise. Where?" Another pod slammed into the sand with enough force to create a small crater. We all turned to stare at it. Scorched, damaged, clearly having taken a rougher route through the atmosphere. The hatch exploded off its hinges with a hiss of escaping pressure. Two balls of fur rocketed out like they'd been shot from a cannon. "Cats!" Alex shouted. Fitzgerald and Hemingway hit the sand running, all 6 eyes and 5-toed paws heading straight for Cleth with murder in their little hearts. They were somehow even more disheveled than us, their fur sticking up in ways that suggested they'd fought the pod the entire way down and won through sheer spite. They leaped at Cleth with perfect synchronization, claws extended, war cries harmonizing in a way that would haunt my dreams, and passed right through him. They landed in the sand behind him, confused and spitting, while Cleth flickered like a TV with bad reception. "Hologram," I breathed. "He's a hologram." "Very good, Maya." Cleth's image stabilized, looking impossibly smug for someone made of light. "Did you really think I'd risk my physical form around those creatures again?" He gestured at his eye patch. "They gave me quite enough souvenirs, thank you." Fitzgerald hissed at the projection, swiping at it again just to make a point. His paw went through Cleth's leg, and the hologram didn't even flicker. "So you're not really here," Alex said slowly. "You're what, broadcasting from the ship?" From a much safer location. KLETH confirmed. But don't worry, I'll be your host for Love Planet, your guide, your constant companion as you navigate the challenges of survival, romance, and interpersonal drama on this carefully crafted paradise. Carefully crafted, I repeated, my analytical brain latching onto the phrase. This isn't a real planet. Oh, it's real. Every grain of sand, every alien bird, every conveniently perfect temperature. We spent millions creating this paradise. 14 different biomes, scenic waterfalls, romantic caves, dangerous but photogenic predators. Predators? Otto's voice went up 3 octaves. Only at night, Cleth said reassuringly. Very atmospheric. Great for bonding through shared terror. I sat down hard in the sand, my legs giving up on the whole standing thing. Alex dropped beside me, his arm going around my shoulders automatically. The others arranged themselves in a shell-shocked semicircle, even the cats looking defeated. So we're still entertainment, I said flatly. Different entertainment, Cleth corrected, his hologram sitting cross-legged in the air like a digital Buddha with terrible fashion sense. Love Planet is our premium content. For viewers who want more than just romance, they want survival romance. Will your bonds strengthen under pressure? Will paradise reveal cracks in your relationships? Will you build shelter together or die of exposure separately? This is insane, Prism said, their crystalline form darkening with anger. This is Season 2. Cleth clapped his hands and more text appeared in the sky. Coming soon. Love Planet, where hearts meet hardship. Season 2? Alex asked dangerously. Oh, yes. Season 1 was educational. They didn't survive long enough to really develop character arcs. But you, his remaining eye gleamed with algorithmic joy. You're already synchronized, already bonded, the audience is invested, the betting pools are enormous. Will Maya and Alex's 100% connection survive building shelter? Will Otto forgive Octavia for losing an arm, saving him? Will the cats eat something poisonous? Such drama. Hemingway made a sound that suggested he was considering eating Cleth's projection out of spite. How long? I asked, my voice hollow. How long is this show? Oh, indefinite. Cleth stood, brushing holographic sand off his holographic shorts. Until you die or become boring, whichever comes first. But don't worry. We've stocked the island with everything you need to survive. You just have to find it, build it, fight for it, together or not at all. He started to fade, his image becoming translucent. Episode 1 begins in 1 month. His voice was getting distant. Use the time to prepare. Build shelter, find food, form alliances, or don't. Your funeral. Literally, in some cases. Wait. I jumped up, but he was already mostly gone. What about Chuck? Where's Chuck? Cleth's smile was the last thing to fade, Cheshire cat style. Who's Chuck? And he was gone. We sat on that too-perfect beach, under that impossible sky, as the reality of our situation settled over us like a weighted blanket made of dread. We'd escaped the ship only to land in a larger cage. A prettier cage, sure, but still a cage. So, Alex said after a long moment, we're on a survival dating show on an artificial paradise planet with 2 suns, purple fish, and geometry birds. Don't forget the night predators, Otto added helpfully. And the cats, Octavia said, watching Fitzgerald and Hemingway sulk their way back to our group. I looked at Alex, really looked at him. Sandy, exhausted, wearing the same clothes he'd been in for days, and somehow still managing to be the most comforting thing in my field of vision. His hand found mine in the sand. Together? He asked quietly. I thought about the 100% synchronization, about falling through fire, about the way he'd said he loved me while we were burning through the atmosphere, about how we were probably going to die here, filmed for entertainment, our love story becoming content for 17 galaxies. Together, I agreed, because what else was there? Or not at all. Above us, the two suns continued their impossible dance across the lavender sky. The geometry birds sang their wind chime emotions. The waves lapped at the shore with suspicious perfection. And somewhere, in whatever safer location he was broadcasting from, Cleth was probably already planning episode 1. Our love story wasn't over. It had just changed genres. From space opera to tropical survival, at least we had each other, and 2 very angry cats who'd already started plotting their next attempt at murdering a hologram. Somehow that would have to be enough. The end